So it's the Wizard against the Whiz Kid. Higgins playing in his 5th Crucible final, Judd Trump in his 1st. Stephen and Dennis, what a story it's going to be, no matter who wins.
Couldn't agree more, Hazel. An absolutely cracking final we're in for here. Experience against youth. And the family taking their little picture there just before the final gets underway. And wouldn't Ted Lowe love to have commentated on this player? Some of the balls he's knocked in this year's World Championship have been exceptional. And there's the Crucible Theatre. Stephen, it doesn't get any better than this. You won 7 titles there.
John Higgins to break.
Yeah, I'm only sick that I'm not out there competing, Dennis. This is the best stage to play snooker, without a doubt. Final day in the Crucible Theatre. It's very interesting to see how Judd copes against John's game. Obviously, John is renowned as one of the greatest tactical players. He still plays a very aggressive game, but it'd be great to see how Judd copes with it.
Well, that was a half chance for Judd, and if the red goes past the yellow, it's the first chance for John Higgins. Wasn't the best break-off shot by John, bringing a red up. Should be able to hold for the blue.
One.
So it's John Higgins then who pots the first ball in this year's World Final. Well, he's overdone that. Played for the red to the left of the cue ball, just over-screwed it slightly. Left with a rather difficult cut now.
Yeah, he had a pretty good angle in the blue to go into the pink there and split the reds, but first shots in the final, obviously, you want to get your cue arm moving a bit, but he did have a decent angle.
Well, this red he's looking at, the angle seems to be taking the white into the red, so the positional side of it is going to be a little bit tricky. And it's a little bit tricky now, I can tell you. He's going to need the spider with an extension on it. The black's the only ball he can hit. Okay, he doesn't have to do a great deal, but if he wants to try and get back down the table, as we show you that red dropping in, he's going to need a little bit of assistance. Can he manage it with the normal spider? Jan Verhaas having a close look to make sure he doesn't foul the reds. No, that was a difficult shot.
John Higgins,
he tried to put a good safety in rather than just play onto the back cushion here, and Judd Trump has a chance. Hit that too thick. Now, I wonder would Judd play a cannon on the black here? He's quite an aggressive young player. This be interesting to see if he tries to free that black. No, he just played to get on the blue, and an early sign of a little bit of tension, which is understandable. He's the wrong side of the blue. I think he's got to get off to a good start. There's our player's view there. As you can see, no angle on the blue. Look at this for a shot he's taking on.
Green ball.
Have a look at this shot. And have a look at this cue ball. Tell you what, Stephen, not a lot of players in the game that took that on.
That was phenomenal cueing. To say that the ready just potted, hit that poorly to finish short in the blue, but to hit that green so well. Not out of the woods yet. This is tough to get in a colour.
Judd Trump, 4.
Well, he tried another very difficult positional shot but he usually keeps very still on the shot. Just a little bit of movement there. Can't afford to hit the balk colours against a young potting machine like Judd. You leave him half a chance at anything and you know he's going for it. Let's see how well he can cue this one. He's got to be a bit nervous. I mean, first time in the World Championship final. It's a big, big couple of days for the young player. If he was to win, Stephen, I think you were just slightly younger than Judd. He wouldn't be the youngest ever, would he?
I think about 4 months. There's about 4 months in it. But these are the shots that he's going to have to get right over the next 2 days if he's going to beat John Higgins. Already he's caught that red much too thick. He's okay, he's not left anything, but he's going to consistently have to get the white back to that bulk cushion when he does play a safety. He won't play many safety shots, but when he does, he's going to have to play good ones. I also don't think he should change his game though, Dennis, to play John. His game is is what's got him to the final.
Yeah, look at the stats there. The tournament pot success rate. He's 1% ahead of John Higgins. And the long pot success rate, he's ahead of John also in that department. And surprisingly, the tournament success safety rate equal. Well, there's a
foul.
Trick shot and a half.
John Higgins 4.
Hardly hit that, and he screwed it back into the pocket. I mean that is phenomenal. Just to cue the ball like that. It's all about timing. You don't want to screw it into the pocket, obviously. But a bit of an awkward frame with the black safe on the side cushion and the pink off its spot. That's a useful flick off the green. I think he's got a full ball snooker. No problem though, just off the side cushion. There you see the snooker. Yeah, he's going to find himself on that balk cushion quite a bit, Judd. I think he knows that anyway. He knows he's up against one of the best tacticians the game's ever seen. He's okay, even though he caught the pink again. He is trying to get the cue ball back to the ball cushion, but I don't think this red pot's the one to the right of the bunch. I'm not sure. Maybe it does. And if it does, well, clearly it does. He'll be opening up that bunch of reds and screwing back to leave himself hopefully on the blue. Bit of a quick one there. That will help, having the pink back on its spot. The only problem with the pink going on its spot, those two reds to the left of the three are available to the left corner. When the pink goes on its spot, it's going to make those two a little awkward. So he might play for the red that's to the right of the black spot. Normally he'd stun over and leave those two, but the pink's got to go back on its spot.
Pink ball.
That's the one he's played for.
Seven.
Probably see a screw back here with plenty of right hand side to bring the white out for the pink into the same pocket. Or up for the blue.
8.
I think that's a light white, Dennis.
Yeah, Stephen says it's a light white. That sometimes you get that in a set of balls, and it's so easy to screw the ball if the cue ball is lighter than the others. But Judd makes it look as if there's a light white because the action
13.
he gets on the cue ball is quite amazing.
14.
And this is exactly what he wanted in the first frame. Get some nice easy pots around the pink or the black. Get your arm moving.
He is a delight to watch, this young player, and he got such a reception. Both players did, but
20.
he got a terrific cheer when he came into the Crucible Arena. They really have warmed to him. We've known about
21.
Judd for, well, ever since he turned professional, but it's taken him a while to establish himself, and winning in China really has brought him on, and he's been a revelation throughout this year's World
27.
Championship. He really has. I think we're
28.
saying, Stephen, the shot of the championship, if there was 10 shots, he would have won the lot.
Just didn't judge that cannon. Want to have more or fuller contact on the red that he cannoned there.
34.
That's end of break, I think.
Yeah, he might have tried to chip the one in along the cushion, but because of the red up the other end of the table, it's not really a shot to nothing. But you just never know with this young player. He feels he can pot anything on the table. Just like that.
35.
I'll tell you what, he's proving to be a very, very popular player.
Bramble.
A little bit unfortunate to finish straight in this red. Again, it was tremendous cue power to force the white of two cushions.
Yep.
Clever shot.
40.
Meant to use the red there to try and bring the white out. And this is a tough pink in the middle. We all know he likes to, punch balls into pockets. This is one that he's going to have to drop in.
Yeah, quite a bit of pressure on this. He's built up a nice lead in this opening frame, and he has to pot this. As you say, doesn't like dropping them in, Stephen. He likes to punch them in, but is this red cuttable?
46.
Yeah, I think 95% of professionals would have rolled that pink in the middle. That's the way Judd plays. I can't criticise him from the commentary box.
Well, you could for that
Foul.
shot. He's going to hit the black, give 7 away,
Yes.
but he might be lucky. He might have covered that red that's over the
Trump 46.
corner pocket. It was a very thin snick required, but no, he hasn't covered it. But not easy to get nicely on the pink.
One.
It was difficult, that. There is a possibility of the pink into the middle pocket, but he's looking at the long blue.
Blue ball. John Higgins, 1.
Well, as we mentioned at the start, John, the more experienced of the two, but he looks slightly more edgy than Judd does.
I think sometimes, obviously, John's won the World Championship 3 times already, but because he's been here and it's as if he knows what he needs to do to win the World Championship. It means more because he'd been here before. Judd's in the unknown. He's just loving every minute of it. I actually said to John, do you remember when it was just fun playing? Rather than under the pressure that's in the final of the World Championship.
And what about that shot? He played that with his opposite hand. I think a lot of the people maybe didn't realise that. He got down right-handed and he looks pretty good, and he pots the red, screws back for the blue. That's a bit unlucky.
6.
37, the difference. A red, and the pink would have left John needing a snooker, but the other red has blocked his path.
And this is the times of frames, I think, which are vital for Judd if he's going to win this World Championship. John Higgins is so good at winning frames. The last 3 or 4 reds, forcing mistakes out of his opponent, then dishing up.
Judd Trump 6.
All the colours are in potable positions. Judd could do with a colour near a cushion as a little bit of insurance. It looks fairly fresh, John, in the semi-final with Mark Williams. You know, mentally it does take it out of you here. 17 days at the Crucible. It's a long stint.
Yeah, it's a very long tournament, but I always think the fact that you're in the final soon freshens you up. You walk out into this arena to the applause that these 2 guys got at the beginning. I think your mind just starts all over again.
Yeah, even if you don't sleep, you're still you're full of adrenaline, and tiredness is the last thing on your mind.
And first mistake in the safety battle by Judd. It's a chance of a pot here from John. Doesn't need to do too much with the cue ball. Should be on the green, should he pot it. In fact, actually played it with more pace to come back.
I thought the brown was going to go in. Now, will we see a Judd Trump special here? John sits down after that attempted pot. Well, didn't get near the pocket. Hasn't settled yet.
He has looked at the red closest to the green, which passes to the corner pocket, but that's a smelly one at this stage of the frame. Playing it slow along the cushion.
Would you believe it? He's covered the brown. But he potted that red. He made it look so easy. I think the pockets on this table are bigger for Judd than everybody else.
Definitely, Dennis, definitely. The fact that he's left-handed makes this yellow a comfortable shot for him. Just stand down for the red on the baulk cushion.
Three. Four.
Well, that should settle Judd down, and the family there, well, his friend on the right looks more relaxed than he did in the semi-final. When Judd was playing ding, he had his head in his hands throughout the match. He didn't see much of that.
Seven. Thanks, Judd. Eight.
Playing one of his usual
Eight in the first frame.
exhibition shots because the frame is over. John stays in his seat. It's the best possible start for this young man from Bristol. He takes the opening frame in this year's World Final.
Absolutely. This first session is very, very important. In any final it is. The World Final, for him the first time, it's massive to get a good start.
We've got a pulse question for you. Who will be the world champion? Vote on bbc.co.uk/ and click on pulse.
It was interesting in between the frame. The referee was resetting the balls, Dennis. John Higgins was very, very quiet in his chair, and Judd was looking around, smiling and laughing at everybody. He's having the time of his life out there.
Yeah, I think he probably was looking up at his family, wasn't he? And he knows where they're sitting. And he was smiling up at them, and they're smiling back at Steve, Georgina, and Jack, his brother.
Foul. And a miss. John Higgins 1, Judd Trump 4.
Miscalled, but knowing Judd, he may elect to take this pot on rather than put John back in.
One.
Nice little angle on the middle pocket to leave him perfectly on the blue.
Another chance to see the excellent cue action.
6.
Judd Trump here. I don't think he'll play for the black, although he's sizing it up. I thought he was going to pot this red and screw back for the blue. Depends what angle he's got.
Seven.
That's a brilliant shot. Makes this black so much easier, the fact that he's closer to the black.
14.
Into the second frame. He looks nice and relaxed now, Dennis.
19. Sorry, 20. 21.
Well, we asked you a pulse question. Who will be the world champion this year? Let's have a look. Oh, 71% think that Judd Trump's going to win. 29% John Higgins. Now that is surprising. They obviously have taken to this young man, and a lot of people voting, hoping that he wins. They may be right.
A couple of loose reds, but I think we'll probably go into the pack here. He's got a perfect angle in the black. We always knew he had the red over the yellow pocket. There's a bit of insurance.
28.
You could see the arc in that cue ball there.
29. Thank you.
Well, John can't do much about this. He's going to have to just play a bit better safety. He was unlucky here. He potted the red, cannoned the black, and to leave himself snookered virtually on everything was a bit unlucky there.
Yeah, we've all been concentrating on Judd and whether he makes a good start. You know, John's got to make a good start as well, Dennis.
Well, yeah, he may be 3 times a world champion, but that won't stand for anything here as far as this young man's concerned.
It's amazing you got a match with 35 frames long.
35.
Until you got that first frame on the board, you don't really feel that you're in the match. It was a little bit edgy.
36.
Couple of reds he can play on here, but you know what Judd's like. He loves to get into them if he can get a chance. And he will be able to do that this time, although a little bit further would have been better. But he's got an angle to pot this red and go into the bunch. But he doesn't want to lose the cue ball here. And that was the problem
42.
with that shot. The white seemed to just stick there. He had lots of topspin, but this time it didn't carry on through. Well, the white jumped, that's why it didn't carry on through. The white jumped in the air, you could clearly see there. Any colour that he nominates here, if he doesn't hit it, it would be called a miss. You'd think he'd play the yellow.
Yellow ball.
And he's nominated the yellow. And that's not far away.
Judd Trump, 42.
Bit of a bonus to get it half balled and leave it near the cushion. It was a tough one just to hit, never mind get safe.
That was a really helpful kiss in the green for John. This is tough to get safe. Might just have to bring the red up and down the table and leave the white near the black, or he could always put himself out of trouble, I suppose. No, he's played the containing safety. Safe in the knowledge that no reds went in the left centre.
This is a pretty good cue ball here. This second frame panning out much the same as the opening frame. Judd getting a lead, John looking for a chance to get back into the frame. And that's a mistake. And the red has gone next to the black to hamper it slightly. Well, this is an interesting choice. Can he cut this one in? I think, yeah, it clips into the middle.
One.
Didn't quite hit that hard enough. That was a great chance to take the second frame. Had he have dropped on the green there.
Judd trump 1.
He needed just to send it a little bit further, that to make him hampered on this red, this near the right corner. I think John can cue at the side of the yellow. Judd was just trying to leave him in what we call as a Chinese snooker, where you're bridging right over the ball. But I think he can cue to the side of this. Well, he's slightly hampered. He's on that green this time. And he's got quite a margin for error to put the cue ball. Anywhere over near the circle, he's got a choice of 3 or 4 reds. Well, the nudge on the pink has helped. Without that, it could have been a little bit awkward. It'll have to be the brown to get back for the 3 reds. It's got a perfect angle on that. I think the reds go into both corner pockets. So a wide target here.
Nine.
He doesn't look phased at all, does he, Stephen? He looks very comfortable out there, and as you say, he's enjoying himself.
Yeah, and he managed to win the first frame, which obviously calmed him down straight away. But watching Judd play, and he hits the ball very hard. You watch how still his head is. Incredible.
Just have to measure that, Judd.
The frame well and truly over now. Jan Verhaas just checks the black spot. So
17.
Pink's the highest available. So John
18.
Higgins hasn't had a shot in the balls yet. He had one pot where he cannoned the black and snookered himself, which was a bit unlucky.
25.
Be interesting to see if he does try a few exhibition shots here now that the frame is safe. He loves to do that. He's a born entertainer. There you go. He was born to pot snooker balls, this man. This red could go
29.
anywhere. A delicate one, and it's pretty close, but it's not just hard enough. So
The trump,
no
29
really big
on the
breaks.
frame.
Judd Trump had a 46 in the opening frame, a 42 in that frame, and I'm not surprised John Higgins is leaving the arena. This young player has taken the 2 opening frames.
Yes, as we said a couple of days ago, yeah, we've been trying to pick shots for shot of the championship, you know, the best shots of the 2 weeks, and it's turned into the Judd Trump show.
Well, I wonder whether John Higgins can turn it around into the Higgins show.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if John Higgins does exactly that, but in the meantime, it's more or less the identical break-off to his very first shot where he brought the red down, but this time maybe Judd can't see that red. Not quite. He'd have to bend it slightly to pot it, that is. He tried it. Look at the side on the cue ball. He tried to bend that and create the potting angle. Now John, let me show you that one more time. That red that's finished there. John could possibly try and pot this and could finish on the black. I think it's a natural angle just to slip past the red that's to the left of the bunch if he does pot it. He did slip past the red, and he is on a colour, and there's 3 or 4 loose reds. So this is the first real chance that John Higgins has had.
Four. Five.
Just a delicate little cannon needed here.
12. $13.
The pink won't go. So it's the long blue. Still hasn't settled, John.
John Higgins, 13. Eight. Nine.
Well, just watch this shot. It's a tough bunch to go into because they're all flat there at the back. Now watch how he plays this, and we'll see a bit of cue power here. Look at the white. It might be okay. This might be a dead straight red up into the corner.
16.
White stops, and then all of a sudden spins back, and he's finished dead straight on this red. It doesn't happen very often, Stephen, but sometimes you get a player that can take his practice game out into the match arena, and he's one of the players that can do that.
Yep, definitely, Dennis. I'm sure this is exactly the same game he plays when he's in practice, playing against other professionals that he practices with. Whereas most players will change their game when they get in the match arena. I think as your career progresses and you get older, you do tend to temper your game a little bit. You know, as you start to get punished more often when you do miss, you start to
25.
have little doubts about taking the dodgy shots on. But at the moment, he's playing with no fear at all.
Yeah, I think moving from Bristol to Romford has been a big help to Judd. He practices at the Grove Snooker Academy in Romford. And O'Sullivan practices there also, along with quite a few professionals. And I think that's the reason that Judd is now playing so well and fulfilling his potential.
Some big ginger bloke used to play there as well, didn't he?
Oh, the big ginger, who was that? Oh yeah, the Nugget, Steve Davis, eh? Quick look at the scoreboard, but he's only 24 in front, and that didn't quite work out. He's dying to take this red to the middle pocket. Can the other two reds finish on the black, but this is a good choice here, I think.
Judd Trump, 37.
Keeping things tight. He knows John hasn't settled yet. Yeah, he just got too much screw on that one.
He's grown in confidence all the time. Another great long pot.
Pink ball. Judd Trump 1.
Well, he hasn't missed much.
That's amazing though. The first time he's trying to float a ball in, he's missed it.
Good cueing there from John Higgins. And as Stephen says, you never really settle till you get your first frame on the board. It's not going to be easy with the two reds tied up on the side cushion.
$15. Yeah, I've seen it. He's gone.
8 frames to be played in this opening session. 9 this evening.
16.
You could see John pointing at the red, so he's already 2 or 3 shots ahead.
May decide to play a cannon off this shot.
22.
The nearest of the 2 reds to the red he's playing. He could play off the cushion and cannon that. Hopefully finish on the green of the brown. I don't think he's playing it though. Going to leave an angle on, well, blue it looks
23.
like. He's finished a bit straight.
Yeah, the brown obviously doesn't pass the green, otherwise you'd have left an angle on the brown to move one of the reds, but he's got a slight angle. You have to force it. He's a bit unlucky there. Like very unlucky. Once he got
28.
the cannon, in fact, he hit both reds and didn't push any of them on.
John Higgins, 28.
Needs that red to pull up because he hasn't got in behind the green. This is not an easy pot by any means. It's just off straight and only slightly off straight. If he runs this through, you got to be accurate. If you hit it a little bit full, every chance the white could go in instead of the red. That's why he's playing it with a touch of screw or stun here. White bouncing along and then the red bouncing when it hit the jaws of the pocket. Never realized all those years ago when you play a shot like that how many times the white leaves the bed of the table before it gets to the object ball, Stephen.
I think what Judd's got to concentrate on in these safety battles is just get it safe. I think if he tries to be too clever, you know, he might come unstuck. That's fine. That's safe. As long as he keeps getting it safe, it's going to put more pressure on John's safety play. Because John knows that Judd's going to go for any pot that he sees. So his safety is going to have to be as good as he can play it as well.
Got to be a wee bit careful if he's sending the red around the angles. It looks as if he's doing that. Beautifully played. That is one of the finest shots you wish to see. Judged to perfection, that one. And Judd Trump came to the table and tapped it with his cue. You won't see a better safety than that. Just show you that one more time. He had to avoid the black. He had to avoid the pink. Beautiful shot. Judd doesn't really want to remove the red that's near the cushion, but may try to go twice across and land on it. That's nearer to the yellow than the red.
Foul. And a miss.
But maybe worth having a
Higgins
couple
4.
of goes at this, because he doesn't want to be playing the one next to the blue. He'd stick that on.
Just have a look at that, Judd.
That's the shot he was playing, and he's got to get so much side on the first part of it. And you'd have to go, just see where he's striking down on it to try and make the angle. Is it hard enough?
Foul.
It's certainly closer.
John Higgins, 4.
He's a bit lucky he's finishing short, Dennis. If he hits it a bit harder on that line, he's going to leave the red. So he either has to aim slightly further up the cushion or put a little bit more side on to make the angle to hit the red.
Sorry. Okay. John.
I've just readjusted the line. Let's see if it's a bit better this time. And maybe he's left it this time.
And a miss.
But John
Higgins,
he's
4.
quite happy to sit there and get these penalty points.
I know John's got Judd snookered here, but he had a chance to snooker him again there and instead leave the red in the middle of the table if he'd played that red full ball.
Okay, John.
This way, as long as Judd keeps missing it, he's not going to leave the red.
Foul. And a miss. John Higgins, 4.
That's another 4 points. Now, he was almost there with the previous attempt. I'll just stick the line in one more time because I'm nearly certain if he can get it on that line, he definitely will hit it. But that was always going to be the problem. And if John can't get on a colour, he can pot the red and roll tight up behind the yellow.
One.
Now look, behind the green will do, or he could play the green and in behind the brown.
Bramble.
He's playing the brown.
John Higgins, 1.
Just putting the brown out of commission as a little bit of insurance. He's got a 20-point advantage, but I know he's got the brown safe, but tight in behind one of the colours there, he could have got a few more penalty points, and Judd would have needed snookers.
Absolutely, Dennis. It wouldn't. The red was far from easy to hit, being so close to the blue. It shows you John's under pressure. He's trying to put colour safe already, and he's only 20 points in front. So perhaps he's not even playing his natural game at the minute.
Well, he may attempt a double here. If he could double this, get on the black, Judd would need a snooker. Good chance this.
One.
I think he concentrated so much on the double, just forgot about the cue ball. Good double though.
John Higgins, 1. Thank you. Thanks, Judd.
Well, this is a tough pot. It's not an easy safety, so he probably will take the pot on. But this is far from easy. Needs a good cueing for this one. And that's good cueing.
2.
Very accurate cueing there. Still needs the green. Missed it.
John Higgins, 2.
There was no pressure in that one really, because the brown was safe. He only needed the green. That was a surprising miss.
Yeah, and again, he played it with a little bit negativity, but he tried to put the pink safe at the same time as potting the green. Why not just pot the green? Judd's thinking of a way he can pot this green and get in the brown.
Well ahead in the long pot success department. This is a good shot. If it flicks the pink, it's even better. Oh, what's dropped on the table? Got something on the left side of the table? Well, Jan Verhaas quickly got rid of it. It came from the heavens of the crucible. Oh, where's that come from?
Again, there's not much value in taking the pot on. He's not going to get close to the brown. So, we're playing a safety shot here, I think.
He's got to be careful. If he's trying to get in behind the pink, he's got to make sure he keeps the green safe. And I think that's much better than trying to get a snooker.
Yeah, that was a case of just concentrating on getting it safe, Dennis, wasn't it? I'm not trying to be too clever. John only needs the green.
Once again, if he takes the chance to try and get the snooker, he's got to be careful he doesn't push the green on. He may have left John a path through to pot the green. It's so important to keep the object ball safe.
Yeah, just needed a dab of right-hand side there, didn't they? So when the white hit the cushion, it would just move to the left and behind the black. John will definitely go for this because the brown's safe.
Yeah, that's a great shot from John Higgins. That'll make him feel much more comfortable out there. Once again, very good cueing. So, John Higgins does get his first frame on the scoreboard, and now he can relax a little bit. He looked a little edgy, and Judd Trump had his chance to maybe go 3-0 in front, but now you see John Higgins starting to settle down now. No big breaks.
12 in the frame. John Higgins.
There's a 37 by Judd Trump. But it was John Higgins in the end who took the frame, and he will have settled down now, but it's still 2-1 to Judd.
Well, a little bit tentative from John Higgins, and obviously the lads in the commentary box picked up on some of the shot selection that he's usually so strong at, and some of the surprises in the tactical department, but well, there's a long, long way to go in this match.
Best of 35 frames, remember, there's an interval coming after this one.
I think I mentioned in an earlier round about the great Jack Nicklaus talking about the Masters, and he said patience is a great thing to win the Masters. I suppose it is to win the World Championship snooker.
Absolutely, and that last frame was almost 25 minutes long. I don't know how many frames in this championship Judd's had that's lasted that long, but he won't be favourite to win those frames. So those are the frames he's going to try and pinch off John as much as possible, because he's going to win a lot of frames with big breaks, putting fantastic shots.
One red that John might be able to take on as a shot to nothing, but he's just coming around now to have a look at it. It obviously won't go, so he's playing the outside of the red just to get back to the safety zone. The red I thought John might be able to take on as a shot to nothing, but maybe he felt he was going to cannon the one that he eventually played down the table of. Oh, that seems to be just curling slightly. It looked as if it was going to the left jaw of the pocket on the way down, but the tables have played beautifully throughout this year's World Championship. They really have been very quick. A long way off, and that's the reason he's nowhere near leaving himself on the black. Usually so strong at this type of shot, but look with the red hit.
Yeah, a long way off there. You can see the disappointment. He expects to pot probably 99% of those. But I just wonder, having a 25-minute frame before, there's going to be a few of those. He's got to try and not let it upset his rhythm and his cue action.
Might just see that cue action here. Another one of these Trump specials. Well, he was going to get down and have a go at this red into the left corner, screw back towards the green, brown and blue. He may still attempt that. Just watch how he brings this cue ball back.
Watch how still his head is as well.
One.
Doesn't get much better than that. That also shows you how good his temperament is. The shot ago, he missed a long pot by a long way. He was really disappointed. And then the next shot comes to the table and hits it like that. It'd take me 2 hours to get over the first one, Dennis, now I think.
Oh, he slipped through the gap. Is he okay? He hit the red okay. Yeah, no problem, John. You hit the red, but I think you've left a possible pot to the middle pocket, but here we just show you the white coming through and just nudged the red. But if he takes this one to the middle pocket, he'd have to get it, because he'd be leaving John in the balls here. So just a little touch of pressure on this. In fact, the way he's playing is even tougher to knock it in.
1.
He made that look ridiculously easy. Those are not tough pots. One more frame before the mid-session interval, and over these long sessions you play little
8.
mini sessions for yourself. 4 frames, you set yourself a target of trying to win them 3-1. And then everything else is a bonus.
I just think he's finished a bit awkward. He can't see the bottom of the 2 reds, I don't think, so can't get on the black with this red, so just stunning for the pink in the middle. We'll leave an angle to open more
9.
reds off this pink.
Very clever shot. He had the red for the middle. That's why he decided to open a few more of the
15.
reds. He was hoping to be on a red that he developed there, or one of the reds, but he knew he had this one as a little bit of insurance.
16.
He would like the blue back on its spot, but has he got a good enough angle to get up to the reds? There's 3 reds he can get on. There's one at the back of the bunch, goes, and the 2 to the right. And if he could take a 3-1 advantage to the
21.
mid-session interval, I think everything would be going according to plan from his point of view.
Yeah.
Yeah,
22.
I think the only thing that's missing is winning a frame from 1 visit. I think when he does that, he really will feel he's into the match and relaxed. 3 frames have been a little bit scrappy so far. This is a good chance to win the frame in 1 visit.
Yeah, his semi-final with Ding Junhui was quite incredible. Both players
27.
half a chance. They were scoring enough to win a frame. It really was a bit special. That
28.
one wobbled its way into the pocket. Now he needs a delicate little cannon, but just have a look at this. Any more pace?
Do you know what, Dennis? That the cushions were recovered last night. I bet if they weren't, that might have missed. I've seen Mark Williams missed a black off his spot. Hit the exactly same point last night against John Higgins. Sometimes you get a little bit more leeway with the pockets when there's a new cloth in the cushions.
35. $36. 43. 44.
I love this shot as the camera comes in to show you the table, and then you can see how long the table is. It's 12 feet long. People, when they come to the Crucible and get a chance to look at it, can't believe how big the table is. Probably so used to seeing pool tables in pubs. And we can show you that he's the wrong side of the blue there, and he's got to get all the way around the table. Well, he's just going to leave a longish pot. When you can pot like this, young man, you don't have to get so close to them.
49.
But there again, he missed it to that
Judd Trump.
right
49.
side of the pocket. And where's this red going to finish? Has he been fortunate? Will it pass the brown? 54 is not enough. If it doesn't go, he'll have to play the snooker.
Foul. And a miss. John Higgins 7. Yeah.
It's an easy escape to come off. Well, he's pointing his cue there to come across and get the red that's near that right corner pocket near Jan Verhaas's hand, but he's frightened of playing that and knocking it into a potable position. And he's got to be careful here also. And he's only just all right. Almost left this red for the right corner. It's difficult. He's smiling there, John, because it's so difficult to see if you can get to the potting angle from that position. You could do with a pair of steps just to get up and have a look at that, but I don't think that would be allowed.
Yeah.
Well, he's getting the spider out, but is he just going to glance off the red and try and just get the white past the black for safety, or does he feel that he can get to the potting angle?
Thank you. One.
Well, he was right in the end. He could see enough of it.
Round. Five. Six.
A bit of a chance now. There's one red available.
Blue.
He may play the cannon here and try and develop the 5 reds. And how well did he play that? How well did he play that cannon? Didn't hit it all that hard.
11.
And he got the pink full ball, and that was beautifully played. This is typical
12.
John Higgins, isn't it, Stephen? He could finish up going into the mid-session interval all square.
Yeah, there's no one better in the game at winning frames from 50 and 60 behind. And that's what Judd's going to have to be so careful with his positional play when he's in the balls at the start of the frames. He's going to have to concentrate so
19.
hard. You know, a little bit careless, got out of position. And now this is a consequence.
20. $27. 28. Yeah.
Well, it's worth showing you this shot one more time because played beautifully and they couldn't have opened up better.
$34.
No big
35.
breaks in this final so far. I'm sure they will get bigger. Judd Trump has had breaks of 46, 42, 37, 49 in this frame here. But this one for John Higgins coming just at the right time.
41. $42.
Doesn't want to be straight on the blue. He played purposely for the blue because it's much easier to get nicely onto the yellow. He just overscrewed it slightly. There you see the angle he's left with. So a key shot coming up. And this is virtually the same yellow that Cliff Thorburn had when he made the very
47.
first ever maximum break at the Crucible Theatre all those years ago. It was a similar yellow to this to get onto the green. And John Higgins has played it more or less exactly
49.
the same way that Cliff did. Needs the green,
52.
which is now in the pocket, the brown and the blue, and he'll have pinched this frame. Doesn't want to land on top of the blue.
56.
It's finished a little awkward. He may have to take this up into the corner. A quick look at the scoreboard. Yeah, he can cut it. It's okay. It was a thin one, but it's in. Oh, look at this.
61.
Snookered himself. There's the difference, 14, so he has to hit this. That was the last thing he thought would happen. Safely
John
negotiated.
Higgins, 61.
Barring a snooker, it's going to be 2 each. What we call here is in or over. Just roll the pink down towards the corner pocket. Well, it's not in and it's not even over the pocket. It's so difficult to get a snooker when the black's in the middle of the table like that. You want the black near to a cushion.
Yeah, I bet Judd doesn't even much enjoy this this part of the game, Dennis. I know I, for one, would just like to get on with the next frame. Especially when, as you say, where the black is, it's almost impossible to get a snooker. Because John Higgins is so clever, he'll just keep the white and pink so far apart.
This is not a bad effort. Maybe a little bit too hard, but what a good effort this was. Wasn't far away. The other thing that John's got to be careful of here, if he tries to chip the pink, and he's got to keep that cue ball under control. He doesn't want it going anywhere near a pocket. In goes the pink.
And the frame.
Well, it was all
John
Judd
Higgins.
Trump at the beginning of this match, but the experienced John Higgins goes to the mid-session interval. All square. It's 2 each.
Wonderful to look up and see some friendly faces. That could be the loneliest chair in the world. I know I've been on the end of it.
OK, here we go. 4 more frames to play this afternoon, and we've got a change in the commentary box now, as you say. Good afternoon, Willie Thorne and John Virgo.
Good afternoon, Hazel. John Higgins gets the 5th frame underway, and both players now can settle. They've got the frames on the scoreboard. Judd Trump, of course, had the perfect start, winning the first 2 frames. That had settled him, but fair play to John Higgins, as we always know with John. Long way away with that one. But it looks as though it's going to run safe, so no harm done. Yes, Willie, when Judd Trump won the first 2 frames, John Higgins looked a little bit shaky, but as we know with John Higgins, he's got more than one way of playing or winning a frame.
Absolutely right, John. And when you consider he's only had 1 break over 30 in those first 4 frames, he levels at 2-2, which shows you, undoubtedly one of the game's great match players. I totally agree with most people who are thinking that Judd Trump could just motor through this match and pot everything, but over this distance you're going to have to compete in some slow games, some safety games, and if he can do that, he could certainly win the World Championship. But I don't think he'll be able to just pot his way to the World Championship.
Line of 4 reds here. I don't know whether the bottom one could go close to the left corner. We'll soon see. We'll soon see. One. And he's just about on the brown. Here we go. I mean, the speed it's gone into the pocket, if it gets in the jaws, it'd have stayed there. Can he get through to this? I think he tried to get through a gap and maybe flick off the reds for this red to the right of the black, but can he get through there? He thinks he can. Ooh, a little shake of the head then. If you notice that, he was down just about to hit it, and then he stopped himself and he just had a little shake of the head, which tells me, well, if that's Hawkeye's view, the player's view, he can get through to it.
You're not disagreeing with Hawkeye, John, are you?
Oh, he's just caught it too thick. And you can see the pain and anguish on his face. Dear me, that nearly dropped. When it caught the right-hand jaw, Willie, I thought there was no way for it to go in.
Yeah, played with a lot of side, didn't he, to try and help the pots. Obviously, our camera angle was telling us it was very tight. John Higgins no problem in playing this punt, of course. If he hits the red, it goes in, so just be playing it for ball colour.
1.
Wonderful views we can give you now. We're at the one table situation. 2 straight on the blue, but there's a red over the right corner pocket. So no problem. Left corner as we look.
Essentially gets
6.
quite a lot off the cushion here. You play 2 cushions and needs to be at least 8 or 9 inches off the cushion to make the black an absolute certainty. You don't want to be cutting them back into the pocket.
Just stand still, please. Thank you.
And there's a couple of loose reds available. And that's just about to the inch.
7.
Now, some players have played through the gap here and just play into the pack, and knowing you're bound to be on one to the left or right, may decide to roll it in for the loose red, but Higgins is usually very attacking. Absolutely sure to be on one of the other reds if he does go into the bunch, but he doesn't fancy it. He's running through, maybe just a little lower on the black than he would like. Now, does he have an angle to get back under the black again?
14. Do you just want to hang on? Can you just go in position now, please? Thanks.
Just the run through off the second red nicely.
$22.
If he's straight enough, he can just run through for the black in the opposite corner. And he'd like an angle on the black here to nudge into the reds. It's bound to be on the one that's over the pocket he's playing the black, and a chance to loosen some reds. Well, he didn't feel as though it was worth the risk, but he wasn't happy with the angle, so he needs a good angle now, because there's no loose reds about.
31.
The middle red of the 3 on the right, he'd like to arc the cue ball into that gap there. Didn't quite get the arc, did he? It came very late. He hit the outside one of the 3. He still has reds in the middle.
38.
A little bit fortunate really to get onto that red, because he tried to get into that middle red of those 3 there, and that would have opened the lot up. Fortunate to have one over the middle.
$39. $44.
Control cannon there, didn't go into them in any pace. He's on this red to the right corner. Whether he can, I don't think he can get on the black. He'll be screwing up for pink or blue here. If he plays it hard, he's just got to watch the left middle. Well, we've got 2 reds. He doesn't
46.
mind at the moment. That's the thing that John Higgins is concentrating on now, just get enough points so that Judd Trump will need a snooker, and that's 2 reds. He won't mind that.
Got a little bit too much into the cue ball there. That's just about the only place it's not good.
51.
He had about 6 inches of space to play in and left of the pink. And just got a little bit too much side as he hit the second cushion. Judd looks on knowing that this red is now missable. Just that little bit too much side there. Just want a little less side and he would come inside the pink and been perfect on both reds. As it is, he's got a very tough shot to play with the rest, and he's 46 in front, so not over the line yet.
You see it, 46 ahead, 75 remaining. Mr. Red played with an element of safety. That cue ball's close to the corner, but it's okay.
51.
Didn't really fully commit to the pot, and with a 46-point lead, can't really blame him. Well, it was half a chance, but in all fairness, Judd knows if you're going to miss that, you're going to miss it on the thin side, not on the thick side. Chance for John Higgins.
One.
Well, the kiss always helps. Miss the kiss, no pot on, have to play a snooker. Kiss on any of the baulk colours always leaves a thin cut on one colour or the other. This time he's got thin ones on green and brown. Need at least 2 more reds after potting this green with colours, and that'll make the frame safe.
Well, he looked at that and a little shake of the head. Now, can he get past the pink to pot this red?
Sorry.
And I'm looking at his body language and he can't.
4.
Well, we say this game's all about fraction. If that cue ball had run on another half an inch, he'd have had a straightforward red. And then surely you'd say he clinched the frame, but it's just stopped short. And the red to the left of the pink is not an easy pot by any means.
Well, what a good recovery. As John rightly said, wasn't on the desired red, but that was very, very missable. The crowd warmly appreciating how difficult that cut was. OK, he was relying on good fortune to where the cue ball would finish, but he played it in such a way that he was likely to come in and out of baulk and deserved to win the frame from that shot, which he looks like doing now.
8.
Yeah, it was one of those, as thin as you can. And the cue ball finished nicely on the baulk colour. And that red
9.
puts him 55 points in front with just 51 remaining and a nice easy pink.
$15. 16.
No way that Judd Trump will be coming back to the table now. I mean, Judd Trump knows the task in hand when you're playing someone of the experience and ability of John Higgins.
23.
Won the first 2, that would have settled him, but losing the next 3 would be a little bit
24.
of a shock to the system. But plenty of time to get going again. It's best of 35 now, of course, the final, first to 18.
31.
I think this final is probably as exciting as one we've had for many years.
Okay.
It's got
32.
everything really, hasn't it, Willie? Experience. We've got the flair and flamboyance of Judd Trump, the youngster. All the
37.
ingredients to make it a great end to what has been a great tournament.
39.
Yes, different format this year. We're playing 9 frames this evening, 8 this afternoon, 9 this evening, and starting a little earlier tomorrow for the final sessions. 7 o'clock we start tonight, 9 frames
42.
being played. So there's 17 total played today. I suppose already you'd be thinking of, you know, maybe 9-8 the worst way to say you're still in the match. Any other scoreline, you start to be worried for the man that's behind. Oh, a little trick shot from John.
51.
Yeah, a little bit of right hand, well, a lot of right-hand side.
57.
Well, he run out of
64 in the
position a
frame.
couple of times,
John
just by
Higgins.
fractions, but in the end, John Higgins got his last chance and took it. And from being 2-0 behind, he now leads Judd Trump 3-2.
Nothing phases Judd. He's so relaxed. If he plays the way he does, then he can do it. He can definitely do it.
And I've heard a lot about what he wants to do with the money. He intends to spend it on a sports car. Anyone giving him some other ideas of what he could spend his money on?
Take me on holiday.
Anywhere nice? Where in particular?
Las Vegas.
And you?
Vegas. We're definitely going to Vegas. But no, I think he wants a Lamborghini, Ferrari, but I don't think he can afford the insurance for that. So he deserves it. He deserves it. Yeah. Maybe an Audi R8. I'm not sure yet.
Guys, thanks for talking to us. Hope you enjoy it.
Cheers. Thank you. Cheers, Richard.
Cheers. Thanks.
That's interesting to see his 2 pals there. They're talking about Lamborghinis and things like that. Goodness me. Good early red from Judd. I don't think the cue ball's coming far enough to leave a potable brown, so maybe just a safety. And okay, you're reasonably happy that you can tuck him in behind the brown if you don't fancy the clip. Well, it looks like he fancies the clip, so maybe able to get into the bunch of 2 cushions or 1. Well, 1 cushion, well played, Judd Trump. That was very, very aggressive. And I've got to be honest, I think that is the way that Judd has to play. He can't get involved in safety battles with John Higgins. This was very aggressive, and boy, did these balls move. All of them bar 1. The red just to the left of the pink was the only ball that didn't move there.
Well, very attacking shot. I think the big problem he's got a couple of easy starters, but the black's not available at the moment in any of the corner pockets. So ideally, with the pink a little bit tied up, he needs to be thinking about getting on the blue. On the left-hand side, there's 2 reds, 1 near the cushion, the 1 up. I don't know if he pots that makes the black available into the corner. It didn't, so up for blue or bought colour.
6.
This is in a break, you've just got to be a little bit patient with your shot choice.
Yeah, the reds have gone perfect now, and in a couple of seconds I'm sure black or pink will be in play. So this is an excellent opportunity for Judd. Excuse me. Not nicely on a red though here, and it's going to be tough
10.
to get onto a colour.
Well, you say that, Willie. I think he may just be able to get through to this red to the right corner. He's not looked at it yet, but I think he can. If he was touching the red in the middle, I think he may be snookered on it, but I think he can just squeeze past it. He can.
He's had a good look at the black, obviously. He feels it doesn't pot, so looks like he can roll through with a little bit of right-hand side, just to straighten it up off the cushion to miss the kiss on the red and be on blue or bought colour. I presume the black doesn't pot, otherwise it would have already been down on this red and knocked it in. Let's just see if it'll pass the red. And it's very tight, as you can see. You can just about see the middle of the pocket. They're okay if you directly smack behind them, you'd pot the black. But when you high or low on the black, it's amazing how difficult they become. I wouldn't risk it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the reason he's looking at the black, you'd think go up for the blue, but he's playing with left-hand side. You've got to be very careful with these. So in the end, needs a bump off the middle there. He's tried to force it up with a cannon off the second red, and he didn't judge it very well.
Judd trump, 11.
Well, that was an excellent roll-up. We say many times, particularly on these superfine cloths, how difficult they are. Little tap on the table from John Higgins. Very difficult to get it tight, and lovely touch he showed there.
Well, if he's got away with that, he's been fortunate, but I think he can get through to the red. Just might need the spider, though, to pot it, and I don't think he can get onto a colour nicely, because if he stops it dead, as if to play for the black, the red's in the way, isn't it? So he's done just about as good as he could there, John Higgins, to have got away with that. Very fortunate. Slight angle, though, might be able to get up to a blue or bought colour. Oh, yes, the outside red potted, so no problem. Be disappointed now at this second opportunity if he doesn't get a chance to win the frame at this visit.
Four. 5.
At least if he pots the one that's a little bit further out from the cushion, he'll make way for the black here. I don't know whether you can risk playing for the black off this red. Maybe up for the blue again. Well, he decided he'd go up for a bought colour, and I can understand that. At least with a bought colour, you've got choices. If he'd have come the wrong side of the blue, then it would have been a bit difficult, but he's not in close control. This could be the key shot to this frame. What's the position going to be like off that yellow? Looking good. It's okay. He'd like 13. To have been one on the corner and play for the black, but he can run through for the blue. And was guaranteed 14. The perfect angle. Great chance now. There you see it, player's view, perfectly on the blue. And in playing this red, if he judges the cannon right 19. On the second red, can get the black into play.
$20.
Black or pink, whichever he feels is the better one.
27.
Well, he was trying to pinch a bit because he didn't want to cannon the pink any thicker than he did. So much so, he nearly missed the red.
Getting ever closer to the winning line now. The lead goes to 44.
33.
So 3 more reds will be enough.
34. $41.
He just didn't get right on that red, otherwise he could have held for the black, and the black would have been enough. So after this blue, looking for one more red didn't seem a problem, but you never know. So there you see it, 58 ahead, 59 remaining. Pot the red, go 59 ahead with only 51 left.
48.
This is Judd's now highest break in the match so far, when you consider
55.
he's won 2 frames and without a high break. Made lots of contributions of 40, 3 40s and a 30, plus this contribution as well.
60. 61.
Well, he managed to creep behind the black, so still the possibilities of a first century in this final.
69.
Very measured approach he's taken in this break. I think he realised the importance of this frame.
$75. 76. Sorry. 77. Thanks. 80. 84. 89.
Well, this could be his 8th Crucible century this year. And the 71st Crucible
95.
century. And to be perfectly honest, he couldn't have played them better. That was as the audience put their turn-up banners up, Judd Trump's family very happy, and I think rightly so, because he'd just lost 3 on the trot, and to reply with a century is first class, is all square at 3 all.
But it was a measured approach to the break that impressed me there.
John Higgins to break.
Well, there's Shane from Westlife on the front row, big snooker fan. And funny enough, Judd Trump was actually tweeting his pals and in the interval, and he was thinking about asking John Higgins whether he could go and sit next to Shane while they were playing. Shane's pals there just got the earpiece in and having a little smile. I'm sure they'll be enjoying this game. Are you enjoying it, guys? Little nod, thank you very much. Uncle Willie talking to you. Oh, what a great pot that was. Unlucky you got a bad contact. Fabulous pot. In fairness, sometimes, John, a kick can help you. This may be one of the times where it does.
Well, I know what you're saying. It's left him low on the black, and which gives him a good angle to go into them. But of course, at pace, the black is missable.
Now that is the way to stun into the pack. A lot of players play to screw in the pack there, and you get an active white, and it sometimes screws back off the pack. Amazingly, there, stun into the pack, and that usually splits them perfectly, which it has done there.
Yes, when you open them like this, you're just looking for an easy starter. He's got one. He won't be bothered really which colour he plays for, as long as he gets good on the colour and the black available into both corners. Well, he could play for the black.
9.
Great chance to win the frame in one visit.
Yes, and I've been handed an interesting stat, John. Over the
16.
last 25 years, only 3 players have come from behind after the first 8 frames to win the championship. So it's very important, if you're looking at stats, for Judd not to be behind going into this second session. And of course, if he wins his frame, he can't be behind.
$24.
Just in case you're wondering what the 3 players are that have won after losing the first session, Neil Robertson beat Graham Dott in 2010. Sean Murphy beat Matthew Stevens in 2005, and Ronnie beat Graham Dott in 2004. Every other time a player's been behind after the first session, he's lost.
Just giving this a bit of thought. Got an easy enough red. It's just deciding which chord to play. And he doesn't want to risk playing for the black, but he maybe is doing.
25.
Knew he couldn't get inch perfect on the black. There was a noise there just as he was going to deliver the cue. Good thinking, get up, start again. Well done. He'd love to be on the red to the right of the blue, but he's maybe run a fraction too far.
32.
The problem is, you see, if he plays for the black on the right-hand side of the table as we look, there's a couple of reds just to the right of the black that could get in the way. He'd love to have had this red to get nice on the blue, but has he judged it? Judged 33. It to perfection.
$40. $41.
Not happy with the contact again, but no problem with the position. It's finished just as good as it could have done. It's got a perfect angle on the black to get on choice of 5 or 6 reds, funny enough here. Just play through the gap of the reds on the right-hand side, and that's going to avail 3 reds. So there's the little gap he's playing. Perhaps it could have been a fraction harder, but it's still on the bottom red.
Yes, the thing that'll
48.
disappoint him. He's on the red, but I don't know whether he can play for the black. But I think the blue's available into the right centre pocket. As long as he gets the right side of the blue, that's okay. Well, he felt he could stay on the black.
49.
And that was nice. I didn't know whether he could avoid the kiss on the second red. And obviously, if you can stay at this end around the black, this is where a player practices most of
56.
all, in and around the black spot area. This is where you do
57.
most damage. And this black will put him 64 points in front, so just another couple of reds and colours needed.
64.
And of course, I don't know whether to mention or not, but it's 8 reds, 8 blacks. I wouldn't be pushing the boat out for a maximum. I think the winning of the frame is more important.
Well, the kiss he got on the red when screwing back off the cushion has not left him on the desired red. I don't think he's got anything. He's straightforward here. The red passes up by the yellow. I think he should take that on as a shot to nothing and probably play for the green, the one next to the blue. But he's looking at the more difficult one, so it looks like he's going for the max. Dangerous. When he played it in the middle, which is even more dangerous.
Judd Trump, 64.
At this stage of the game, John, choice of shot, probably wrong.
Yeah, and I think, in all honesty, because there's no special prize for the 147, why bother? Let's give John Higgins half a chance here to get right back in this frame.
One.
Well, there's no need for John to play the cannon here, but he could easily get onto choice of reds. With the brown being off its spot, he's just got a little careful. If he plays off one cushion, or sorry, 2 cushions, he might be going very close to the middle pocket. So that's the reason he played round the cushions rather than just off the 2 cushions. I don't think he's hit this very good.
5.
Nowhere near where he played.
Sure. Okay.
Judd back in his seat. I mean, he could have rolled this in, and I'd have fancied him to pot it, but not at that speed.
Six.
And if the red wasn't tight on the baulk cushion, I would suggest that John Higgins is almost favourite to win this frame, but that last red still gives Judd an extra chance, I feel, because in about 12 shots time he needs to be virtually
13.
directly behind that red.
Well, has he left himself hampered here?
20.
I think he has. Can he just get past the black? This is not how he played to be on the red. But a good shot. He made light of what was a difficult one there.
Okay.
Be interesting to see how John
28.
plays for position if he gets these next 2 reds and colours, how he plays for that last red, whether he'll go for a baulk colour off the penultimate red. There's still plenty of points available. 51 on, of course, at the minute. I suppose he'll be playing for one of the baulk colours off this last red now to make it almost a certainty to get on the red. Will he get on it properly? So anything but straight in a couple of shots' time for that last red. He does have a slight angle here. He wants to be
36.
A little bit risky to play the cannon on the red, but there's a bit of value in it, I promise you. I mean, the only way that it can go wrong if he kisses it full ball and the white stays on the cushion. Any other kiss on the red, the white's going to come out into open play, and he'll certainly have a shot in the middle pockets available. I think, in fairness, this is worth the risk. And he has risked it. Oh, he missed it by a fraction. He's still okay, though.
37.
This was always going to be the problem, and I think he's just a little bit too straight to bring the white in and out of baulk.
41.
There you can see just off straight. Oh, goodness me. Well, you just can't hit a shot better than that.
42.
You cannot hit a shot better than that. And in fairness, it might have turned out good because he can take the yellow now. Just look at the power he put into this, and it went right in the middle of the pocket. He's hit it that well, is on the yellow, which is a bonus to get that back in its spot. Well, just when you were thinking that was going to be an unbelievable clearance, Judd Trump has been given a lifeline. John Higgins knows he should have won from there.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it, how many times a player gets in and then all of a sudden you think he's done all the hard work, and maybe the player himself does, and just took his eye off the ball, literally. And that's a super shot from Judd Trump. And the old problem, the age-old problem, can he hit the yellow and leave it safe? Well, he's gone enough, but
Judd Trump 4.
He'll settle for that. Although I think the missed pot on the yellow is still in John Higgins' mind.
26 in front now. So only the yellow needed, and does this creep into the middle? Looks very tight from here. No, with the cue ball there, he's not playing the pot. Might try and get this safe.
Well, he's got it safe, but it's not a good shot, that. Should have made it a little bit more difficult for John Higgins than this.
Asking for trouble, John, wasn't he, playing it like that? Asking for trouble. And that's exactly what he's got. As you rightly say, John, that was really a poor safety shot. You can't just leave the white in the middle of the table with somebody like John.
No, and if he was going to play it, in all fairness, I think he should have put the cue ball in between the green and brown rather than keeping it so straight. So Judd needs a bit of luck here. Easy hit. Can he get it safe? He can.
This may be a little bit too hard. Oh, he caught the black. That may have just travelled over the pocket. Didn't play that shot well. It's turned out okay, though.
Well, snooker would have been handy, but decent safety that. He was in a little spot of bother there, was Judd. Now, does this yellow pass the pink? If it does, it's a chance. If it doesn't, which it doesn't, so it's a pretty straightforward safety. Just don't catch the yellow too thin. Plenty of balls to hide behind, but would you believe it? He's found a gap.
Wow, that is very unlucky. Couldn't have played it a lot better, that shot, Judd. We criticised him at a shot he played earlier on, but that is very unlucky. Got it safe the last time he was snookered.
Thanks, Judd.
Can he get it safe this time? It's one of these you have to hit and hope, really. I mean, you want to leave plenty of distance between cue ball and object ball, and the only problem is if he catches it full, the yellow may cannon into the green, so that's what he's got to miss the green with the yellow, which he has done, and he's played that brilliantly. Well played.
Well, it's not a snooker, but I don't think Judd can get through to the potting angle of this yellow. And if he can't get through to the potting angle of this yellow, then it's not a straightforward safety, really. Well, that was the danger. That was the danger. He was trying to hit it through the gap, up and down, and it's caught the brown, and he's left it.
One thing that come to Judd's rescue here, he's got to miss the kiss on the black and pink on the way back. Plain ball, he'd virtually kiss the black off the back cushion, so may have to play a stun in between the black and pink. Don't think he can just get up and down off one cushion. Well, he thought he could. Oh dear. It was fraught with danger playing that shot, one cushion. But if the green goes in, he'll be around the back of the blue and perfect on the brown. This was a very dangerous way to play it. Played it two cushions. So with the rest around the back of the blue, straight on the brown in the middle. There's going to be plenty of frames that maybe one player should have won in this match, John, but this could be the first body blow for Judd. This was a frame he definitely should have won. Might still.
Nine.
Well, he's come very straight, and he's a little bit closer to this cushion than he'd like to be. So it's not a formality yet. He needs the three remaining colours.
$14.
Can he reach it without the rest?
$20.
Well, a choice.
Settle down, please.
Left middle or far left. I think left middle would be the choice here. a frame that Judd Trump will think he should have won. John Higgins, when he missed the easy yellow, you thought as he lost his chance, but he got another one. Judd Trump now 4-3 behind.
This from the man who so poignantly, of course, had so much talent, got to the final 6 times and just couldn't capture the crown that his talent so richly deserves. So he is in Judd's camp today, and at the moment his pick is a frame down. This is the last of the afternoon session.
And with that stat that we mentioned earlier on of 25 years here at the Championship, only 3 players have come from behind after losing the first session. You would have to hope that Judd wins this frame to make that not another possible run of 22 years where the loser is always lost. So this is a very important frame. Plenty of time to go. 9 frames this evening. Well, if he's not on a colour there, he's absolutely cursed. That is incredible. No matter how good you are, you've got to have a bit of good form now and again. The pot red round the angles was another one of Judd Trump's specials. And okay, you might get another chance, but it's always nice to get the first one. This was a beautiful pot. Just flicked the red when coming back into baulk, and that took him into baulk.
Sorry.
Well, how many more times is he going to be unlucky? Let's just go back to the last frame when he was on a maximum, as we see this going again. He screwed back off the black. He half-ball kissed the red, which covered both reds up. He potted a brilliant red very early in this frame, finished right on the baulk line, couldn't play a pot. Another brilliant pot right in the middle of blue and pink. It's not going his way at the moment. This is missable.
Thanks. Judd Trump 1.
Don't blame him at all, John, for taking that on. That was a shot that maybe 50-50, 60-40, but that was, you know, you can't question that shot selection.
One.
Well, is he on anything? I'm looking at
8.
John's body language and I'd say not. Well, nothing easy anyway. You can't get to the one that I assume he thought he'd be on, to the left corner, because that's covered by the pink.
John Higgins 8.
So just a safety. He seemed to play that with a lot of gusto, did he? He sort of tentatively played it as though, well, thinking I'm bound to be on something, but he may well have been if he'd have kissed the pink. best of safety shots from John Higgins, catching the brown full in the face, leaving the cue ball on the baulk line. And you know it doesn't take a lot to tempt Judd Trump into going for a pot. Just like that.
It's wonderful, isn't it? Oh, the exuberance of youth. What a special shot that was, and played as a shot to nothing.
Seven. Eight. Yeah. 13.
It's a little bit risky to play for the black because these reds that may just block his path. That's where he wants to be if he's playing for it. No further
14.
than that. No further. I think he's bounced a fraction too far. He has.
Yes, if he'd have got just a little bit more check side on that blue when he, sorry, on the red when he played it, it just didn't quite have enough check side to just slow it down off the cushion. And as JV put the little circle up to show you where he could finish, there's not enough check side there. This is dangerous, isn't it? You keep saying it's dangerous, John, but it's just like over the pocket, really, one of those.
Well, there's all kinds of pressure on a shot like
19.
this. But boy, did he play it well. And this time he didn't risk playing on the black
20.
because these reds on either side of the black that just make it a little bit awkward. Now, one good positional shot, and he's got a frame-winning opportunity. But it's not just that straightforward. Not yet. This could be the key.
Looks like he's judged that nicely to get the gap. And I think on reflection of today's play, it'd be almost injustice if
25.
Judd Trump didn't level at 4-4. I think it's just about a fair result of this session. Oh, he's got another bad contact
26.
though. That cue ball would have been 3 or 4 inches off the cushion more. Let's just have a look, see if we can spot it on the red. Just a little bounce, that's all. Deadens the white when you get a kick. Just took that 3 or 4 inches of pace out of the cue ball. Now, I'm not saying this is going to miss the black, but it's certainly a lot more difficult. Oh, we've mentioned before the cloth has been
30.
recovered. That wouldn't have gone in yesterday. It's amazing that now they can put a new cloth on and it makes that much difference, but boy, it does.
$39.
33 points of lead. Straightforward red with black to follow. He's just wondering what comes after the black, whether he has to play a cannon or he can get on one without disturbing that little cluster of 5.
$40.
Well, he maybe feels, because he's not got a great angle on the black to play the cannon, he maybe feels he can play for the one immediately above the black. Quick glance at the scoreboard, pots his black, goes 41 points in front, but still 67 remaining. That's where he'd thinks if he leaves the cue ball, he'll have a go at this bottom red of the 5. It's too hard. I think he's much too hard, and he shows his disgust.
47.
So he's not going to win it at this visit.
I think he was suggesting he got a bad bounce there, John, but he potted the black thin, didn't he? Which obviously would have meant the white didn't have off a thicker contact. The white wouldn't have gone that high. But just have a look at the way the black went in, John.
Yeah, just a little bit thinner potting angle or contact than he would have liked. He's got to be careful here. I mean, there's a nice target behind yellow, brown and pink if he can get the cue ball there. Another glance at the scoreboard, 41 points in front, as I say, 67 remaining. Just concentrate, I would suggest, on getting a good white.
It's not a real problem bringing the reds into play, as long as John rightly says, you get a good white. That's the key thing. You know, if they pot a good ball off the white tight on the cushion, good luck to them. But just make sure you get that right on the top cushion.
Yeah, he's got to play for the baulk cushion here. As I say, it's a good target, yellow, brown and pink. He can't just run off him, because then he'd leave John Higgins an easy safety.
Judd Trump, 47.
We just caught the green, but it's okay. It's okay. He's a little bit fortunate. There was a couple of reds that were onto the right corner, but the green has blocked the path to those. Now John Higgins has just had a look at this red in the middle of the table. Will it go through the gap of those two reds to the right corner? It did. Well, isn't that amazing?
1.
Great pot, though.
Switch the mobile off, please.
Go back to Judd's safety. He shouldn't have been anywhere near the green when playing twice across, but very unlucky, I suppose, really, to leave once you'd got away with it as far as the two easy reds were concerned. Just left a smidgen of a gap. Oh, there's another mobile gone off, I'm afraid, right on the shot.
Make sure it's switched off now, please.
Oh, I'm to leave the auditorium, one of the players, one of the guests, I should say. Probably forgot how to switch his mobile off. It's the button on the top, sir. A lot of concentration into that green. I mean, I've been stopped in his tracks, and boy oh boy, the last frame Judd Trump was a certainty. 64-0 in front, lost it. This time, best part of 40 points in front. Will he lose this one as well?
Five.
It's amazing. Somebody of John's class misjudged the cannon there. He was not even playing the cannon. He's just playing to hit it thin and get up for the blue. He didn't realise he was kissing the red. Oh, the Judd Trump special needed from John Higgins. Well, he was up to the task. Once again, though, lost the cue ball. Not perfect.
10.
He must have
John
got
Higgins,
a bad
10.
contact, because there's no way he could have missed that red by that much. But he may have been fortunate. I mean, the red just went straight on. John Higgins could not possibly have missed a pot by that distance. But it's safe, and the red that's closest to the right corner, he can't get through to. He'd love to play safe off it if he could, but I don't think that's an option. He can't get through to the red in the middle of the table because of the blue. Got a problem here.
Well, at first glance, John, the only thing I can see is play the cross double, get the white in the jaws of the yellow pocket, and that covers the red over the corner with the yellow and blue. But where's the red going that he's doubling?
Yeah, I'm just having a close look again there, from looking from behind the pocket, and if he can snick the red that's closest to the pocket, then I'd rather try and play safe off that. I mean, someone with Judd's cube power, he may decide to hit one red onto the other possible plant, but there's a danger the second red could come back up to the balk end with the cue ball. You know, just to move the red away from the corner.
Yeah, I don't mind that shot, because he's blessed with a wonderful cue power, but I still fancy that little cross double, John, and get the white in the jaws of the yellow pocket.
The only thing he's got to be careful if he did play that would be the double kiss.
And your choice, I think. Screw back and move both reds away. Oh, wow, he nearly got the... Where's the red going?
Where's the red going? Where's it going? Would you believe it?
Well, good news and bad news. Good luck and bad luck. The good luck is he potted the red. The bad luck is not on a colour.
Well, when you get a little bit of luck like that, there's no such thing as bad luck. I think I'd be happy just to be able to lay up behind the yellow, because if that red doesn't go in, John Higgins could have stole the frame. He nearly got the plant. And then all of a sudden, we're thinking, the red's over the pocket, is it? In it goes. And John Higgins now with a big problem. 32 points behind. How do you hit the red and get this safe?
Well, obviously trying to pot it, but also get a good cue ball. He hasn't done. Oh, you're kidding. How's he hit that one? As it happens, though, Judd would rather have hit it than missed it, because the white would have been on the cushion. This is obviously now a chance that Judd will certainly take.
Yes, a red and a blue would do it. Red and a blue would put him 38 points in front with just 35 remaining. He's played it nicely.
Well, warmly appreciated from this packed Crucible audience. And I think, as I've said before in commentary, I think 4-4 is about the fairest result we could have got from the afternoon's play.
Judd Trump,
but
6.
Against John Higgins, you cannot afford to do that. John Higgins is a master at getting snookers.
Well, that's just so careless, isn't it? And if he pots the red, John Higgins wouldn't have bothered coming back to the table. He's not potted the red, and he's not certain to win the frame now.
And I think he's got the snooker. Now just consider if that red had gone 2 inches harder and been virtually on top of the brown, how difficult an escape it would be. OK, the one cushion escape's on now. But he knows if he misses it, it could be very costly indeed. JV's just put a line up for me there. That's the easy escape. But of course, if you miss it, you're likely to leave a free ball. I think, John, at this situation, you just got to make sure, even if you just play the one cushion, and make sure you hit the red.
Absolutely. I mean, he doesn't have to worry about getting the red safe, because John Higgins needs a snooker. Just make certain you hit it. You can't come round off 2 cushions because the yellow covers half of the red. Good hit. Just having a look there. The balcony, his family up there. Oh, it's nail-biting stuff, folks.
John's just deciding whether it's worth just potting the red and potting a large colour rather than keep the red on. It's not easy to keep the red on and get safe here. Just having a quick look at the scoreboard, 38 behind. Had to play for the black or the pink there, and it's not necessary on either.
No, he'd like to have had that again. Couldn't play for the blue because that meant he'd have needed 2 snookers. He's got to pot this black, otherwise it's frame over.
Well, that's the handshake from Judd Higgins, and a very interesting session of snooker. This young player, Judd Trump, shows he's not going to be frightened of John Higgins. Both players share the opening 8 frames, and it's all square at 4-all.
Good evening. Yeah, Judd looks so relaxed. I must admit, if they tried to interview me before a match, they wouldn't have got much out of me.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Frame 9.
That's a new one, but
John Higgins to break.
both players seem very relaxed. I think in all sports, no matter how much ability you have, you need a good temperament. We know that John Higgins has got that, and we now know so has his opponent.
Straight away he's got a tempter. He has to be careful. There's 2 reds which both go in the left-hand corner, so depends how he chooses to play this. He wants to play it hard, follow through the white in up and down the table, or just for the black.
Well, he was close. It may have run safe. It may just have run safe. Looked for all the world as though he was going to leave it an easy pot on this red, but looks a bit too thin for John to attempt. Aired on the side of hitting that too thin. I think if he'd have hit it too thick, he would definitely have run into the black, and he was more concerned with getting that cue ball back to the baulk cushion.
I think this afternoon a lot of the frames were like the old football adage, a game of 2 halves. Judd seemed to get in, make 30 or 40 in a lot of frames, and then John came back, used his experience, and he's obviously a more experienced tactical game. Judd's got to win a lot more frames in one visit, I think, if he's got any chance of winning this final.
Yes, I'd agree with that. The style of play that he plays, I mean, it's an attacking type of game. And when you get an attacking player like Judd, then either he gets them or his opponent will. But he won't be happy with that safety. He's left John Higgins a chance of this red on the left-hand side of the table, and it's a straight run back to the baulk end. That's an excellent safety. Little tap on the table from John Higgins, acknowledging that. He can just get past the brown and play safe down the right-hand side of the table. He's got to be careful, though. He doesn't knock a red towards the left corner, and if he catches it too thin, he's got to be careful of running into the pink. So it's not straightforward, this. Got to catch this just right. Mistake. Caught it much too thick. He's only just reached the baulk line. And of course, what's worse for John Higgins, he's left an easy red to start with. Much too thick on that, which is why the cue ball didn't get near the baulk cushion. I don't think Judd will want to be playing the black at the moment. There's a red that's adjacent to the black spot. He'd love to remove that before he starts thinking about potting the black. I think that's the red he's played for, but he's just overdone it slightly. He's got the red along the top cushion, but that isn't the one he played for. He played for the one that, well, you would think will tie the black up, but I don't see what else he could play for after this red now. He's forced to play for the black.
Six.
Would you be tempted here, Stephen, to maybe try and remove that red that's near the black spot here?
Well, I was just thinking, I mean, obviously it was a bit straight to force it, but I think if he'd brought the white over to the cushion in between the pink and black, it would have been easier to play a cannon on the red next to the black spot. I don't think he'd actually play it. I think check side will slide off the cushion a little bit and won't grab the cushion enough to cannon that red, so he could be playing ball off the cushion into the reds. I mean, he'd be very unlucky not to be on one.
Yes, and the blue's on its spot, and there's baulk colours. All about, really, just making certain you get position on the next red. Black easy enough, as we give you the view coming in on this wonderful scene. Well, he's gone through the gap there, and he's going to need a good shot now to keep this going.
13.
You hit that a bit harder than I was expecting. And the reds are already quite well split open, so we know he's got the cue power to play this red and screw back for the blue, but when you're using the extension, it's not always as easy to have the same control over your cue. Has to watch the middle pocket as well. That's well played.
14.
Well, he struck that beautifully, didn't he? He really did. But with the pink on the side cushion, as we see that excellent shot again, black tied up at the moment, he's going to have to concentrate on the blue. So it's no easy task to make a sizable break here.
20.
Well, it's okay. When you play for the blue, it's always better to be too hard than too soft. It gives you the option of a baulk colour. Again, one of these screw shots that he's so good at. He probably plays screw shots better than anyone I've ever seen, John.
Well, that was a surprising miss.
20.
Stunning round of 2 cushions, didn't expect him to miss that.
One. Six.
Just overdone that slightly. So keep going up for the blue, but you've always got to get the right side of it.
7.
But Judd Trump had the problem that we highlighted, and same for John Higgins. Pink and black out of commission. Makes it very tough to score that many.
12.
9 frames to be played this evening. 4 frames an interval, and then the remaining 5. Which will mean that 17
13.
frames of this final have been played, and the remaining 18 will be played tomorrow over 2 sessions. First session of 8,
Yeah.
and the final session, possible 10. Jan Vaas, referee. All the referees, great honour for them to referee the final.
$18.
If the black pot's to the left corner, might be tempted to play a cannon here. The red to the right of the black. No. Still going up for the blue. It's another
19.
good positional shot.
Yeah, obviously the black wouldn't go into the left corner, but he's a little bit thinner on this blue than he would like, so if he's going to play a little cannon here, it can go wrong. But he's opened them nicely.
24. Yeah.
I'd say that was definitely one of the
5.
differences this afternoon as well. John Higgins definitely had his cue ball in a tighter leash when he was in the balls than Judd. And over a 4-session match, if you keep getting out of position, you soon get frustrated. You can't keep putting yourself out of trouble.
Yes, that's the great art of
30.
snooker. Putting the white ball in a good position on the next ball. Nice angle on that, and then a nice angle on the colour. And they make it look so easy. But once you do run out of position,
1.
then it just makes life a bit more difficult. But at the moment, he keeps finding a lovely angle on the blue.
$36.
16 points to lead.
$37.
once again, this Crucible Theatre. In all its glory, and it is a glorious scene, particularly when we get to the one-table situation. He's going to need 3 of these remaining reds to clinch the frame at this visit.
43.
So there you see it, 28 ahead, but still 51
48.
remaining. Once again, he's got to pot this red and get a good angle on the blue. He's had no problem with it so far, but that must have been a heavy
49.
contact. He played for the blue. He may play the pink.
Yeah, it's got to be one of the most annoying things in snooker, apart from your opponent getting a fluke, of course, but getting a bad contact is so frustrating. No fault of your own. Sometimes it happens by you not striking your cue ball as good as you might like, but on that occasion it wasn't John's fault.
That's the sort of line he's looking for. Oh, and this looks very good. This looks very good. Absolutely brilliant.
54.
Frame winner, no doubt.
$55.
Yeah, this break's been magnificent, John. I think that, apart from that kick, he's been the right side of the blue. How many reds, how many blues? Every time it's been the right side of the blue.
There you see it. 40 points ahead, 35 remaining.
60.
Well, didn't bother with that.
60.
Played the snooker. Judd Trump will probably come to the table, but he'll need a couple of 4-point snookers. And now he's missed that. I'm sure he'd look at John and concede.
Foul. John Higgins, 4.
Well, they didn't make eye contact. I'm sure if they had done, John Higgins may not have bothered playing this shot. There you see it, 44 ahead, 35 remaining. Although we say that, the thing is about this situation, if you could get one snooker and a free ball, then one snooker may well be enough. And the possibility of a snooker here. Stun the cue ball, stop it where the red is, and send the red up to the balk end. It's across it. Well, the blues come to his rescue. There's a snooker for you. Very well played. Very well played, and the red being not too close to a cushion. There's plenty of room to go round this. John, of course, will be very wary here that if he does miss the red, he doesn't leave a free ball. Yeah, good hit. This level, you feel as though you've got to get tight behind the snookering ball and cut out the one cushion escape if you expect your opponent to miss. This is a good effort, but he's just not hard enough.
Yeah, I think he'll play on as long as the red's on the table and the yellow, green and brown are there, because obviously the black as well. Good positions to get snookers. But if you're snookered yourself, it's quite difficult to lay a snooker.
Yes. Well, he doesn't want it in, and he doesn't want it over the pocket either.
Yeah.
And he's nodded to John Higgins and said, "Frame's yours if you want it." John Higgins says it. "Thank you. I'll take it." So the first frame of the evening goes to John Higgins. Judd Trump had first chance, but John Higgins leads 5-4.
Absolutely, and no one more than, I'd say, each of us here. He's just going to keep the way he's playing, play the same game. He's not going to change his game now overnight. He should just keep to exactly the same policy that he's shown for the last couple of weeks. And, you know, he can beat this, he can win this thing.
He said himself that he's not going to try and curb his natural instincts. It's easier said than done, surely, in a pressure situation, though, John.
It is, but I agree totally with the lads in commentary, JV and Steve. He's got to win more frames in one visit if he's going to win this final. It's a key, because if it comes down to one or two reds on the table, he's going to have to play well to, you know, get over to Higgins, because he is a master at it.
OK, back we go.
Oh, how close was that? I think it was just the pace that kept it out. And just wondering if the red closest to the cue ball, as we look at John's face, he couldn't believe it's still on the table, that red. Oh, this is the one. The pink's available if he knocks it in. Now, obviously the black was available, and he may have been lucky here. He may not have left anything easy. That red he's missed has covered a path, as you see there, for the red just to the right of the black. Can't beat a bit of run, I don't care how good you are. Well, John's had a look at this red to the far right corner. Difficult, this. Oh, but a great shot, and just look where the cue ball's finished. Delightful.
Eight.
Can play for the black here, okay? So make sure he's high. Well, I'm on fire tonight, John.
9.
Just looking back to that opening red, and good pot, and the control of the cue ball was superb. Yeah, funnily enough, when we come to the final, we're just offset from the table. No, when it's a two-table situation, we sat right over the black spot, so to speak. And sometimes it's difficult just to judge the angles, but...
Got to learn the art of the commentator's eye, John.
Yes.
$15.
That's the red that they wanted to clear away. And the blacks and the open, obviously, for two pockets.
22.
They'll be looking to finish high on the black here to split into the reds. Yep, he's finished low.
23.
Yeah, he knows there's a red in the middle of the table, so what the last thing he wants to do now when he plays the cannon, and he will play the cannon, is not to hit the middle of that cluster. He wants to hit the edge of left or right. You'd think he'd be the left side of the cluster to release the cue ball. And just played a control one, but he's developed 2 reds into possible positions.
30.
Played it nicely.
He's got a choice of reds here. The red to the left of the pink, to the left corner, or is the red at the bottom of the pack to the right corner? Stunning for the red to the left corner. Yes, it got one right.
He's getting down pretty quick, so he must be nicely on this red. A little bit straighter would have been better.
37.
And we know that there's a red at the bottom of the cluster that will go, and he'd like to keep low on that. He's not inch perfect on this black, it has to be said. That's why he's had a quick look at the pink. He's got a little bit to do with the cue ball here. Forced it in. He's on this red, he's low, and in potting it, he'll be bringing other reds into play, so
44.
Give the pot full concentration, because the reds will be opening up here.
$45.
Oh, he's just about on the green to the middle. That's the problem when you play it hard like that. You're not certain where the cue ball's going to finish. But if he knocks this in, this could be a frame winner.
John Higgins, 45.
And I think that's what he thought. I thought he'd roll that in, but just trying to concentrate on using a good technique. It was a bit of a jump, but stunning it as he was, that can happen.
Yep.
And as you said earlier, Stephen, we've had a few frames where Judd Trump has got in and not made the most of it. It could be role reversal here.
Yeah, this is a huge opportunity for Judd. Doesn't want to let John get 2 frames ahead and start getting, you know, confident and playing his natural game. Great opportunity to pinch the frame. Play one shot at a time.
8.
Give each shot full concentration.
9.
Even as early as this in the match of, you know, first to 18, these frames can be huge.
He had no problem being the wrong side of the
14.
blue in normal circumstances with that red near the baulk cushion. Just having a look now what colour to play. And he knows the ones near the left corner, that's bound to be there. Is it worth, for example, playing for the yellow and trying to open up those 4 reds? There's a little bit of risk involved.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct what you're saying, John. I think it's definitely worth the risk of leaving a half ball yellow, stand off the side cushion, and at the reds, as you say, if he misses the pack, he's more than likely going to be in the red over the corner. Gives you such a boost of confidence when you can
15.
pinch a frame.
Well, he did play the cannon.
17.
But I think he was a little bit concerned that if he didn't catch him right, he might serve himself. He was a little bit negative, I thought, on that shot. But it's understandable. Now, this is the shot.
18.
Could have made this black, the pot on it, a little bit easier, but he's got a nice angle to cannon and bring those 4 reds into play. Could all hinge on this.
$25.
It's not so easy to control the white here. We have 2 cushions for the blue.
Yep.
He's just played 1 cushion up and
26.
down. Which I think if he played 2 cushions, it's sort of less margin for error. Means if it's too hard, he would have been on the pink. So now he's going to have to drop this blue into the corner, which these are never easy. Also has the brown. He can come off 2 cushions. But again, the white's travelling a lot further, so harder to get right.
Yeah, and I'm certain he was thinking about the brown he missed in the last frame, which was a similar. Okay, it was in another pocket, another baulk pocket, but it was similar. He's well short of pace.
Judd Trump.
Didn't cue that
30.
very well. Needs the blue to come to his rescue here. But I think the red that's in a direct line with the black and the pink, or the one nearest the black, oh, he can get past the blue, so this one's easier.
Foul.
Well,
Judd Trump 4.
dropped in the middle, but in all honesty, John was nowhere near the pot. And when you consider if he'd have knocked that in, it was more or less frame ball. Not like John to miss opportunities like that. Well, he's sizing this up. You just think the way he plays, he's going to go for this. He may think the only red he can leave is the one he's playing, but he needs to get it. Wow, wonderful. He decided to screw back to the baulk line. But he screwed too far, but just a little roll up to the green. And he'll have John Higgins in all kinds of trouble. Great pot. Didn't fully commit for the positional side of the shot.
Green ball.
But the green will leave the snooker.
Judd Trump 1.
That was a magnificent pot, John, wasn't it? The cueing and how still he keeps his head, that's what I commented on this afternoon. It's incredible. Head doesn't even move.
Yeah, he's got cue power to spare. Now John Higgins has got to hit this well. Oh, he's gone for the hit and hope. He went for the hit and hope. He's left the red, but at least he's put a lot of distance between cue ball and object ball. Another chance to steal this frame. The problem is the red will only go in the left corner pocket. It won't go in the right corner because of the black, so a good positional shot needed. Well, he's pushing there because he knew he just didn't get into that enough, and that's why he's on the red, but he's a little too close to the cushion for comfort. Just 6 points behind. This is the key shot now. Pot the black. If he gets nicely on the yellow, frames at his mercy. And he's played it absolutely perfectly. I always say that the yellow is a nice easy ball for a left-hander to play for.
12.
Colours on the spots. He needs up to and including
14.
the blue to win a frame that will hurt John Higgins.
Yes, I've just seen John have a little shake of the head there.
70.
He knows he's had a couple of bites at the cherry to win this frame. And he would have hoped to stamp his authority on this match at some stage. It's not happened so far.
21. Six. In the frame.
No need to pot the black. John Higgins had quite a few chances in that frame. He'll be disappointed to have lost it. But Judd Trump will be delighted. He's got to hold on to John Higgins, and you did there. 5-all.
Back we go.
Thank you, frame 11. John Higgins to break.
Just had the 1 century break in this match. That was from Judd Trump in frame 6, but every other frame has been keenly fought. Drama till the very end. This is a World Championship final at its very best.
It's always great to have two contrasting players, isn't it, John, in a final? Two completely different styles. John still plays snooker very aggressively, but not like Judd.
Yeah, and you mix the two together and you... Well, as we're expecting a tremendous final here. Good pot. Now, has he got the pace to come down and get position on the black? It's running, he's on it.
1.
Good shot.
Yeah, there's only one thing on his mind here. Potting this black and smashing into the pack. A bit unlucky there, but the reds were a little bit apart, so it's always more difficult to split them.
8.
If the reds were closely together, they probably would have opened. But those two reds were just apart from the main pack, which made it difficult.
Yes, when you hit the first red, they haven't got enough pace to open other reds, and of course it's taken all the pace out of the cue ball.
Judd Trump 8.
Well, just while we have this little bout of tactical play, we've got a pulse question for you. We've just seen in the mid-session interval that spotted white. Do you think they should use a spotted white while they're playing in the tournaments? If you think yes, you can vote. And it's bbc.co.uk/snooker and click on pulse. Yes or no?
What next, John? A big smiley face in the yellow?
Yeah. Well, Judd Trump had an anxious look here to see if he'd left this red along the top cushion. I think when he played the red in the middle, he didn't think he was going to leave it. And I don't think he has left enough of that red sticking out past the black. But this red is certainly possible into the far left corner, but I think John Higgins is playing safe.
Chance of a long straight red here. Stun for the black. This is fraught with danger. Red's all over the place should he miss. Oh, that's unlucky. Cued that beautifully. There's just a little bit of angle in the red which made the cue ball move to the top of the table, so now it's just a safety.
Yeah, it was a good pot, but it just didn't go in the heart of the pocket. I think if it had done, he maybe could have just held the cue ball. Oh, we've got the answer to the polls. Would you like to see a spotted cue ball? Well, 5,500 have voted. 36% of you say yes, and 64% say no. Make that 65%. Thank you.
I'm glad to see the snooker viewers have got some sense.
Well, quite a bit away, and he's leaving this red on. And I think Judd can just cue past the brown. This would have been awkward if he couldn't get to the middle of the cue ball, but he can get to the middle of it. And that time, right in the heart of the pocket, perfect on the black.
Fantastically cued, long shot. Great chance here to score a good few points before he even has to think about making cannons.
9.
Couldn't really put the reds any better. Can he win his first frame of the night in one visit?
$16. 17.
Oh, if he's straight, that's a little bit careless.
24.
Just leave yourself a nice angle and it's so easy. You may be able to force it round off 2 cushions, but you didn't want to be forcing it round.
25.
Played it pretty well. Now obviously the red just above the black is available, so if he's going to play a little can, he doesn't have to play it too hard. He can always be on that red. Well, he did play it a little harder than I thought, but he's okay. He's got a red to the right corner.
32.
Yeah, I was like you, John. I thought he was just going to put the black dead weight and a little
33.
slow cannon into those reds. He wasn't guaranteed on being a red there. But he's still in nice position. Perfect on the blue.
Just having a look what's available. He's got a nice angle on the blue, but in all honesty, I prefer to play for the loose red and then try and leave a nice angle on the black. Well, is there a plant to the right middle? There may be. There may be. It's very close.
38.
Looks on to me.
39.
Well, he's got a nice angle to play the cannon, but if it is a plant, he wants to be careful he doesn't hit that and knock it into the right centre pocket. It's one of those, when the reds are so close together, it's imperative you hit the first red full in the face. Either side, and you can squeeze the second ball offline. .48 lead. This could be the key to the frame. This next shot.
I can't believe he played that shot, John.
46.
He knew the plant was close.
Yeah, and I think the plant was on. But because he didn't at the first one, he just squeezed it over to the right, fortunately for Judd. And I think what put him into that position is that if it had been straight on the black, I think he'd have just rolled the black in and played the plant. But because he had the angle to go into them, he sort of forced his hand a little bit. This is not easy.
Yeah, but the red had just played with a rest. He could have just followed through. He's left-handed. He played that red, but he's still in play. I think he's got a slight angle in the blue. He can follow through, maybe play the red that's closest to the white into the centre.
Yeah, well, player's view, he can screw behind it, it appears. You'd want to get close to this red for me. They always look easy, these, on the screen, but it's slightly more of an acute
52.
angle than it appears. I've just got to be careful with this. Any call will do.
$53.
Okay. Now this blue will put him 67 points in front with 67 remaining, so he still needs one more red. And he may have to play a little cannon to develop that frame-winning ball. No, I don't think he's on anything.
58.
There it is, 67 ahead, but still 67 remaining. He's not over the line just yet.
He's got a chance of a thin cut in the red to the left corner, but he's just checking that the cannon into the red that's next to the pink is not going to send the pink into the centre pocket.
Yeah, well, in situations like this, I mean, as you say, it's a very thin cut on its frame ball. He's thinking, can I put the pink safe? But don't overcomplicate the situation.
58.
Good break, good finish. But John Higgins can still tie. He didn't win the frame in one visit. I mean, at the moment, there's no way that John Higgins wants to pot one of these reds, and the reason for that, of course, is the black's tied up. And if he doesn't get a black off one of the reds, he's going to need snookers. So maybe it's worth taking this red on. If he pots it, he's won the frame. At the moment, John Higgins can't get on the black, and he'll need the black. Hello there.
One. So that shot was bang-tided.
And it's shots like this that has really captured the imagination of the public. And that red is good enough for John Higgins. He concedes. Fantastic. Judd Trump, everything John Higgins throws at him, he keeps coming back. And he now leads by 6 frames to 5.
You know, as the more experienced he becomes, he gets to learn a lot more shots, and he learned so much playing John Higgins over 4 sessions. But we've seen it before, Sean Murphy, even Joe Johnson, when Joe Johnson beat Steve Davis back in 1986, another unbelievable putter.
Indeed. Well, he's got his nose in front again.
Thank you.
Yes, he's got everything, and I think the most important thing that Judd Trump has shown us is his temperament. He's got the temperament to be a champion. And I think what convinced me of that, as John Higgins played a little swerve, played it nicely, and the kiss on the yellow was good enough to leave the cue ball near the baulk cushion. Just a bit thin, and he's left this red much too thin, much too pace in the cue ball. But just going back to Judd Trump, Stephen, in his second session against Dean Junwei, he was lucky really to win a frame that session, but he put it behind him and came back and, of course, won what people will talk about, an epic semi-final. Well, there's a surprise. They're half chances, and normally John Higgins takes them.
Yeah, hit that very badly. He played to screw around the back of the black. Looks like cannon into the black. There's the black over the centre. These are the sort of shots that Judd doesn't really like to play, the sort of slow rolls. And really play the black and smash into the pack here.
I think it's long odds against him not doing that. Just got to check the pack, make certain there's no plants there. I mean, he could play for the red that's loose on the left-hand side. But into the pack he goes. Now, how's your luck? There's a red coming across to cover 1. It may have covered 2. Does the red pass the pink to the right middle?
8.
That appears to be the only red available. It does.
Pot this black, stun off the cushion for the red that's just to the left of black into the same pocket. Which will clear the black to both pockets.
$16. $17.
I'd like to cannon the red that's just above the black to the right and leave one of the 2 reds to the left corner. Well, again, he's hit that a lot harder than I expected him to hit it. I don't think he's done anything.
No.
24.
A little bit too much bottom on that cue ball. I wanted to stun through that red, and there was no need for that amount of pace. He's desperately looking to see if he's a pot on, but I don't think there is. Can he see enough of this red for the far left corner? I didn't think so at first glance. And at second glance, I don't think he can just get through to it. He'll be disappointed he didn't make the most of that opportunity when he
Judd Trump,
brought
24.
the reds into play. But sometimes the balls just don't run your way for one reason or another. So you've got to show a little bit of patience. Well, can he get past the green to pot this red below the brown? If he can, that's a bit careless from John Higgins. Well, it is. Good pot, don't get me wrong, but amazed John Higgins even gave him a sniff of that.
I did say to John the other night, he'd been watching the semi-final with Ding and Judd, and we said the most dangerous opponent you can play is the one who's just out there having fun. When you're playing every shot for a pint of blood.
Yeah, and certain styles of players can ruffle players. I always remember Eddie Charlton, Steady Eddie from Australia, and very tough man to beat, and yet Kirk Stevens used to play him and never had any problem whatsoever, because Kirk's type of game just was suited to punishing Eddie, and he played shots that Eddie never expected a player to go for.
Yeah, sometimes you can be just put out your comfort zone.
Over half an hour since John Higgins potted a ball. There'll be a mid-session interval after this frame, and then 5 more, remember. Not the usual 4 we expect. Playing 9 frames in this session. So there's still a lot to play for. Every frame key. Well, I can only assume that he did play that cannon, and he's on this red. And he's on the black. Well, what a chance to go 2 frames in front.
17.
Back to his dressing room, very happy with his evening's work so far, winning 3 of the first 4
18.
frames, if he can make the most of this opportunity.
$25.
It's interesting to see how different players play in different situations.
Yeah.
That shot, I'd have just been stunning for the pink into the right centre, and You've got three
26.
reds, 3 reds all around the pink spot. So you wouldn't even need to use a cushion, just a series of little stuns, follow-throughs. Judd prefers to hit the ball with a bit more pace. He's finished wrong side of the blue, but it's okay, there's a red in bulk.
Well, look at that tournament. John
31.
Higgins 5,471, Judd Trump 5,473.
32.
Just over 2 weeks of they've potted some balls, in other words.
I want to know whose job it is to count that.
$37. $38.
He didn't want to roll it in. He played the stun run through, and he's suffered the consequences here. It looked a certain to roll it through, and he's thought, I don't want to roll it, I want to play the stun run through, and he just struck that cue ball a little too low below centre, and it didn't run through, and it's a pressure pink he's left here. I'm sure he'll take it on, but it's no gimme this. Tremendous recovery. And there you see it. That was frame
44.
ball. 68 ahead, 67 remaining. And to really put the frame to bed, he needs to pot this red.
45.
It's there. That means that John Higgins needs lots of snookers. Mid-session interval. Judd Trump certain now to have a 2-frame advantage.
50.
74 the lead now, 59 remaining. John Higgins will not be coming back to the
51.
table. He'll be disappointed with the way he's performed in the first 4 frames.
Yeah, I agree, John. I think tonight John's plan would definitely be to have a lead going into the second day. That's what my plan would have been. But it's not
53.
not working at the moment. He's got problems.
Yes, and
54.
a few half chances we normally expect John Higgins to take. He's not done so. And you can just see Judd Trump getting stronger here.
61.
I think the 10th frame was an
62.
important one when John Higgins got in first, made a break of 45. Looked as though he was going to win the frame, but Judd came in and won that frame. And it's those type of frames that you win when you sat in your chair for a
69.
few minutes thinking you're going to lose. And when you win them, it's such a boost to your confidence. And vice versa for your opponent. He's turning on the style. This is what he loves to do. And we may just get a century out of him here if he can pop the colour. If you get to 73, you can make the century with the 6 remaining colours. He can do it now. Great shot on the pink.
76. 78.
This will be the 72nd century of the tournament. And Judd Trump's 9th.
81.
He's just got to play a good positional shot from brown to blue.
85.
Well, we've seen exciting frames, but there's nothing that a Crucible
90.
crowd likes better than to see a century. Switches to his right hand Will it make any difference? Well, he potted the pink.
96.
Are we going to roll it in, Judd? Are we going to ram it down the pocket? Ram it down the pocket, we will! What a sensational finish! They go to the mid-session interval. The young man from Bristol, Judd Trump, leads John Higgins by 7 frames to 5.
The last frame, he made a century break. I thought, oh, he might just roll the black in and make sure of a century, and this is what he done. Have a look at those bouncing balls, and the black flew in the pocket.
Thank you, ladies and
What a way to
gentlemen.
make a century. That's why this crowd is
13th
taken
frame.
to this young potting machine.
John
He
Higgins to
really is a
break.
bit special. He's smiling away. He's loving every minute of here at the Crucible. So John Higgins gets the frame underway. He's brought a red up, and it might just be cuttable. You know, he won't refuse it. Doesn't look as if he's going to miss anything, will he?
Yeah, would have liked that cue ball to bounce again, but I think it may have stayed just short enough to be able to pot the green in the middle pocket as we have a look at the red for the second time. Played probably in and out of balk. Now let's see what angle he has on the green to see whether he can get up for one of the reds. The red just above the black, he's got a nice angle, so the one just above the black will pot. He needs to find that gap.
Yeah.
And I think he's found it. And in fact, he couldn't have played any better.
4.
There's a red at the back of the bunch that will be available. Let me just show you the pot success rate. Judd at 91%.
Five.
He's just spotted something on his cue. When he pushed the cue through there, he must have seen something, because you look down the cue and there was something just distracted him there. And maybe that just made him lose his concentration. He's still looking at the cue there. Maybe just a little mark or something that's not normally there. And he's missed very few of those, I can tell you.
So just coming up to 39 minutes, or just over 39 minutes, and John Higgins has eventually potted another ball, but he tried to bring the pink into play there. That didn't work. So he's only scored 1 there. Be a safety shot from here.
John Higgins 1.
Well, he's still looking at the cue there. That was initially, but when he was back in his seat, he was looking at it also. And that's, well, he may have got away with that, but that was a poor shot. Just a little lapse in concentration for the last couple of shots.
I can only think, Dennis, that Judd's still looking at his cue. He maybe just slipped out his hand in the dressing room and probably just banged against the wall, and it's probably just put a little dent in the wood or something, but it can't be anything more serious than that.
What has he spotted in the bunch here? There may be a plant, but there's quite a bit of distance between the two reds. lining up where he would hit the first red. He'd pick a spot on the cushion there, and then he'd try and send the first red to the spot that he was aiming at. So he's got to make this. Well played.
6.
It all depends whether the pink spot will become available here, as we see this plant played for a second time, and a very good one it was. If the pink spot goes on, he may be bringing a few more reds out here with this pink. Just a couple. How does it spot? He'd like it not to be fair, because obviously the black's out of commission at the moment, and now it's the pink. So this is not a good chance at the
12.
moment.
Just wondering if he's got an angle. Yeah, he can take the red and get back for the blue here. There you see it. Maybe gone just a little too far. He was hoping to leave the blue and then cannon into the pink and reds, bring them into play. So it's a change of plan. Just removing the chalk there because he's leaning over the table and that could catch on the cushion. So we'll try to get that angle again on the blue, but he's got to be pretty precise.
15.
Medium range pot.
So
he's got another chance. Can't get to the pink this time, as you can see from the player's view, almost straight. So can he get himself nicely on the blue this time to get into the pink?
21.
And if he does get that nice angle, Dennis, he doesn't have to go into the pink hard, does he? Because the two reds below the pink, one will push to the left, one will push to the right.
22.
So he doesn't have to play this hard.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't stick on the pink. He's pretty good at this shot, John. He plays it very well.
And that was the reason I didn't expect him to go in hard, Dennis. You can lose the white going in hard. There was no need to go in hard there.
Didn't catch the pink full
27.
ball though, did he? Caught it half ball, and as soon as you do that, the white's going to spin towards a corner pocket.
John Higgins, 27.
John was a bit reluctant to go up the table, decided to use the cushion behind the black spot as a safety shot, but is it safe with this player coming behind you? It's not safe. Ryan there just looking around at his brother Jack to say, well, what about that shot into the middle pocket? Well, John Higgins thought he had him safe, and now he's right in amongst them with the pink and the blue potable. He doesn't have to even worry about
6.
the black at this stage.
The interest that this young man has caused this season has been absolutely tremendous. I was walking around the Crucible at the interval, and lots of people were just saying how much they enjoyed Judd Trump, and two people from Amsterdam were over, and Melissa and Vincent from Amsterdam have come over to watch Judd Trump play.
7.
And they've never seen anything like it, apparently. So it just shows you from all over the world they're coming to watch this young man play.
And at the interval, I was speaking to a gentleman who is also watching this young player, and we talked about Ted Lowe and the little tributes to Ted, and I mentioned about watching
13.
in black and white back in the 50s and 60s. Ted commentating on
14.
the great Davis brothers, Joe and Fred. There was another player he used to commentate on, and I was speaking to him at the interval, Jackie Ray. A lot of the viewers will remember Jackie Ray, the Irish snooker professional who did so much for our game with his trick shots, and he was fast around the
20.
table. And Jackie is 90. He's watching at home. He hasn't been too well. He's got to go in for some tests in May. And Jackie, I hope everything's okay for you, because you did a lot for the game of snooker also.
21.
Jackie was born in Belfast and lived for 18 years in Dungannon. Great with his trick shots. He was special. And he said to me, he said, where has this player been for the last 4 or 5 years? And he says, I can't believe I'm
27.
watching someone pot balls like this.
Well, he's certainly been this good for quite some time. He's just learned how to mix it. Little unlucky
28.
there not to have come away from the cushion. So a little tuck in behind the black.
Judd Trump, 28.
So once again, Judd Trump's got himself back in the game, and if John Higgins didn't hit this and get safe, Judd will have a chance to go 3 clear.
Foul.
Well, the best of luck, Jan.
Judd Trump 5.
He's dreading it, isn't he, Dennis?
Yeah.
Judd's
Okay,
saying
put it up, please.
he's smiling, Judd.
Mind, they can get it back with the aid of the monitor now. The
yellow on its
marker
spot?
will help Jan out here.
I think it's looking at the blue was on its spot, Dennis, and the yellow was on its spot, so it's just a case of getting the red in the right place, isn't it?
It's a bit unlucky not to hit the other red. He played to hit this one and almost made contact with the one next to the blue. So he's given himself 2 chances of hitting a red here. That's the monitor they're looking at there. Arian Williams just pointing his finger left a bit, right a bit. And
Are you happy, John? Judd?
let's have a look. That's where they were, and let's have a look now. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Both Judd and John having a... So can he hit it? Can he get it safe? You just trust to luck. You've no idea where they're going to finish. And have a look at this. Well, that was amazing. John held his hand up, and well, all of a sudden Judd hasn't got anything to smile about, because how he's got away with that is quite incredible.
And Judd only has the same option, Dennis, isn't he? There's no way, as we see John Higgins just hit and hoping, Judd's going to have to play a hit and hope here. There's no way he can't get 2 cushions to glance and hit one thin, so he's going to have to play 1 cushion and just hopes he leaves plenty of distance between cue ball and object ball. Well, he's looking at a 3 cushion escape going this way round. Just wonder if he can get past the black and play 2 cushions. So there is a 2 cushion shot on. Needs to cash it thin. Oh, unlucky. Unlucky. That could have cost him the frame.
John Higgins, 4.
Well, when Judd had John tucked in behind the black, I'm sure he thought he was a strong favourite to take this frame and extend his lead to 3 frames. But that little bit of good fortune has changed this frame around now.
One.
Just has to mind his work now, John, doesn't he? Doesn't have to worry about the black. He's 1 point in
7.
front, so up until included the blue will be enough. Yeah, possibly take the blue now, or not from that
8.
position. He won't. He'll take the green, but just got to make sure he doesn't leave himself hampered. If he only screws back a couple of inches, he'll be struggling to cue over the blue. But for a man of John's class, should be able to screw back far enough to leave that not being a problem, which he has done. Now looks a certainty.
11. $13.
Well, there's a bit of adrenaline there. He's overscrewed that by about a foot. It's still okay, but the light's been a lot closer than this.
$16.
Just the brown and blue needed. Got very little to do with the cue ball here.
20. $25.
Well, Judd looked a strong favourite to take this frame, but that little bit of good fortune when escaping from the snooker paid off for John Higgins. He's just one behind now at 7-6. Meanwhile, John just back. And it's Judd Trump who's going to break off.
Noticeable on those stats, Dennis, that Judd's in front on every single stat, which is worrying when you think that John Higgins is such a great match player. Judd Trump breaking off in the 14th frame. He'll feel a little aggrieved he's not gone 3 clear, because he was a few points in front, got John Higgins in all sorts of trouble, hit a note from Higgins, ended up winning the frame because of it, because he fluke to snooker back on Judd. Now this is the kind of shots that John normally takes on, with the black being free.
He's almost dead straight on this. Look at that. The white's closer. He'll take that though. Yeah, it's nice to get a little bit of good luck over a 4-session final. It usually evens itself out, but always nice when you do get it. You need it at any sport you play.
Yeah, it's interesting to notice John Higgins' pot success rate. It's below 90% now. All throughout the tournament, it's well over 90. I just wonder whether the fact that Judd Trump keeps knocking long ball after long ball after long ball, it puts an hell of a lot of pressure on you, Dennis, doesn't it? Potting them yourself, and he's starting to miss a few, John Higgins, in this match.
Where's that cue ball going?
1.
Judd's safety success rate has been pretty good, but that was a very poor safety to leave that red over the middle pocket for John.
Green ball.
This is a decent chance for John Higgins. There's still 3 potable reds.
4.
This was the one he just didn't hit it hard enough and left it over the middle. Delicate little cannon required here, either side. In fact, he's played to just hold it, and well, we know what's coming now. He's going to open quite a few of the reds up, and he's got to be careful that he doesn't lose the white. Now, where's the cue ball going to finish up? You just never know when you play 13. That shot. He's got the pink, which is probably slightly easier than this black along the cushion, but he took a risk there.
Yes, he can't really refuse this black, but boy, it's missable as we see it, this shot being played again, just knocking that black on the cushion. Yes, it didn't play that with any confidence at all. I think in fairness it'd have been better rolling it in rather than playing with any. You see when he plays this shot, he's queuing down on it, stunning it in, and that tends to push the cue ball in. If he'd have rolled it in, he still had the red in the middle. Surprised he stunned it.
One. Seven. 8.
I love this shot as it sweeps in over the crowd.
Well, Judd's looking at the pack
13.
quite a bit there, but obviously off the blue it's not easy to go into them. It's not better to go into them from the pink, but
14.
he feels he's spotted something. You know, he doesn't want to kiss the pink here. He wants to just glance by the pink and hit those 3 reds on the left of the pink, virtually full ball. Now just needs to miss the pink. Well, he hit the pink. That's why he's not on one. That's a poor shot, really. Didn't play to hit the pink.
19.
Mind you, the way he pots, he'll probably cut this into the corner and finish on a bulk colour and clear up. That's what he was thinking about. I wouldn't put it past him. Well, he's still in the bulk colour. Certainly got this crowd going, this potting machine from Bristol. He can't come off the side cushion and into the reds because of the 2 there, the left side of the table, but he could possibly develop those. He's just looking to see if one would go into the middle pocket, but that would be a very difficult pot. If he could cannon into the 2 just off the cushion and maybe cannon both reds. Well, he found the gap, but that's okay.
24.
He tried to bring them both into play there, and he almost did that. Just wondering if the red at the top of the little group of 4, if it goes into the right corner, that could play a big part. If it goes, he could play to get on that. And there you see it. So he doesn't necessarily have to go into those reds just yet.
Well, he's taking the more difficult blue to get onto that red, but the brown appears to be a lot easier than the blue, but he's likes the long shot. Well, playing to cut it in, but I thought he was playing it in the top pocket when he played it. In fairness, that's the best result he could have had, having missed the blue. The brown was so easy to stun around 2 cushions to get onto that red. The blue was obviously a little bit more difficult. It's so hard to criticise Judd because he's just been absolutely brilliant in this tournament, but on the break building side he just tends to pick the wrong shot sometimes. That's the only criticism I could make about him. He's just absolutely brilliant.
He's 21 years of age, and He will learn. He still will learn about the game. He would tell you that. But listen, we just want to keep watching this fella the way he plays.
Yes, my late brother Malcolm used to rave about this young man. He won all the junior tournaments. He used to come over virtually every week to the club at Leicester and then Colville, where my brother ran the clubs, and he should be raving about Judd.
Could prove to be a very useful double. It was Judd who opened these reds up when he tried to cut the blue in and bring them into play.
Three.
Mind you, with all these pots and long pots that Judd's been pulling off, it could quite easily be 7 each. So that tells a story. Oh, that seemed to come off the cush. John just lifting his hand there as if it did seem to come off the cush quite quickly there. He did get a bounce. Let's have a look at this second. It just carried on. Well, that was a bit ambitious, but he was very clever in the way he played it.
John Higgins, 4.
He knew he could maybe take the risk of the black and it would block the pocket.
Oh, Judd's got a chance here of playing a similar thing. He can play a double and get the white right on this back cushion. The one on the cushion, he can double in by the blue, and he can leave the white tight on this back cushion here where the black is, and that'll be a virtuous shot to nothing. There is a very easy safety shot on there, of course. Does he occasionally play safe, Dennis?
Yeah, his safety's quite good, actually. He doesn't want to play safe, but you don't get to the final of a World Championship and win a ranking tournament, as he did in China, without having a good safety game. He's been likened to Jimmy White, playing with his left hand. And just while this little safety bout's on, just going back to dear Ted Lowe, I remember Jimmy White playing, and I was with Ted in the commentary box, and there was nothing on, and the reds were all in a bunch, and Ted said, all Jimmy White can do is roll up to the reds. Jimmy hit the packet 100 miles an hour, 5-ball plant shot in the corner pocket, and Ted said, well, I didn't spot that one. That was marvellous. Bit of fun and games now with the black over the pocket. Could get to a stalemate if they keep chipping reds towards the black. It's not right over the pocket, as Judd is showing you there. It might possibly go in off the black, but you'd want to be in behind the red. You wouldn't want to be trying to cut it in from where he is, but you never know with this player. He might even attempt that, but
I don't think he can hold the white enough to keep it in baulk. So if he does attempt it, which he didn't do.
Well, John's now looking at it. I mean, this shot is on, but you'd want to be closer to the red rather than a full length of the table. Where's that cue ball? It's angled, and I'll tell you what an angle it is. But that's ended the stalemate with the black over the pocket, but that was a useful corner pocket. Have a look at this.
Well, it's very tough to get safe here. Maybe. Well, it looks like he's coming off a cushion or two here. Don't quite understand. He's obviously trying to catch it. Even if he hits the red on the way back off 2 cushions, he'll do well to miss the kiss on the black. I don't quite understand this shot.
He is in such a hole, though, isn't he? If he caught it thin, he might possibly get away with it, but he has to be so precise with it. He's got to get it in the jaws of the pocket virtually.
Did you not think if he hits it off 2 cushions, the white would cannon the black on the way back?
Yeah, if he hits it half ball, it would. You'd have to hit it thin, wouldn't he? But the black's slightly in the way of him. You'd have to go very close to the black.
John, thank you.
He needs a little trace aside on it.
Foul. A miss.
Because when he hits the second
John
cushion,
Higgins,
it's straightening up. A little bit of right-hand side would take him over to the red. This is his 3rd attempt at this. And he can have as many goes because he is snookered. So 3rd time lucky. But if he gets a little touch aside, I think it will throw it towards the...
You can't see full centre ball contact.
I think he's just asking Jan Verhaas to make sure that it wasn't a 3 ball, a 3 missed.
Foul.
Now John Higgins may not take the miss here. He might. What he is doing, I thought he might come and have a little look at this red, but he didn't fancy it.
He seems to be playing it plain ball, because when it hits the second cushion, a big sigh there from Judd. 4th attempt.
Okay, John.
Right, a little bit aside, Judd, and it'll take you to the red.
Foul. And a miss. John Higgins,
obviously people are now thinking, you know, why is he not playing it further at the cushion? Well, I mean, it's so very, very easy to hit the red, but of course he's got to hit it thin. If he hits it thick, the white stays down this end. If he hits it half ball, the white kisses into the black on the way back. So he's actually got to hit it quarter ball. That's the reason he doesn't mind giving these points away. You know, even if he gives another 12 points away, until he gets it just right. See, there's the kiss on the black because he hit it too thick.
And he's pushed the black on as well, Willie. Yeah, it was a tough position he was in. There was very few shots available to him there.
I've got to be honest, if John Higgins gets out of this session no worse than probably 9-8 behind or something like that, obviously he can be in front at this session, but John Higgins has not really played today. He's just been hanging on to Judd's coattails. I think really Judd deserves to be in front, but he's letting his lead slip now.
Quick look at the scoreboard.
8.
And he won't need the difficult red, all those penalty points. I suppose when you think about it,
9.
had he have just hit the reds and hoped for the best and kept that one safe, he'd have been better off. But hindsight's a great thing at this game.
16. 17.
Black, red, black would put him 40 in front with 35 on the table. He might go black, red, pink and move that red to make absolutely sure.
24.
There's the angle on the pink.
25.
And even though when he pots the pink, Judd will need snookers, might as well move the red and make absolutely sure. And he finished up missing the cannon on the red, but Judd at the snookers required
31.
stage. Wow, he's nearly gone in off.
John Higgins.
The way
31.
he played that safety shot there, he almost spun the white into the pocket. He only needs one snooker to tie. Yeah, he played it a bit like a billiard shot. You know, the top spin. Look at the white. It nearly spun back into the pocket.
As it is, this is a half chance to close the frame out now. This just needs the red. I'm sure Judd will concede. But it hasn't gone in. Just wondering whether the fact that he needs one snooker to tie, whether he'll take the 8 points now. Now, a lot of players see that as the correct way of doing it. Some of them don't. Just decided not to, and this is a very good effort. This is a very good effort.
I'll tell you what, Willie, a lot of the crowd thought he'd missed the pot on the red. They thought he was playing to pot that, and that was a clever shot using the angle to keep the red in the middle of the table, but great judgment. He's having to play this with a little touch of swerve to create the angle. Only just, and he's flipped the snooker back again. So at the moment, you'd have to say the run of the ball going with John Higgins. So he must be absolutely delighted the way Judd has played. John Higgins is all square at 7 each.
I don't know really, because this is all new territory for Judd, and we don't know really about him himself. This is something we may find out later on. At the moment, you know, Judd's got the spring in his step, and he's not really. There's a long way to go. Basically, the finishing line is a long way away. This is something we're going to find out. But I tell you what, it is annoying when you play against it.
Okay, right, we go there.
Pretty good break-off shot. Of course, John has a lot of support down with him. In fact, his mum, Josephine's here, and John told us it was her birthday yesterday. I was chatting up in the Champions Lounge to her. His brothers, Jason and Joseph, are here. Denise's wife's here. And I think John wants to win this year's World Championship for his dear dad. That's what he's thinking about when he's sitting in his seat.
1. Green ball.
Pretty good effort.
4.
Close to the cushion. You have to cue these well.
5.
pretty good. Of course, his opponent is one of the finest players striking from the cushion I've ever seen. John Parrott was exceptional, but Judd Trump powers them in when he's on the cushion. Quite amazing.
$12. $13.
He's not happy with exactly where he's finished, but the red on the extreme left or pot in the right-hand corner, so he doesn't have to do too much with the cue ball. Just got to play a fierce stun here to get it over there. You see how hard he had to hit it, and didn't want the cue ball to finish on the cushion, but he's still okay. Now needs an angle this time because
18.
he's only got the one loose red left. It's one of those packs you'd like to go into it high, running in off one cushion into the pack. The old flat back pack, Aidan. He's missed it. He's missed it.
Well, did he get a kick there?
Higgins, 18.
I'm just looking where the cue ball finished. Did he get a heavy contact? Let's have a look at this.
Must have done, yeah.
Yeah, the red straightened up there. He's got a good angle to drop on the blue here. I don't know if he can hold for the black. Now the pink's away from the red slightly, but he still likes to take the blue on, and if he hits the pink full ball, he plays this so well. Stand by your beds here. There you go. How's your luck? Look where the blue's going to go. Blocks that red that's up near the green.
6.
There's one into the left corner, but he'll cannon the other red on the cushion, so that was a bit unlucky there. Yeah, very unfortunate. See, if he takes this pot on, he's going to cannon the other red, or he'll have to screw it in. To pot the reds, not too bad, but to get position, well, let's see what happens. Well, that's what happens. He just played it, and well, he thought, let's see what happens here. I mean, he's finished up getting a double kiss and on the pink. And look at that shot. He's straight into the reds using the rest, and now he's got a chance. He's got a very good chance now.
13.
I'm surprised how good he is with the rest, considering he likes to play right-handed as well, so he wouldn't practice too often with the rest. He's got a very high percentage of shots with the rest. He doesn't miss very often. I mean, 88% with the rest. And that's, when you consider he plays right-handed a lot more times than he would use the rest normally, that's excellent.
20.
He played 2 really good shots there, and he's developed these now into a chance of winning the frame at this visit.
21.
Yeah, I think he's one of the best since Ronnie O'Sullivan at swapping hands. He really is good right-handed.
$27. 28.
Very cleverly went high on the pink there, because all the 4 reds that are on around the black all pot in one pocket, only the left-hand side, so that's why he's finished high on the pink. This will definitely bring the black into play as well, but doesn't worry about that. He can just work
34.
off the pink for a moment. Doesn't want the black to go on its spot and cover another red.
35.
And it's going to have to do that. He's on the pink nicely. See, the surprise really if risk playing for the black there, because the black's going to tie up 2 reds.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of reds will still go, will he? If he pots this, he's going to clear the path for another red into the right corner. Okay, he's tying the black up, but the way he pots, 42. I don't think he's that bothered about tying a colour up. He'll just pot this, get on the pink, and he'll get on that one to the left of the black we just seen there.
Yeah, he's going to need another couple of reds, isn't he, to make the frame safe.
That seemed to get a quick bounce. If he's going to get on that red I mentioned, he'll have to take the pink up into the corner, but he can screw over or play for the one up near the green. Yeah, that's well played. Nicely on that
red. But a very quick thinking brain, Judd. He's all good potters and break builders have that when they. Oh dear, that's kicked as well. We're getting a few kicks tonight. Now that wasn't a really bad. That just pushed the red to the jaw, and you can hear the sound it makes. Yeah, just pushed straight to the jaw. So both players now have been unlucky in this frame when they're in the balls. Ooh, what's happened here? Well, luckily for John, it's missed it and brought the black into play, but I don't think he's left anything easy. I don't think he can get through to the potting angle of the red where the blue is, with the blue being in the way. So not done any damage.
Another brilliant pot. Before he got down to the shot, I thought, can he get past the blue to the potting angle? It's a difficult pot anyway. There's your answer, straight in the middle of the pocket. And when he pots this red, it's going to clear the red next to it. It will go into the left corner. 37 ahead, so every chance to take the frame now. He's got a good angle here, perfect angle just to stun up for the 2 reds. Just a gentle little screw stun shot there. It's coming off the cushion. He should finish near the end of the line. That's perfect.
12.
The lead 43, so only a red needed. And this is very good considering the way he's lost the last 2 frames, Dennis. Having won 3 frames on the trot, he just had a little bit of bad fortune in the next frame, and John Higgins made it 7-6, and then even more bad fortune to make it 7-7. Where remember, 13. He was snookered. John Higgins got out of the snooker, snookered him back. So he's shown a lot of confidence.
Not only confidence, but he's showing a lot of character. It really is going to be a fascinating day tomorrow, regardless of what the scoreline is. And looking at these 2 players, it's going to be pretty close.
$28.
Exhibition shot, maybe. Yeah. Well, there's 6 pockets. It could go somewhere. Whoops.
28 and a frame.
No, it was the earlier break of 49 that did the damage in this frame. And Judd Trump, he's back in front again. It's 8-7.
Had a high break of 138. He shares that for the moment with Ding Junhui. And he's tweeted that it's great to watch the younger generation, but I'm beginning to feel like I'm 80 years of age.
Yeah, Mark King had a reasonable championship this year. Break building has certainly something that has improved and hopefully continue to improve for Mark's sake.
And at the moment he's sharing that £10,000 first prize for the high break.
Surprised actually that that's lasted so long, Dennis. Very rarely a break above 140. It's usually at least that wins at Sheffield.
Beautifully judged there. Well, we've got a pulse question for you while this little safety battle's going on. Do kicks ruin snooker matches? Vote on bbc.co.uk/snooker and click on the pulse. If it's snooker players that are going to be using the pulse, it'll be 100%. It does ruin the game. In fact, we can show you a couple of kicks. Look at this one here. It just straightened the red up. And then this one did exactly the same. Sent the red onto the corner of the pocket. But it'll be interesting to see what the viewers feel about it. Can see enough of this red to take the pot on. And with the black tied up, you know where he's going with this next shot. Not the perfect angle to go into the pink and reds there. May just play for the single red this time.
Six.
We had 4,000 answers to the pulse question. Do kicks ruin snooker? 63% don't think it spoils matches. 37 yes. So maybe they feel that the kicks add to the tension. And the players don't feel that, but this game's not all about players, it's about the people who tune in to watch it. And there is another terrific split from Judd Trump.
12.
Well, apart from the fact that he's not the pink safe, so he's got it all to do on the blue here. Very hard to win a frame from blues alone.
He did one frame against Ding Xuanwei. He potted 9 reds and 9 blues, Willie. You don't see that very often. Pink and black were slightly out of commission and he just won the frame on blues.
$18. 19. 24. $25.
Well, that's 5 reds and 5 blues.
30.
Very rarely do you play to knock a ball off the cushion with a colour, but there may be a bit of mileage here if he gets top side of the blue to take a chance on bringing pink and black into play, purely because there's 3 reds possible in the left-hand corner. He hasn't got top side of the blue here though, so he can't do it now.
Well, just watch the cue power of this young player here, because he's got to get all the way around the table when potting this blue and avoid the ball colours. Wham! Here we go. Look at that cue ball with the top spin. Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot.
36. $37.
He does like a blue, doesn't he?
$42.
It's a bit of a stretch, that.
I'm just thinking he may have the angle to kiss into the pink, but not this time. Trying to get it top side. He's tried 3 times to get top side of the blue, and 3 times he's virtually finished straight.
Just urging it on there. That's nice to see as well. Well, he wafted, but and he's played for this one the left side of the table, and he may be able to get back onto the blue again. Not this time. Where's that red going though?
48.
That was 8 reds, 8 blues. Well, John's got a perfect angle here on the red if he wants to see it. As we see Judd Trump's red being pushed over the middle, he can bring pink and black into play here. Well, maybe it was a little thicker than I thought, because he looked like from this commentary position he could just come into the pink, but obviously not. How can John Higgins reply with 6 or 7 blues of his own? Because at the minute that's all he can.
Do you know, we have a situation here, Willie, where we could have had, or possibly have, 15 reds and 15 blues potted.
6.
That'll definitely be a first. Well, very lucky there, John, because he played to get onto a baulk colour into the corner pocket. He's overhit it by quite some way, and he's got the second prize, yellow in the middle. And there is a red that pots. The one that's closest to the pink spot will pot in the corner. He's over around this as well. He's just lost the pace at the table at the minute. John Higgins, very rarely do you see John Higgins lose control, but he's just lost control of things at the moment.
9. John Higgins, 9.
Very rarely do you see John Higgins going through this bad a spell. He's just managed to pinch the previous frame, but he's definitely going through a bad spell at the minute. Now that may have drifted a little bit, but he never. The two previous shots he overhit by about 18 inches.
It seemed to straighten up a little bit. Maybe we're doing an injustice, Willie. That red seemed to kick, didn't it?
One.
So 40 in front, so he needs 2 more reds and colours. This is going to be worrying times now for John if he goes 9-7 behind. There's just one more frame to play this evening.
6.
And like I say, John's just going through a spell at the minute where he really can't pot a ball.
7.
Needs one more red. If he pots the blue, John Higgins will still be able to tie, but look where the black is. So he will try to get on a red here. Has he got the cannon? Is there a plant on? Maybe there is.
12.
But having to hit the other red, he might squeeze that plant. Well, it might squeeze it into the pocket, believe it or not. That first red hitting the second red could possibly squeeze it on, but can he take the risk of doing that? It'll reverse it from the angle he's at.
Yeah, one thing he mustn't do though, Dennis, is bring pink or black into play here. Whatever shot he decides to play, he wants to leave that pink and black exactly where they are, which he has done.
12.
So this is a good performance from Judd, really. This 60 points has been made up virtually all blues.
That was very unlucky. He almost brought the black into play there. Very clever shot. Let's have a look at this, eh? Ooh, almost brought both the colours into play there. But Judd not getting down and taking a rash shot on here. He still may take the pot on. No, but he doesn't want to be fraying those higher valued colours because he's moved the pink in such a way that the black will now pot if you dropped in behind it.
Yes, there you see his face when he realised he'd completely mishit it, and he knows that that was a bad mistake, bringing the pink slightly off the cushion, because there's room now to get on the black should John Higgins get a chance.
The red needs to pull up, and it does.
Well, I couldn't be playing to move this red off the cushion, but just decided just to play a little safety shot. But all John Higgins is going to do is bring the black on.
Yeah, he could have picked a better shot out there, Judd. As you said, John will bring that black into play, and in fact he's looking at bringing both pink and black into play and screwing the white back into the balk area. He's got to be a little bit careful that the red doesn't come off the pink and come back down the table with the cue ball.
He does have that chance, but like you say, if it wasn't just on the cushion, he could definitely risk playing that. But the fact is, see how he's having to dig down on it now? He's having a look at it again. So what he wants to try and do is hit the pink quarter ball, which will in turn cannon into the black. But can he get enough action on the white for him to make that a possibility? Where's the red going? Where's the red going?
That was the only problem, as I said. In fact, John signals to Judd. He said, the red's over the pocket, the frame's yours. So young Judd Trent extends his lead. He's 2 frames ahead at 9-7.
John Higgins to break.
Oh, John Higgins has played hundreds of important frames in his career. This is another one, because Judd's just going away from it at the minute, and John's just going through a little spell where he's not hitting the ball very well at all.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the referee said anything to John there. John conceded with the red over the pocket. Maybe he said, well, I'm not sure what he said there, but John has a smile about it. But he looked at Judd Trump and he said, "It's okay, Judd, conceding." Judd, yeah, no problem.
It is in the rules though, Dennis, isn't it? That if he does it again, he can concede a frame, you know, another frame. But I think John was just saying, well, look, Jan, that's silly. It's right over the pocket, just saves time. So some rules are nonsense.
Terrific long pot from John Higgins. And when this man's back's against the wall, we know what he does. 9-7 down, final frame of this session.
Well, I've got to be honest, Dennis, with the way he's played the last 2 frames, I didn't fancy him knocking that red in. So it just shows you he never shirks away from playing the right shot.
Yeah, all the great players have an inner strength. We've seen it so many times from Stephen Hendry when he's a few frames down. Used to produce his best snooker. John has done it on numerous occasions.
7.
That's why they're multiple world champions. This is John's 3rd final in 5 years. He's won it twice in the last 4 years.
Yes, and such is the way this match has gone. Higgins' highest break only 64 now to a 1-7 frames. It just shows he's just having to battle out there. He's having to win frames with 2 and 3 chances rather than his normal 1.
Yeah, John Parrott was saying in the studio that John's got his C game going at the moment. It's not a bad C game.
Green ball.
Couple of loose reds to play for it. It's not the perfect angle to go into the reds. May have overhit this slightly. He needs the one to the right of the black to pot. I'm not sure if it does. If not, the other one will open the bunch there. You can clearly see it. So an important shot in this final frame of this session coming up just now. And if the white pulls up, he's okay.
17.
Beautifully played. Look how those reds opened. it on the reds.
22.
It's helped quite a bit with a lively cloth. That makes such a difference. It's a heavy cloth, and a club table wouldn't be quite as easy to do. This, just as we show you them opening up one more time there. Thicker the cloth, the less chance of doing that. Just about okay.
Thank you. 23.
That's an excellent positional shot. In the last frame, he overran that kind of shot for about a foot when he was playing for a red. Now he's got black in play, and very soon he'll probably have a little nudge into the red and pink, so you'd expect him to win the frame from here. But as we already discussed, he's not winning frames at one visit tonight or today.
28.
Yeah, but don't be surprised if he doesn't make his highest break of the match right here. It is a fascinating final experience against youth. One of the greatest break builders in the game against one of the best potters in the game.
John Higgins.
Well, he scratches his head. He forgot to pot the black, concentrating on the cue ball there. See, every time you're playing a little cannon like that, it's amazing how you can take your concentration off the pot. That could be costly.
One.
First to 18 frames. Wins this year's Betfred.com World Championship. Judd Trump
6.
has got 9 frames on the board. He's halfway there.
Seven.
Every snooker player's dream when they turn professional is to try and lift that trophy, and that lovely little lady on the top there. Nice to have her on your mantelpiece for a year.
$12. 13.
Yes, you can count on one hand the number of times John Higgins misses a black off the spot, but the fact that the black went slightly safe and the pink being out of commission,
80.
he may get another chance in this frame. I mean, this is just unbelievable that he could miss that.
$19.
They're delicate little shots. If you play it with pace, you could miss this. I mean, they look easy, but You can't hit that shot too hard, otherwise the pocket won't accept
26.
it.
27.
A little bit further through there, and he could have nudged the pink and red. So he's got one easy red and two difficult ones to negotiate now. And as Willie said, there's quite a way to go in this frame just yet. He's got an angle on the red, but it would be very
34.
risky to try and move the red off the side cushion. You'd not be guaranteed to get on the blue, but you know the way this young man plays, he may do it. He has done it.
35.
And he's got an angle on the blue, and I think he can hold for that red. He can stun down between brown and green.
Yes, he'd love to get on the blue again off the last red though, Dennis, wouldn't he? It's a very easy cannon into pink and red. Not easy off one of the bought colours, so the angle he has, I don't think he can get on the blue. He'd love to
40.
get on the blue half ball.
Yeah, if he can't force it round onto the blue, a good angle on the green, and he could still possibly do it. In fact, it would be better to do it off the yellow if he couldn't get on the blue, because he could come off the left side of the table as we zoom in there. That's the angle he's faced with.
If he tries to run it around two cushions, I don't know how he'd miss the kiss on the yellow.
And he's got an angle on the yellow. I think this is a good
41.
choice. He could try the brown a bit further and he would have been perfect. It's an easier angle from the yellow to get to the red and pink than the brown.
Wouldn't you consider playing the snooker, Dennis?
That's another option to him. A bit further, that was what he was faced with to move that red. But he's not far enough, and the brown would be difficult. He's looking at the possibility of playing a snooker. But he still could do it from the brown, but he'd need a little bit more side on it.
I think it's worth the risk playing your cannon, Dennis, from the brown, because there's no way he can snooker himself, is he? So at least he'll have a safety shot on the red.
Yeah, he doesn't have to force this. If he misses the cannon, he can then maybe play the snooker. Now there's the side. Oh, he's gone a little bit too close to the pocket, but it may not be all that bad. He just caught
45.
the middle pocket slightly there. Otherwise, he could well have brought that red into play.
Judd Trump, 45.
45 points. Puts him 9 points ahead.
Wow, that's careless if you can see that. He had a massive target to get in behind pink and black. Oh, he's got second prize. Oh, if he'd had kissed the blue, he'd have had him snookered.
It was a very clever shot from Judd Trump. He tried to pot that red, but look where he put the cue ball. He had every chance of getting the snooker. And without the kiss on the blue, he would have had the snooker there. Will John Higgins, well, it would be a big shot to take on here, but he may just do that. If this goes in, he could take the frame. A long way off, though. Needs the black to come to his rescue. He needs the red to pull up. This is a tough cut in. It's a very thin shot.
Settle
He's got
down,
an easy
please.
safety. But he's coming around to look at the angle. Let's make your mind up time. There's a straightforward safety, but we know what he's like. I'll tell you what a shot that is. And if the white pulls up, but it's not going to do. He's got a long, straight green. He's got a tricky brown. He's looked at them both. It's the green that will give him better position.
Four.
Well, he's played an excellent positional shot there. Always missed that. Oh, that was an important shot.
Judd trumped 4.
Luckily, the yellows ran safe though, and it's a very easy safety shot. As long as he doesn't knock the black in, he's just coming around now to look at if he plays the clip on the yellow, then he won't push the black in because he's got a massive target to get the cue ball behind blue and brown. Just leave the yellow where the black is. Now, has it landed?
Yes, the eagle has landed, Willie. There you see it. Easy to escape from, but can he get it safe? Lots of tension in this final frame of this session. It's so important. Is the young man going to be 3 in front, or is the Wizard of Wisher just going to be 1 behind? That's pretty good. Could send the yellow around the angles. The black is blocking the pocket here. I like this shot. Tried to get over behind the green as well there, but that will do. We're looking at one of the greatest potters I've ever seen, but to take that on, it's not a big pocket, you know. There's only half a pocket.
Yes, he'd have to play it cushion first, wouldn't he? Put the yellow into the cushion so it goes in off the black. There's no way it'll go direct. Didn't want the kiss on the brown. No, it's time to make your mind up time. I don't think he can get on the green, so I don't think he'll be playing the pot. If you could guarantee getting on the green, it's worth taking it on, but I think he might play the yellow up towards the black and play the white in behind green and brown here, but he'll have to hit it quite hard to get the stun. So much so, played the other way around, and this is a very clever shot. Nearly got there.
Good shot because of the situation of the black. At the moment, John Higgins needs the yellow, green, brown, blue, pink, and the black. Judd Trump needs yellow, green, and brown. And that's the mistake. He's going to be rather fortunate. He hit that a lot thinner. He holds his hand up just to apologize. He mishit that one completely, but he's got away with it this time. That tells you that he did mishit that one, but did get away with it.
Just a few minutes away from 5 hours, and that's the full day's play.
Thanks, Judd.
Excellent shot again, and John Higgins tapping the table in acknowledgement there. One of the best tactical players we've ever had in the game, and showing his appreciation to his young opponent, Where's the yellow going to finish up this time? Well, it's a pot. It's a tough pot up into the corner. It's a thin snick to the middle. He's got to negotiate the blue, whichever pot he takes on. The one to the corner would be the one you would feel that would get him onto the green. Just runs through. He'll be nicely on the green. It's there. It's in the middle of the pocket.
Well, this is a real chance now, isn't it, to open up a 3-frame lead going into tomorrow's final sessions.
5.
Well, Willie, I can't wait for tomorrow. This is going to be some final. John Higgins is going to fall 3 behind, but we know what he'll do tomorrow.
Yes, the way the game has gone, I think Higgins will be almost pleased to have won 7. He hasn't been at the races today, really. Judd Trump thoroughly deserves his lead, and that's the applause from the crowd to say that that was frame ball. So this young potting sensation is going to take a 3-frame lead in tomorrow's sessions, and an exhibition shot to finish. Judd Trump probably dominated tonight's session. He's won the session 6-3. Higgins has got it all to do tomorrow, and he trails in this match by 10 frames to 7 overnight. Well, good afternoon, Hazel. Good afternoon, everybody, and I'm sure everybody is anticipating what could be one of the best finals ever. This young man, Judd Trump, has just lit the Crucible Theatre up on many occasions this week. John Higgins, has to be said, didn't play at his best yesterday, but he's still in the game at 10-7. And we know what a battler John Higgins is. And John, it'll be interesting to see. I think the first mini session of 4 is really important.
Very much so. And if Judd can not lose it, even 2-2 is a good scoreline. But you'd expect John Higgins, with his tenacity and determination, to come out today and be a different player.
As you can see, just coming up to 5 hours of play. And what wonderful play we've had, especially from Judd. I mentioned earlier that Higgins has not played at his best, but I think that's largely due to the fact that Judd's virtually frightening. You just daren't leave a long pot on for this young man. There you see his pot success is at 92, and Higgins is down at 88, which, in fairness, considering he's won 7 frames, is not too bad. You'd expect Judd Trump to have a better long pot success rate than John Higgins. But this is next stat, the safety success, is something that's quite shocking. I thought Higgins might have a better safety success than that, John.
Yeah, but what it also shows is that Judd Trump, for most part, is matching him. That was the one question we had before he played in this final. Could he, well, if not match John Higgins, that's difficult because he's a master at it, but at least be competent, and he certainly proved that.
Well, that'll help. A fluke, and he's not nicely on a colour, even though he is on the brown. This is a pressure brown now, because he's bound to leave the red should he miss it.
This is a big shot to take on so early. Wouldn't want to be missing this one and giving Judd an easy chance, but this is very missable, this brown.
Brown ball.
Yes, I definitely think he has to stamp his authority on the game. He hasn't done that yet. Oh, it's very, very hard shots, those into the middle, as the middles are tough from that angle.
John Higgins, 5.
thing that concerns me about John Higgins is he keeps playing a lot of shot tenner things, as he did there. Now, a confident John Higgins would have just potted that red in the top pocket and probably stayed on the blue. Good safety from Judd. Don't think he can get through to the red on the pocket there. You can see, you can't see the one right over the pocket. Unlike John Higgins to kiss a ball colour, but I don't think he can get through to the one on the pocket again, so no damage done.
Yes, if Judd can get that cue ball somewhere around the green, mightn't be a bad shot here, because there won't be much to hit once this red's taken out the equation. A little bit narrow there, could have done with it slightly further over. He can just snick that red past the pink.
A lot of celebrities in the audience today watching this wonderful match. Hugh Edwards with his son there, Sonny, watching the game. Big supporter of snooker. And there's Shane from Westlife, a big pal of Ken Doherty's. There's no seats in the house, so we've got Tim Healy in the other commentary box. Just not a seat in the house, so we've actually sneaked Tim into the commentary box next door to us and having a little listen there. First real chance, and now we're queued across that one. And if any Egghead supporters are in town, a regular supporter, CJ Demouy, great snooker fan, and knows more about snooker than you, John, which is not difficult.
One.
Yeah, just hit across that one. And this is well, not a brilliant chance, but one you feel John Higgins has got to score off if he's going to get back into this match. Needs to apply a bit of pressure, and he's only going to do that if he starts winning frames in one visit.
8.
Highest break yesterday for John Higgins was 60, which is very unusual. Yeah, highest break 64 actually.
Yeah, that was in the first session, John. So in the second session it was 60, but in the first session he did make a 64, which is just not good enough at this level.
Well, it's just really unusual for someone of John's ability, that's for sure. And there's nothing better than changing that scoreline quickly in one visit.
$11. 12.
'It's very difficult to get on the black
70.
on the left-hand side, so he'll be playing for the pink this time. There's still enough reds that will pot in the left-hand corner, but as you can see there, he needs to get a
80.
gap. So he needs to just stun in between the two reds if he can.
$24. 25.
Next red, quite difficult really. I don't know whether he can just stun up into the red that's just above the black there, and that will leave those two reds. He'll probably play a kiss if he can. Yeah, he's got the kiss nicely. So slowly but surely he's developing these into a chance to win the frame at one visit.
32.
Needs to be high in the pink so he can play that same stun shot. He is high.
Yes, and already in this break he's keeps moving the odd red away, and the path is opening up now for other reds. And this is more like John Higgins. Certainly didn't score yesterday.
39.
I think he was more than a little disappointed with his own level of performance.
40.
But good night's sleep. Back the next day. And a good start.
This is not the best angle for John for the next colour. I don't think he can get round the back of the black to put the black in the same pocket. So he's putting topspin on, playing for the pink off 1 or 2 cushions. Now this could go wrong.
47.
Yes, he wasn't bound to get a good angle on either colour there, but he's just about okay. Can still run through for the blue.
Yes, those 3 reds to the left of the black couldn't be more awkward.
52.
None of those are potting at the moment, and difficult as they stand to get into them, so still work to be done yet.
$53.
Well, he's overhit that by a couple of inches now. That okay, he can still pot the pink in the middle and screw back for the red that's loose. Now, is it time to risk for a little cannon? He's 64 in front, so only needs the red, so he doesn't have 59. To play the cannon on the 3 reds.
I think he will, though. I'd probably play a cannon on the middle of the 3. And if you're not, you can more or less guarantee you'd be on the pink doing it that way. You've got to pop the red.
John Higgins.
Oh, can you believe
59.
it? That's frame ball. And did he concentrate too much on the kiss? Wow, that if Judd needed a little bit of confidence, that one shot would make him brim with confidence. Very unlike John Higgins to miss frame ball.
Don't quite know from here. I think the black's going to pot. If it does, it makes the break a little easier for Judd. Well, the way he's played that suggests it does.
1.
No, it doesn't have the best angle. May be forced into moving the red off the cushion near the middle pocket. I don't think he can hold for the bottom red of the 2. You see that gap there he wants to get on, where he's got a perfect angle to move the red off the cushion if he wants.
Yeah, that opening shot was one you had to be high on the black off. Didn't quite have enough side on that.
This could, funny enough, could turn out in his favour if he gets the kiss right. It cuts, but cue ball will be going perilously close to the right-hand corner pocket. So it's going to be tricky, this one.
Well, he missed that by a long way. There was no way that was ever thin enough. And a couple of worrying signs, I would think, Willie. The red with the rest early on, and that one a bit thick.
I suppose he's a little bit unlucky, John, having played the cannon, that the cue ball stayed tight on the cushion, but I agree with you. He's not really shown John that he's going to carry on knocking them in off the lampshade as he had done in the first 2 sessions.
Three.
Judd's now going to decide whether he feels he's got a chance in this frame, looking at the scoreboard. And decided to concede, so John Higgins, largely due to that 59 break, had needed a couple of chances though. Eventually it got over the line and closes the gap to 10-8.
So it's fascinating setup.
You made the comment last night, Ken, about how different the atmosphere feels out there between the first day and the second day of the championship. This is a real test now.
This is where the tension really sets in. It's the realisation that you could become world champion, the realisation that you may lose it. This big pressure session for both players.
Yes, today there's a winning post.
Great lines on, and we know that Judd's been getting over the winning post in the last tournament, especially where he won in China and played a very much informed Mark Selby. And of course now he's playing one of the game's greats.
Foul and a miss. Judd trump 4. Yeah. That might be a bit up, John.
He'll still be playing the same shot, so John is just telling Jan he couldn't see the edge of the pack, so he's just making sure the white's in the right place. I never used to worry, John, as long as the player's going to play the same shot, you know, that's fine.
Yeah, and all the players are pretty good at putting it back where it was. Good shot, well played. Just got to be a little bit careful with this one. The red that's next to the black he could play safe off, but he could hit the other red that's near the top cushion and promote it towards the corner, so has to be a bit careful with that. And obviously the side of the pack he could open the reds up and knock one towards the corner, so a bit to think about. But that's as safe as anywhere.
One.
Another half an inch is perfect.
5.
Yeah, he's unlucky there. Played the positive shot. Unfortunately, that cue ball, you could just see it pulling up. So all he can really do is play safe. In a funny way, all the left-handers all use the rest right-handed. Dean Reynolds, Tony Mio, Judd.
Thank you. Judd trump 5.
Well, there is a red on the right-hand side here, which Judd's looking at now. It has been a trademark, and he's looking like all systems go.
Now that'll make him, funny enough, feel a little bit more confident, the fact that he got very, very close to knocking that one in. If it had missed that by a couple of inches, there'd have been a little doubt coming about the long shots, but got perilously close to that. Unfortunately, he's going to find himself in a lot of trouble at the next shot. I don't know whether he can hold behind the yellow. If not, he'll play behind the green. Behind the yellow he's tried.
Yes, and that simple little shot John's played there is excellent, because he's in a bit of trouble here. Can't really play off the red near the blue, so he's got to get this one right.
Well, if he's taking the pot on, he's got to be very, very careful. I just can't understand that. Sometimes you can push the boat out a little too much, and I think that was one of those times.
Yes, but I have to say, he's had a result. He's missed that by a long way. Cannon the black, moved reds everywhere, but to leave the cue ball there near the side cushion is very fortunate. Well, another classic example of why this game is so great. Judd played a pretty poor shot, John's missed, and now he's in the balls. It's a strange game.
1.
It's a very, very tough situation, these balls. The blue's obviously an open play. I just wonder whether he'll get top side of the blue very quickly and bring pink and black into play, which he can do. Because if he kisses the pink, those two reds are going to be set to move the black out as well. So this is the key shot. Needs to get high on the blue.
4.
Not high enough.
Yes, it was actually interesting, his first shot in this break, because I thought he may have played on brown or yellow to leave the angle to come into the pink and black in that pack, but he's going up for the blue instead. So once again, though, needs to get up and get a good angle on the blue.
He has a bit of an angle if he wants to risk playing a screw into the pack. He could bring pink and black into play here, but decided to go top side of the blue.
10.
But once again, hasn't got there.
Yes, good news is there's this loose red, but within a couple
15.
of these reds, he's definitely got to get that angle on the blue. Hopefully this time he'll screw up high enough. Once again, he's a bit
16.
short. That's 3 goes he's had at it. And this time he's really short. May end up taking the green here.
That's how short he is. Hawkeye showing us the angle he has, and missing the kiss on the green is not straightforward here, because he's going to have to swing it round the cushions. As he missed the green, he has. This is a good shot. That white seemed to take off after he hit the third cushion. He generates so much cue power.
21.
Well, he deserves to be on one. Watch the cue ball here. Right there, just before the cushion. Took off again. That was beautifully struck.
Just shows you how important it is, doesn't it, to get topside the blue, as we spoke about. He had 3 tries to get topside. And this is how much hard work it is now when you don't get it right. I don't know whether he can screw back to get top side of the blue, but he might even play into the bunch here. It's one of those shots, he could play a screw back to get on the blue, and if he catches it a little bit thick, he's going to catch the edge of the pack. So he might bring black or pink into play if he doesn't get on the blue. Yeah, the angle is very, very tricky. Tried to get top side of the blue again. Has he got there this time? He has.
22.
Probably gone a little too far for comfort, actually. But that was his 4th go at getting on the blue properly, and that's better than the other 3 goes he's had at it. So at last, and played beautifully. Interestingly enough, he didn't absolutely
27.
smash those to smithereens this time. Played that a bit more controlled. Couldn't hit it any better.
28.
little shaky in the first frame this afternoon and played
35.
a poor shot just before he got in for this break, but he'll settle down if he makes a frame-winning contribution with this visit.
36.
Hitting these very positively. Just a series of stuns and screws here. Pots this, takes the pink and runs through, and that red
41.
above the black is perfect, so hasn't got much work to do with the cue ball.
42. $48.
Just has to leave a angle on blue or pink
49.
here because the black can't pot into the top left-hand pocket, so screwed up for the blue. And the shot from the blue to those 4 reds is going to be the key shot.
54.
Although once this goes in,
55.
it's all over. If only I'd gone to school for my maths, Willie.
Yes, in fairness, John Higgins had a bit of good fortune fluking a red in the first frame that enabled him to get a sizable lead, and Judd's been very fortunate here, having played a very, very poor pot. He got away with it, and
60.
That's come from John Higgins' miss.
Yes, but all the same, you have to give him a lot of credit for this. He'll have never played snooker under this pressure, and to make a contribution like this
61.
is brilliant.
$68. $69.
This is superb, isn't it? Had a couple of very, very half chances in the opening frame. He's taken these
76.
beautifully. Nothing
77.
settles you more than getting a frame early, especially in this session.
$84. 85. $90.
This is a
92.
real chance now to take the lead in the centuries this year at the Crucible. This will be Judd's possible 10th century. I think mostly the highest next number is
95.
9. So.
$99.
Just make sure of the blue, my friend. No trick shots this time. No trick shot this time. Goodness me.
Well, he made sure of it. He went in at 300 mile an hour.
104.
Well, stand by your bets for this pink. Well, another fantastic century break from Judd Trump, his 10th of the tournament, the 73rd of this year's World Championship. Judd Trump's did what he has to do, get a frame on the board quickly. He has done. He's 11-8.
Thank you. Frame 20. Judd Trump to break.
So after a fabulous 104 in the previous frame, Judd Trump getting frame 20 underway. And this is really bubbling up to be very special, this final. trouble when you don't find the top cushion, as John hasn't there. It's very, very easy for when a player can get his hand on the table. Usually they play a lot better safety shot, so you've got to find that top cushion.
Well, I don't know whether he can get through to this. He can.
And if nothing pots down the left-hand side, the one down the right-hand side is tough because the black's not available, as we watch Judd take this for the second time, and just a little too thick. John's going to have to play for possibly the blue here. I honestly think this final is going to be so good. I'm really excited at the prospect of what could happen in this final now. Both players appear to be hitting the ball very nicely.
Yellow ball.
Yeah, it's played to
3.
miss that cannon and screw down a little further, because the red over the left-hand pocket's the one he wants to get rid of fairly quickly, and the one next to it
Extension.
also fairly quickly. The pockets will open up then for black and become available in both of them, so that's what he was trying to do. Got to be a bit careful with this one as well, just wasn't going to overhit it.
Yeah, yesterday we saw a couple of bounces off the cushion on this kind of shot, John, and as you rightly say, if he slightly overhits it, it's not going to be on the black, and the pink's not available. That's fine.
Yeah, it's a lovely touch. Always difficult, I always thought, when you were using the cue extension and the extended rest, but well played, and a little cannon up into the red above the black now. Hold the cue ball.
This, for the third time this morning set or the
11.
afternoon session, there's a chance of framing in proportion. The balls are perfect. John Higgins still has
12.
a high break of only 64. The only thing that worries me about that is not winning a frame at one visit, which he's going to have to start doing to have any chance in this match.
$19.
Yes, and as you can see, once he pots this red, the black is now available in both
20.
top pockets, and this is a great chance. Maybe slightly hampered with his cue in here.
7.
Had to play the cannon there. Just come a little bit awkward. One of those shots, you don't know whether you can get the tip of your cue enough on the cue ball to dig down on it.
If he can't, Johnny will kiss the red, won't he? So he needs to be able to hit the bottom of the ball, which he has done. You saw that little bit of side on, which unfortunately he had to put on because he was hampered. So he's slightly out of the woods, but one more good shot and he's perfect again.
And this is much better from John.
35.
He knows the importance of this opening session here this afternoon.
36.
And he also knows the importance that he's got to show his opponents he's scoring heavily when he gets his opportunities, because there's nothing gives your opponent confidence when seeing that you're not going to punish them enough.
Yes, Higgins would have been looking for a 3-1
42
mini session here to get him right back into the game. Judd Trump, as John mentioned earlier on, would be happy with tall. Looks like that's going to be the equation now. Looks like John Higgins may take this frame, so Judd, big frame for Judd next one.
Well, that's handy that the 3 reds, the bottom one here, pots, he just a little run through for the black.
$50. $57. $58.
This to level his highest break so far in this match, and looks like there's plenty more to come.
Yes, well, if you'd have told me that John Higgins would be playing in a world final and after 19 frames his highest break would be 64, I'd never have believed it. But this is looking very good for this frame.
$65.
As usual, this knowledgeable, crucible crowd realise when
72.
frame ball is potted.
73.
If he takes blacks with the remaining, just having a little glance at the scoreboard and working it out, if he takes blacks with the remaining reds, he can beat the high break by 1. And you can bet your life, John, he'll be trying.
He's already thought about it, that's why he screwed over for this red.
$81.
Well, that wasn't the worst kiss.
No, it's played to perfection.
88.
Correct angle on the red to get onto the black again, and just needs a half ball black to get behind those 2 reds in the opposite corner.
89.
Yes, and I can bet you that Mark King, I think it's Ding Junhui as well, are enjoying this break, because both of them are joint holders at 138. But they may be heartened by that one because slightly out of position.
Yes, he's going to leave a clip black, isn't he? Just to just play the little cannon.
97.
The fact that he can play this with check side just to widen the angle, you'd fancy him knocking this one in. Well, you cannot believe it. Just when it looked like he would probably make the high break of the tournament, he breaks down at 97. But a wonderful break from John Higgins. Once again, clawed his way back to just 2 behind at 11-9. It's a great name for John Higgins, isn't it? Judd Trump, of course, is just lost a frame to 0, and of course that's the first time in the final, funny enough. He hasn't potted the ball in any frame, and amazingly in the 97 frames he's won, only 3 times has he failed to pot a ball. And this frame is massive. As I said, he'd love to share 2-2, played that very confidently.
Oh, how well has he hit that? I mean, he's not gone, he's played it like half a drag shot, absolutely beautifully controlled. Killed the white. But is he on one? Oh, that's tight, might be able to flick a little bit aside on it.
Just can turn this over. Turn it over too much. Oh, well played. That didn't pot, so he had to play with a lot of left-hand side to let the white just turn over on the cloth. I thought for a second he got too much.
Well, he's played low on this
16.
because he's got the bottom red at the pack and he could open the reds up here.
Oh, this is just what you don't want when you need to win a frame. This black is tough. Very well done. Very well played. Hit it beautifully, and he's on one in the middle if he's not on one in the corner.
I think they used to be tough, Willie.
Yes, I was just saying, under the circumstances, you know, he
25.
knows that if John Higgins got back to within one, he'd have 15 minutes to stew about it. And this is probably one of the biggest frames he's ever played in his life, Judd Trump. This is massive to keep that 3-frame lead.
Once again, though, Hawkeye shows you the wrong side of the blue, and it's such an important shot. You get the top side of the blue, you can do so much with the cue ball. When you're going away from it, it's much more difficult. So much so that he's now got a medium red, whereas he should have really been close to the next object
30.
ball. But his mid to long range potting is truly exceptional. Right in the heart of the pocket, beautifully struck again. Played with such confidence.
Yeah, once again, slightly under hit. If he does have an Achilles
38.
heel, he's bound to have a few at the age he is. Whenever he's running through, he tends to under hit balls quite often. He's going to have to flick off the red again here. Well
39.
done. Well done.
Yeah, just got to make sure he passes the red there. Yep, 3 reds all go in the corner now. Red more or less below the cue ball. There was the one there. If he finished behind that, he'd have been on nothing, but played it beautifully.
47.
With the pink being out of commission when he gets past the winning line, Mark King and Ding Junhui will have another little sweat here because there's a possible 140 plus break here.
Well, considering
54.
the circumstances and this being the biggest day of his life, he's not half hitting the ball well here.
$55.
Nothing seems to faze him at the minute. This is very impressive.
And they just play the little cannon on the 2 reds just to hold the white, and that was the only problem with that shot. It could leave himself hampered.
62.
So red colour red will be enough to take the frame, and then he can concentrate on trying to beat the high break.
Yep.
Well
63.
played, that's an excellent shot. Got through that very nicely. Very easy when you're playing Chinese and coming on and off a cushion to underhit them. Hit that one well. Well, this standard is just remarkable, isn't it?
70.
John Higgins 97 and 59. Judd Trump 107 plus this. Just doesn't get any better than this. Now he can concentrate on making the highest break.
78.
The fact that he's left-handed, that red on the right-hand side cushion is a problem, but he does play a lot right-handed as well, so maybe if he does
79.
drop behind it at some stage, he can pot it with his right hand. Get behind all three reds here, play for not necessarily one red, he'll be playing for all three. Give himself options, that's what you have to do with break building. Underhit slightly.
86.
Now he might have a little look at the scoreboard here. 138, he's just asking Jan.
I think it's 138, is that right? Yeah, 138.
Got a little bit of room yet, hasn't he? This, so he can afford another blue.
87. $92. $93.
Well, just lost the cue ball slightly,
98.
but you'd still expect him to pot this.
Well, he's looking at the red. Surely he's not thinking of moving this red off the red, is he? He is. Oh, unlucky. Unlucky. Half ball kiss, he'd have been on the black. While he deserves a century, I hope in trying to get onto this last red, he pots the ball.
Blue ball.
Oh, what a shame. What a fabulous break from Judd Trump. He won frame 19 with 104. He's won frame 21 with a very, very good 99, and he goes 3 clear again at 12-9.
He stood up to the test, John. On the first 4 frames, everyone's wondering, will this young player be able to continue? There's no reason why he shouldn't.
Well, it's all about temperament, of course, when you get to the business end of the World Championship, and so far I've not seen any weakness in Judd Trump. John Higgins, if he's going to get back, and I think he knows that, John, he's got to play his best. Anything less, I don't think will be good enough to beat this young man.
Judd 3% ahead, sitting there at 92% pot success rate. And John has pushed the red towards a corner pocket. It looks as if the black may go, but the brown has come to his rescue. There's a long pot success rate, 69%. That white finishing on the brown has made such a big difference to this shot here. As he spotted a plant. There's balls all over the table here, and he hasn't got away with it. He screwed the cue ball back to the safety area, but he did attempt quite a tricky plant there. But this is not easy. Oh, the cue ball's in the middle pocket. Put everything into the pot there. I forgot about the opposite middle pocket. Didn't quite get enough screw on that.
Terrific pot, and once again we witness the cue power of Judd Trump as he screwed back, and he's nicely on a baulk colour.
There's a Pulse question for you coming up. Do you think the misrule is fair? Vote on bbc.co.uk/ and click on Pulse. Where's the cue ball going to finish here? Not bad.
5.
Yes, as soon as he can get the black on its spot, he'd be happy, but I think there's a red to the left corner.
Big day for the family. There's Jack, Georgina and Steve, and Ryan, who looks very relaxed today, I must say. And of course there's Denise and John's young son there, and well, it's just tense. It's worse for the families. You're better out there playing, John.
6.
I think the families get more uptight than you do.
Oh, absolutely. It's scary. I don't suppose the youngsters really know the magnitude of the occasion, but John's looking up on the screen. He's seen him. He's give him a smile.
Well, that kiss may have spoiled the break.
11.
He may be able to get to the potting angle of a red for the right corner, but I think he's covered everything into the left corner. Now you see them all blocking each other. The thing with the pot to the right corner, where is he going with the cue ball? So the one to the left of the pink, but he's still got to do a lot of work with the cue ball. If he takes that, whichever pot he takes, it's going to be difficult to get to a colour.
Yeah, he wants to play the one to the left corner, obviously, but he's overstretching slightly, and if he's going to have to use the rest, maybe the one to the right corner is the better option. He's at full stretch here. You just got to be careful you don't overdo it. You need to keep your cueing action under control, and at full stretch it sometimes can be difficult. But he's played it well. That needs to just slow up to be perfect on the blue. He's run a little bit too far, but the blue may go in this left corner. As we watch that red go in, we can see that the blue will go into this left corner pocket, but he thinks the yellow gives him a better chance for position. Not perfect.
14.
Needs his extension there to reach the cue ball that's up near level with the blue spot. And the green's slightly in the way, that's why he's putting the extension on. See, once you put that extension on, it's not the sort of thing you would practice a lot
14.
with, so it's not a natural shot. But he could have left something a lot easier than this. In fact, John's just going to play the safety shot by the looks of it, where he's pointing the cue there. Just going to find a safe spot. And against Judd Trump, you really have to find a safe spot, John, because he knocks them in from everywhere.
Yeah, well, that's the thing when you're playing a good potter. It's a case really of don't leave him a chance of anything. So Judd not snookered, but he's just got to catch this red. Probably the one just to the right of the pink. Just got to catch it right. You don't hit it too thin, you don't hit it too thick. Needs a good length with the cue ball. Well, he's playing off another red. Found a gap. Bit shorter pace with the cue ball. I think this red to the left of the blue may pot.
Very good cueing, but as you can see, his problem, as we show you this long pot, he knocked the blue safe. The pink and black are out of commission. Needs to try and play a little cannon here, possibly onto the pink and reds.
Yeah.
Does the pink go, John? If the pink goes, that'll be
it
okay.
goes in the left corner, and if the pink won't back on its own spot, goes on the black spot, this is a great chance.
Yeah, clearly you can see the pink does pot.
Six.
Well, as you mentioned, John, if the pink spot's occupied, and it is,
12.
That's the best possible result for John there. He can forget about the black now. And the difficult
13.
blue, just concentrate on the pink.
I think after he pots the pink this time, the pink will go on its own spot, but it will be available into corner, right middle. Oh, well. He's nudged
19.
the red and covered the pink spot. That's a result.
We got the result of the pulse question. Do you think the misrule is fair? Yeah, 58% say yes. Yeah, that was quite amazing how it nudged the red
26.
onto the pink spot a couple of shots ago. This was the shot here as he potted the pink off the cushion, flicked the red onto the pink spot. Take a few years of practice to be able to perfect that sort of shot, John, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it was
33.
A timely run of the ball. John just about to get down, noticed there was a foreign object, as Judd can only watch now and wonder if he'll get back to the table with a chance of winning this frame.
It really is a key frame, this, because if Judd opened up a 4-frame advantage, even the great John Higgins would find it tough. So he knows the importance of this frame.
41.
Still needs 3 of these remaining reds to clinch the frame at this visit.
Sometimes when you've got 2 reds close together like that, you're not sure which of the reds will pot. And that's why he was grimacing there slightly. In fact, it looks as if, well, that is very tight. Now, one of them goes, but it's difficult to pick out which one goes. Look.
Yeah, well, I'd say the one, the right-hand side one. The left one looks a bit tight to me. And if it is the right-hand one, he's not perfect on this, but he's playing the left-hand one. Does it go? It didn't. It did not go.
John Higgins, 47.
Isn't it amazing? John was right behind it and he felt it would go, but from this camera angle you could see that it didn't. The other one potted, as you said, John. But sometimes it's so difficult to judge which one.
Yep. 1.
Not straightforward by any means, but looking at the angle on the pink here, he might be able to develop the red next to the black. You see. Wrong choice, but it was difficult to choose. He's just debating whether to try and cannon the black and red there.
Well, he's nudged it. He hasn't really knocked it into a better position, in all honesty.
Eight.
Now this could be the key shot coming up. If he's too straight on this pink, he'll have a bit of a problem. Straight enough. Just was able to screw off the side cushion, and he's not straight on this red. Still got to be accurate though with this type of shot.
14.
Particularly if he plays it with any pace.
$15.
He's quite amazing. He just hammers those into the pocket because we know how tight the pockets are. And this would be a body blow for John Higgins if he was to lose this frame after not being able to decide which of the reds
21.
would pot.
Yeah, I suppose John Higgins may be thinking his only hope here is the blue, particularly if Judd knocks this in. Because Judd is going to need the blue. He's looking at the scoreboard. If he pots the black, he'll make the points level, and he'll need up to and including the blue. Pot the pink, he'll need the pink. But the pink offered better position, so the blue
28.
Definitely key to the frame.
30.
I don't know if he's got the angle. He'd love to get the white over in the circle and then he could play the brown to develop the blue, but I don't think he's got the angle to do that.
33.
So now, has he got an angle to screw right down to the blue? Well, he's got an angle so he can get the white, and we know the cue power he has. There's no reason why he won't get near the blue. Oh, if he misses the pink, he would probably have cannoned that
37.
blue out.
Well, surely not even Judd Trump can take this blue one down the cushion. A little bit surprised he decided to go that way, but as you say, if he just misses the pink, I feel like you, Dennis, would have got the cannon. Surely this blue, too risky. The blue would put him 13 points in front with 13 remaining.
He's looking at the potting angle. He's looking at the scoreboard. He'd love to take it on. But as I mentioned, the importance of this frame. 4 in front. Or 2 in front. You see, to send the blue around the angles, the normal safety shot, the blue would probably cannon into the pink or black. So that's why he was debating whether to risk this. He's just trying to work out if he can get the blue around the angles.
Yeah, I think he's looking if he did play the pot on the blue, whether if he went over to the left-hand side he could get the cover. But, well, percentage-wise, I think it's odds against him potting the blue, but he's potted some balls. But once you make your decision, you've got to fully commit.
Thank you.
It's not often he takes this long over a shot. Nearly 2 minutes thinking time. You can't blame him though.
Shot from 37.
Could that be a big turning point in this final?
Quietly, please.
Oh, he hasn't got into it.
5.
He didn't cue that very well. That's a sign of quite a bit of tension, quite rightly so, because, well, he's puffing. It's tough out there at the moment for John. He badly needs this frame. He had a lot of margin for error there and just underscrewed it. Oh, where's the black going? Where's the black going? That'll do very nicely.
11.
It was a brave shot on the pink, but to cannon the black over the pocket, what a bonus. So Judd's difficult blue has cost him. Big frame for John Higgins, and it looked like he could fall 4 behind. He's closed to just 2 behind. It's now 12-10.
Luckily, he still cut the pink in and knocked the black over the hole, but he's definitely feeling the tension, but that frame will give him a lot of confidence.
Yeah, it could have been 4 down, now it's 2.
Well, Crucible drama doesn't get any better than this. This was the blue. As I say, it was odds against, but he's played the tournament going for shots like that. And I'm sure when he missed it, he thought, well, that's the end of the frame. But when John Higgins played such a bad shot on the blue, you thought, well, he's not certain to do this, but he's cut the pink in and just trusted to look where the cue ball went. And of course, the cue ball flicked the black and knocked the black over the pocket. So there was no pressure on the black, and I feel at that time John didn't need a pressure pot. There are going to be frames, Dennis, aren't there, in this final that you think are pivotal. It all depends what happens in this frame now, I think, as to what will give one player a boost.
Well, this shot here might answer one of the questions. Now, where's the red going? Where's the cue ball going? And there is a pot for John. And if he takes this red up into the corner, he's got to cue it smoothly. Looks as if he may. Well, you see the shot. You can follow this right down to the pocket. Look at that. What does that tell you? I mean, John, I've never seen John Higgins cue a ball as poorly as that. Never even got near the jaws. No wonder he looked away. He looked away in horror there.
1.
He'd love to get on the red that's just to the right of the black. Whether he'll risk playing it now, as we give you this. Well, this is it. It doesn't get any better than this snooker venue. But the red to the right of the black is the key red now.
6.
Once he removes that, that black will be available into both corners.
7.
Back up for the blue, inch perfect. Now could play for that red now. Playing to bounce off the cushion. He doesn't think he's hit it hard enough. I think he's on the red, but he's just a bit disappointed. He wants to be on this red so he could
12.
be on the black. He's on it, but he won't be playing for the black.
$13.
And there is a red available at the back of the bunch here also for the left corner. And if he's on that, when he pots that, he's going to clear the path for the one next to it, to the right corner.
18.
So doesn't have to go into the reds just yet.
19.
We know he likes to. There's one more red available, but he may play for that. Has he got a slight angle to nudge another
26.
one or a couple of reds into play?
27.
I'm not sure if that one pots. He's looking at it. He's straight on the black, but if it does, he can screw back off the cushion. Now, he looks to be pretty straight on this black. Now watch the screw back here. Just watch the white. And then we know what's going to happen now. So it's all about whether he gets on a colour, because he's going to
34.
scatter the reds here. Now that red may block the pocket. That is so unlucky.
35.
It's going to have to be a long blue, but he was nicely on the black until the red covered it, but the blue will be a test. We've seen John Higgins miss a straight red. This is a similar type shot. Let's see what the 21-year-old can do with it. Can he keep on potting them? It's just pure tension.
Dropped on 35.
We're getting closer and closer to the winning post, John, and you can expect the players to make mistakes.
Well, it wasn't tension, Dennis, to be honest with you. As you described it, it was a tough shot, and in all honesty, he deserved to be on something easier than that blue. He played the shot to perfection. I mean, the tough shots, no matter how the tension is, and this is a chance for John Higgins, and it'll be interesting to see what he makes of this opportunity.
$8.
John removing the red that caused the problem for Judd. He was
9.
unlucky to cover the pot on the black with that red. I think in close
16.
control, John's fine. It just shows you the last shot with a longish pot. You may struggle a little bit with, but close control, there shouldn't be a problem.
17.
Hasn't quite got the angle to go into the 4 reds. I have to play for the one near the blue spot.
$24.
Well, it looks pretty straight on this red. And if he had an angle, he'd probably play for the pink and try and nudge the 4 reds into play. I'm not certain what he plays for now. Maybe the blue passes the green.
25.
Well, either way, it's probably the green he'll play. It's the easier pot of the two.
Well, he can play for that single red, but he's got a bit of an angle on the green. Well, not a lot, as you can see. So the next positional shot is the key to the frame, because those 4 reds are all covering each
28.
other.
28.
Played for the pink that you mentioned previously,
29.
John, but has he got the angle to just nudge at least 1 red into play? It's not bad, but it depends on the pace he hits this at. He can slip past the red if he hits it too hard. Well, that's not bad. It's awkward queuing, but he's opened all 4 reds there.
35.
Points are level, and as you say, all those 4 reds in possible positions. These 4 reds, 4 blacks, and he'll have won the frame.
$36. Sure.
I mean, this was a tough shot, but he's knocked so many of them in this year's World Championship. But just the last couple of frames, you would have to say that John's had the better run of the ball.
43.
There's nothing wrong with that, because it usually evens itself out over a long match.
44. $51. $52. Okay. Okay.
Just spotted something on the cue ball there. Quick glance at the scoreboard, just make sure what you need.
So that black puts him 24 points in front. Red, black, red, pink would leave Judd
59.
needing a snooker. The black would leave him needing 2 snookers.
60.
So this to go 31 points in front with just 27 remaining.
$66.
The 15th frame was the last time. There was just 1 frame separating these 2 players. It's going to be that now. Just 1 frame the difference.
71.
So absolutely nothing wrong with John Higgins' game when he's in close control.
75.
Yes, he was given the opportunity, but you've still got to pot the balls. And this is a good performance from John.
80. $86.
Good performance. reduces your ears to one. Judd Trump will be dreading the blues. A blue cost him the last frame, and a tough blue in a corner cost him that one.
As you would expect from John Higgins, great character. It's set up beautifully, and I think it will be set up beautifully for tonight.
Yeah, well, Judd Trump was the man who said that in his semi-final against Ding Junhui in the last session of that, he could hardly walk around the table. The tension was so crushing and overpowering, and I bet it's beginning to feel just a little bit like that for both men now.
That was a bit of a free shot for John. He wasn't going to leave anything. Had he have potted the red, he was on the black. So. Well, that's quite an attacking safety shot. He wants the balls open, but the last frame, Steve Davis alluded to it, we did at the time. This was so unlucky. He opened the reds, he's on the black, and that red just come off the cushion and blocked the path for the black. Otherwise, Judd would have possibly gone on to take the frame.
Terrific safety, great line and length. Well, not only did he find the pot, he found the gap. Now, can he cut the brown in? If he'd have caught it a little bit fuller, it'd have been perfect. Oh, he's overcut it. Didn't seem possible.
The Trump won.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy brown by any means, so it was a brilliant opening pot, and he was a bit unlucky not to be on a ball colour. He cannoned the brown and just overcut that, and the chance now falls to John Higgins. Oh, that's a bit closer to the blue than he intended.
One.
Well, that's a mistake, but does it go up past the brown? If it does, that's come to his rescue. And look at that, no problem.
Six.
So just at the moment, the snooker gods are in favour of John Higgins. Maybe having a little bit of help from his dear dad as well here. John's family have all come down. They're all there up in the Champions Lounge, and it's been a very emotional time for the Higgins household. John Senior was always here, loved by everybody in the snooker world.
7.
And that's John's mum there, Josephine, who's a fabulous lady. Loves a good chat.
$13. Okay. Yep. $14. 20. $21.
Maybe he would have wanted a little more angle on the pink than he's finished up with. I don't think he'd want to be playing the red along the top cushion. He's not played that well.
27.
Yeah, he underhit it by quite a margin there. He's now looking at the long straight red. This isn't the red he played for. He played for the one just to the right and above the pink. Beautifully cued.
28.
Might take the chance here as we see that red drop in, just a cannon. A couple of reds here. Now he's just played for the single red, so it'll be down for the blue this time. Doesn't have to go into the
34.
reds. There's 3 or 4 still available, and they will clear each other. John's made it up to the 90% pot success rate.
35.
As I say, as he pots each red, provided he gets the right side of the blue on this occasion, he can continue this break without playing any little cannons.
Okay. 40.
You can see that last frame has given John quite a bit of confidence again. He looked a little edgy in the previous frame, especially when he missed that long red, but at the time I thought in close he's not going to make any mistakes, and he didn't.
$41.
Well, the pink
47.
back on its own spot, so well, he'd probably play this for a little bit of pace. He won't risk playing on the pink, you wouldn't have thought, because it could go wrong. Bit of extra pace, go up for the blue.
48.
It's not good. It's not good.
And he has the brown over the pocket as a little bit of insurance. Okay, may need the spider, but it's a wry smile from John. If the brown wasn't there, it would be end of break. And he's got an angle, as we show you. The little flick on the red just spoiled it there, but not going to be easy from where that white has landed to control the next position shot. The white will automatically come back up the table. Needs to come up past the pink. Well, that is a bonus and a half. Well, maybe it doesn't cut in, but there's no way he was playing the cannon on that red. It was such a tough
52.
and awkward shot. He hit it thinner than he intended and almost put that red on. It's a thin one.
$54.
2 reds going. He's finished near the blue again.
Yeah, he's making hard work of this, and 2 reds going in won't matter to John. If he can pot the blue, he'll go 58 points in front, 59 remaining. He thinks he can.
That was a good shot. Much harder shot than it looked. He was so close to the blue there.
59.
And he's finished on the red. Look at all those chalk marks on the table around the pink. That's all the little screw shots and stun shots. That leave the chalk marks on the
60.
cloth.
$65. 66.
One chance in the previous frame. He made a 93 break. And it was only one chance he needed in this frame.
72. 73. 80.
We've had 73
81.
centuries so far in this year's Betfred.com World Championship. And if he can make a
86.
century, it would be John's 9th.
88. 91.
Sign of a true champion performing like this.
$95.
Beautifully played with a little help of the run of the balls. And there is John Higgins' 9th century in this year's World Championship. Hasn't he taken
106.
these well? All of a sudden, the former 3-times world champion is all square with young Judd Trump. What a final. It's 12 frames each.
It may only be one frame, but it's something you'd like to have.
These players will probably have about 2.5 hours to relax before the final session, which commences at 7 o'clock this year. Already slightly awkward frame with 2 reds up the other end of the table.
Does this red pass the yellow? That's why he played it. Where's the cue ball going?
Foul. John Higgins, 4.
Wasn't a bad choice of shot, because he played it as a safety shot, and he was on the black had he have potted the red, but unfortunate for the white to drop in. So we know how good John is in close. Let's see if he can knock a long one in here.
One.
And if that red at the back of the bounce goes, as John receives a terrific round of applause for that long pot, and it does, as you can see. Left himself low on this, so he'll be opening the reds. There's the opening red there,
8.
cued beautifully. And as long as he keeps the white away from the cushion when he opens these reds, he's okay. Now, is he going to snooker himself on the pink? He's not. It's all running beautifully for John Higgins at the moment. He's cueing well. He's getting the little nudges that you need. And now he's got a great chance in this last frame.
Well, pink comfortably
15.
goes on its spot, but with the black available into both corners, John won't be too bothered about the availability of the pink for the time being. Well, the fact he's given this a little bit of thought means he's not absolutely perfect. He's got a choice of reds to the left corner. Which one will give him the best positional side of the shot?
Well,
I wouldn't say he's inch perfect on this black.
Yeah, there was a lot of cue there between the cue ball and his bridge hand with the extension on, and this is a delicate little cutback. No.
John Higgins, 16.
He went full-blooded for position there, even though it was a thinnish contact that he needed. Played for that red right next to the rest. So a chance for Judd. It's been a while since he's had a good chance.
1. Yeah.
In fact, it was 17 minutes, 15 minutes since his last pot.
Yes, but he'll know the importance now of this frame. He's shown a tremendous temperament so far, all throughout this World Championship. He just needs to produce here now, because he's seen his 3-frame lead disappear. Oh, well, he thought he was going to kiss one of those reds, and in all honesty, so did I. If he had it done, he'd have been on this red closest to the right corner. He's gone right through what didn't look to be a gap. Now, is there anything possible? Maybe the one on the right will just pass the one closest to this right corner, but you've got to strike this perfect. Big shot, this.
Just played to nudge the red, full ball, and he was perfect. Missed the cannon. No.
Judd trump, 8.
It would only just go that red, but he was frightened of hitting the other red with it.
Well, can John Higgins get through to the red that's closest to the corner? Maybe just. He could, and he was able to force it round off 2 cushions. Excellent positional shot.
Yeah, I think young Judd Trump must be in slight shock at the moment, because it's not that long ago since he had a chance to pot a blue to open up a 4-frame advantage, and he's seen that advantage disappear, and there's bound to be quite a bit of pressure on him, and John Higgins has looked very strong in the last few frames.
9.
But what an evening snooker we're in for. It's going to be a fascinating last session. points. There's 1 point separating them.
70.
6,133 points each. That is amazing.
Okay. $24.
He's just got to sit there and hope that something goes wrong from John Higgins' point of view, but he's looking rock solid at the moment.
25.
Just a little bit low on this red, but
32.
He didn't want to be snookering himself on it. Once you start potting balls and running into others, you're never guaranteed to have perfect position on the colour. Needs to judge this nicely. He's on the black.
33.
He's got a little bit of work to do with the cue ball to get nicely on the next red, and if he does, the frame's at his mercy.
This is the sort of snooker he produced in the final of the UK Championship against Mark Williams. That's okay. He was 9-5 down in that UK final and
40.
played 5 tremendous frames to win it on the decider.
Just closed here. Yeah.
52 points the lead. The blue,
41.
one more red and a colour. And you feel sure he'll take a 1-frame lead into the final session this evening. Best of 35, first to 18, remember. So there's going to be lots of twists and turns before we know who's going to be crowned world champion this year.
46.
This red to go 59 ahead with just 51 remaining. Sorry.
47.
So he's nicely on the brown. There's still 59 remaining. But they won't be now.
$51. $52.
Tried to develop the red there.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter now. Judd Trump won't be coming back to the table. We had the mid-session interval and he had a 3-frame advantage and he's lost all 4 of this mini session.
57.
So it's not there, but Judd Trump will shake John Higgins' hand and say, I'll see you at 7 o'clock. And John Higgins and all the family are very pleased. He's won 4 in a row. And he'll go into this evening's session with a 1-frame lead at 13-12.
Frame
From
26.
day one, when he first arrived
Judd Trump
here
to break. Thank
17
you.
days ago. We still have a bit of music. Even the sound man's got excited.
Let's try
John Higgins can't believe it. He's been a pro for some 20-odd years, John Higgins, and he's never seen anything like this. There's Judd's family and his brother up there in the boxes, and what can happen in the next 2.5 hours or so. Can Judd Trump, having lost the previous 4 frames, suddenly get himself back into this match? This is a really important first frame. He can't let Higgins get further clear. Well, there's a gentleman, the 6 times world champion Ray Reardon, and I'm sure he's never, ever, like I and you, Ken, have witnessed anything like that.
If the music hasn't got the juices flowing, certainly that pot will have. There's been a hallmark of this young man's game since he arrived here 17 days ago.
Needs to get on the one above the black, but he doesn't need to be on the cushion, because unless he's dead straight, he can't get on the black. I think he's okay. He may be able to run through and still get on the black in the opposite corner. Depends what angle he has on this red. And the angle's perfect.
Four. $11. $12.
Good shot, right side of the blue. Would like to get rid of that red that's close to the left-hand corner pocket, but there is 1 or 2 reds just above the black on the right-hand side as we look. I think they're open into this left-hand corner pocket as well.
Yeah, certainly the bottom one of the 3 would really help, wouldn't it? Because that would open the other 2. He's played for the one on the cushion.
17. $18.
Don't know whether he's got the perfect angle. He needs to be behind the black to make it easy, but he should be able to stun past the red with a little bit of left-hand side, just on and off the cushion. Slow down, white. Well, you better hope the middle one pots, otherwise
25.
It's a little awkward. I think he got a fast bounce off that cushion. The middle one doesn't pot, so that's a poor shot. Just came a little bit quick off the cushion then.
Good recovery. Well played. Needs to be top side of the blue.
26.
That's okay. I think the red on the left-hand side of the table goes into this bottom right-hand corner pocket. There you see the angle on the blue. Now, if he has an angle on this red, well, he can stump for the pink. He may even.
31.
He's been aggressive, being a forte of his game. It's a little bit straight. I thought if he had a better angle, he could have gone into the pack and still tried to get up for blue, but the pink is available if he wishes.
Yeah, that shot is on, Ken, isn't it? A little stun run through off the edge of the pack, but I think he'll probably screw to get top side of the blue. Well, he played for the pink
32.
in the middle. If he's straight on it, it's not good. Needs to be on a 3/4 ball angle so he can get on those 2 reds at the back of the pack. That's not too bad. Should be able to get on them okay. Decided to risk bringing another red out, and it's gone not too bad. Just push that red over the Try to push it over the
38.
corner. Play for blue or bought colour here.
Foul. Judd from 38.
Well, he didn't expect the cue ball to come off as straight as it did, hoping to get a wider angle. Just missed that middle pocket. But he hasn't left anything, just a safety shot. John Higgins. Well, I say that. He's picked one out.
One.
Well, and he's top-sided the brown, and that was an excellent shot. Well, I didn't see that one, Willie. I didn't think that one potted, but there you see. Right through the gap.
Yes, from our camera angle we had from the box, Ken, it didn't look like it did, but Higgins spotted it, and I'm sure he played it as a shot to nothing, so in fairness, coming in and out of baulk has been quite fortunate, but one good positional shot, he can get right back into this frame. Not as played, but he'll take it.
5. Six.
Overran it slightly.
12.
Wanted to be a lot straighter on this red. It still pots, but I would love to have a straighter angle on it.
Yeah, John was shaking his head there. Maybe he felt he got a poor bounce off the cushion, as Judd did a little early on, to be fair.
Yes, good shot. Held it well for the pink.
13.
That loose red is in a perfect position here. If he gets low on it, he's got to try and leave an angle. When potting the red, he can disturb the four that are in a cluster. There you see, just nice angle on the red.
And there's the legendary Dickie
19.
Bird, one of the best umpires of all time, a regular follower of snooker, loves his snooker. Good pal of mine, Dickie, bless him. And that's a very clever shot, bringing the reds into play,
20.
knowing he'd be on the pink as well. And he's right back into this frame now. To Trump supporters, we'll be very wary of the next 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
Yes, the cue ball just collecting a bit of chalk. There has a red, it's gone close to the left-hand side cushion as Jan Verhaas from Holland. Big knife for Jan as well, of course.
Pink not
26.
available now, so I don't know what angle he has on the red, whether he can screw directly back for the blue. If not, he'll play for baulk colour.
27.
He's able to widen the angle, so he's in blue or baulk colour. So 7 points behind. It's all about that red on the left-hand side, isn't it? You'd expect him to get the next two reds and colours. Will he get on the last red?
Played that very well. Almost played 2 shots in 1 here. If he misses the cannon on this red, he'll would have still been on the red. Open into the bottom left-hand, bottom right-hand corner pocket, but took the red out perfectly.
33.
Purposely holding the spot, and this all came from Judd Trump when he misjudged the pot. He potted a ball and unfortunately went in off in the
39.
middle. And looks like it could possibly cost him the frame now.
$40.
John Higgins having the... There's another chance to see that shot. Just play with a little bit more left-hand side, as Ken said. He just expected to come off that cushion at a wider angle, and he was playing for baulk colour. It's a real sickness. But this break has been superb from Higgins. He's had the cue ball under control every shot.
45.
Blue or baulk colour off this last red, and becomes strong favourite to open a 2-frame advantage.
$46.
Well, you just hope to get on the green, but yellow is fine. Just screw back. Yellow in the same pocket.
48.
Well, even referee Amber Haas feeling a little nervous.
48.
That's understandable. That reception at the beginning of this frame excited everybody. 16 ahead, so green and brown. Someone's phone has just gone off.
The magnificent Crucible Theatre packed to the rafters this evening. As you would expect from
53.
Best tournaments we've had for many, many years. The only thing that's missing is a break of 140 or above. Maybe that will happen tonight.
Make sure they're off now, please.
This to go 23.25.
Can you just make sure he's out?
People get a little bit annoyed now. There's a few mobiles going off. And this is frame ball. Well, that's 5 frames on the trot for John Higgins.
$62. Okay, Judd. 62 and the frame.
Well, Judd Trump started with 38, and luckily, perhaps some people can say, went in off in the middle. John Higgins replied with a frame-winning break of 62. John Higgins goes further clear now and leads 14-12.
You're right up to date, and the man who has the momentum is the 3-time champion.
Yes, good break from John Higgins.
Thanks.
Well, another fantastic long pot from Judd Trump. I mean, that's what he's been doing for 17 days. This will take a lot of concentration, a lot of ability, which we know he's got. He really must get a frame on the board and quickly, otherwise this final could drift away from him.
$7.
Well, we've got a chance to have a quick look at Judd Trump in between frames, and there he is, just having a little glance at his family and friends, and He's not really worried about things at the moment. He knows if he gets a chance he's going to score, as he nearly did in the opening frame. That 38 again, he went in off the red in the
14.
middle. I've never seen a young man so relaxed.
Yes, it's fantastic
15.
to see, isn't it? Very refreshing. He's loving every single minute of this. Decided not to go into the pack of reds there, so
20.
try and get on the black here and have a nice angle.
21.
Judd seems to screw these into the pack, but this is one of those packs you've got to stun up into them. It'll be interesting to see which way he plays it this time. Ronnie O'Sullivan plays this red. Now he's played it well there. He's stunned into them. That's why the white stayed at this top side of the black spot. In fairness, unlucky, but it stayed near the cushion.
28.
Yeah, just needed another little bit of pace, didn't he, just to get off that cushion, be a little bit straighter on this red. This could go wrong. And again.
Oh, you can't be that unlucky, surely. Goodness me. A wry smile from Judd there. He knows that that would have been a frame-win opportunity if he was on the black.
Green ball.
I think that happened a couple of times this afternoon, Ken,
Judd
didn't it,
Trump,
when Judd potted
29.
A couple of balls, the reds got in the way.
Yes, he opened the pack of reds earlier and was on the black into the left-hand corner pocket, but a red popped out and blocked the path of the black and took on a long blue and eventually lost that frame as well. That was earlier today. And he's just not having the run. It's just slightly deserted him at the moment, but things can change.
There's the view from Hawkeye, so it looks like he's playing a two-cushion escape. Needs to hit them thin, of course. So much so, he's given 4 away. Now, he doesn't mind. Amazing enough, players don't mind doing that because they'd rather do that 2 or 3 times until they get it exactly right. So he'll play exactly the same shot, erring on the side of very, very thin. And if he gets it just right, could get back into balk.
Judd?
Yes, just coming down a line, something like that. Just as you said, he's got to hit that red on the right side. Get it back. He doesn't want to hit it too full. He's got to hit the outside of it, and it's coming off very straight.
Foul.
He's overcompensating there.
Judd Trump full. Yeah.
Well, Judd entitled to sit in his chair. He could get a few points here before John Higgins may decide to play a different escape route now.
Well, I'm not quite sure if he can see a red full ball, and there you see it. Jan Verhaas is warning because he can see a red on full ball that he has to be warned, and if he makes another miss, he'd lose the frame. So Jan Verhaas, quite rightly, just warning John that he must hit a red this time.
I think he'll take the pot on, Ken. He did. Maybe thought, I can't get back to balk, so I'll take the pot on.
Well, he took it on, but again, he's being very, very lucky. Judd Trump, after seeing what John has done there, would have expected a lot easier pot than this. Red down the cushion, 2 straight to get out for the black. There's a couple of possibilities into the left centre, but again, very difficult.
Well, already tonight he's had 3 bits of terrible fortune going in off in the middle. Potting a very good red and snooking himself for the black, and John Higgins not leaving anything on from there. He did very well there to get that on and off the cushion, but the black is very thin. And he will cannon into a red, so he doesn't have to worry about the cue ball. The cue ball will cannon into those reds just above the black, as you see that going again. Just a case of potting the ball here. There's the cannon, there's the black gone in. Very well played, Judd Trump.
Well, that was a very brave pot.
8.
And hats off to him. He knew full well if that black didn't go in, it was another frame gone. Well played.
9.
Deserves to win the frame now. That was such a courageous black to take on.
As he has done all week, Ken, he's not letting the run of the ball worry him, is he? He's just playing
14.
frame by frame. Not the best of shots there. Played for the bottom red, the one to the right of the black, and didn't quite get through it enough. Obviously, when you're stunning around the back of the black, as he probably will do here, this makes this a little bit more difficult. So he needs a good shot to keep the break going. Yeah, that's fine. Well
15.
played. His family looking on, mother, husband and brother. Georgina, Stephen, Jack. And his friend Ryan looking on. I'm sure there's a few fingernails being bitten at the moment.
22.
Hasn't got any left.
23.
Well, there you see, 65 ahead, 75
28.
remaining, so just red and blue required, and he will stop the rot.
29.
Lost the previous 5 frames, and he's going to get a big cheer when this blue goes in.
$34. 35. 41. 41 in the frame.
Yes,
Judd Trump.
John Higgins says enough, so Judd Trump stops the rot and gets a frame on the board, but it's John Higgins who still leads at 14 frames to 13.
And we're still no nearer, Hazel, to knowing who's going to lift this wonderful trophy. Could it be John Higgins for the 4th time or Judd Trump for the 1st? You've had your hands on that wonderful trophy, Ken.
Yes, I did. It was hard giving it back.
I just mentioned Ken's had his hand on the trophy once before, but that gentleman there, the great Ray Reardon, 6 times champion of the world. Did you have the pleasure of playing against Ray, Ken?
No, I didn't, but I've spoke to him many times. He's great for a chat. A wealth of knowledge, of course. Great character. Loves coming back to the Crucible as well.
It's amazing how good a champion he became when you consider he was a policeman until he was about 30 odd years of age and didn't turn pro till the late 30s. It's amazing what kind of career he had. Trying to look like we've not noticed him now, wasn't he there? Did you?
Oh, great shot.
Little unlucky because he didn't play to kiss the red, he played just to glance by the red and come on the black. Funny enough, in the same pocket as he played the red. Does this black still pot, or is he too close?
Well, if he had more of an angle, it's just a little bit straight. If he had more of an angle, he may go for this, but he can't get on a red, so maybe just be taking the 7 points. playing a safety shot now.
8.
Got to be a little bit careful because the edge of the pack may kiss into the green if he plays into baulk, and that red next to the blue will pot in the corner. So this safety, if he was away from the cushion, he'd be able to stun it right into the jaws of the green pocket, but because he's on the cushion, he can't do that. Doesn't need to kiss the green.
Judd trump.
That's the
8.
problem with that shot.
Yes, Willie, and he's left an opener here for John Higgins. Earlier in the match he wasn't knocking these in, but seems to have found his range, particularly in this afternoon session. Well played, good pot. Needs the white to slow up.
1.
It's not too bad, the fact that the green is off the spot, but he'll be slightly hampered by the yellow. But he has a nice angle to get back up to these reds, and looks like, there you see the pot again, well controlled. I think the couple of reds just above the black pot into this bottom right hand corner pocket, so trying to get on those 2 reds. There you see it, and he's played that very well. Excellent shot, well played.
4.
Yes, beautifully played. Just a fraction too low on these reds. I can't quite see how he can get onto a colour nicely here, whether he can get out for the blue. I think if he runs through to try and get onto the black, he'll struggle to push the white through far enough.
Yes, I'm not quite sure. There's a red, possible red to the right centre. There you see, it's very tight. We'll have to go up for. Well, he's gone for this one into the middle. This is very dangerous. Missed it on the near jaw.
4.
Yes, he was a little unlucky to have, he played such a good shot on the green, Ken, didn't he? And he's just 2 or 3 inches away from being perfect. And that's what made him take the more difficult red for position purposes. Can certainly play the red into the green pocket. He'll have to run through for baulk colour, I think, if he can't get on the black. Maybe he is screwing back, going around the back of the black. Well done, Judd Trump. That was very well played. I wasn't too sure he had the angle there to be able to hold for the black. I thought from the angle we had, he was coming very close to it. Oh, wouldn't this be a body blow for John Higgins if Judd could score a sizable break from here?
8.
Yes, and just look at how well he cued this pot. The initial pot, he just cued it so sweetly into the corner pocket.
9.
Have a look at this. Great shot. Yes, and certainly winning that last frame, Willie, will certainly give him confidence here. Just exactly what the doctor
16.
ordered.
Yes, I think it was the way he won it as well, Ken, with a sizable break, and there's every chance here if he get another one. He already has the most centuries here at the Crucible this year, 10 in total. Stephen Hendry, of course, was the youngest ever champion. He's got a chance of becoming the 2nd youngest champion. When you consider Stephen Hendry was thinking of retiring if he didn't remain in the top 16.
Just come a little awkward. Straight on this black. He's going to have to use a lot of side to get back up for these 2 reds. Oh. Didn't like it.
17.
Yeah, just the fact that he was using so much side. Sometimes the white pushes into the black, and you can miss it on that near jaw. John's got
1.
too much side on the cue ball there. Just have a look at the cue ball here as it hits the cushion. Side spin. Still got the brown into the centre pocket, but a bit of pressure on this one.
May have looked very easy on the camera angle we showed you, but as we see from the camera called the
5.
Jimmy Jib as it sweeps over the table, that round in the middle there was very, very tough. Knowing that he was bound to leave this red on.
6.
May have the angle just to kiss into the pink and hold the black for the right centre. Perfect angle. Just nudge the pink off its spot. Black into right centre pocket.
11.
Good shot.
Just came round to look whether he can screw through the gap of the red and pink. If he can get onto the red in the opposite corner. And if the middle red of those little cluster pots is on both reds.
18.
Yes, that's a bonus at that one, Potts.
19. $25. Yeah. 26.
When he looks up to the sky, he's not happy with that. Just ran a couple of inches too far. He's slightly hampered. This red close to the cue ball can still take the pink into right centre if he feels it's a little bit too awkward. But
$33. $34.
well, would you believe it? Just trying to force the black in, and
34.
have a look at this black. If you can see it again, jumps right up in the air. Maybe the fact that he was digging down on the white. There you see the black jumped up in the air, nearly came back into the pocket. But the fact that he was digging down on the white, Willie, maybe the white was bouncing before it reached the black.
Yeah, it's amazing how many times that can happen. You know, sometimes when you're queuing down the ball, you can almost make a kick sometimes, and it's very rarely that the white's back on the table by the time it makes contact with the object ball. Just look how high this black bounced. Amazing slow-mo that, isn't it? Judd playing it firm, hoping to bring the red into play, and he has done. So he's got a chance now of getting back into the frame, if not winning it at this visit. Well, that set the juices flowing, and it's just been great, Ken, to listen to the atmosphere behind stage as well. We've got Shane here from Westlife, we've got Tim Healy here, CJ Demouy, I mean, all these celebs that come to watch the snooker have really been involved this year more than most. Mind you, that is a very poor shot. That's a really nice jaw on the middle pocket.
5.
Good recovery.
6.
Very good recovery. Now, Judd just coming around to have a look at this red. Just beside the blue, if that goes into the green pocket, well, there's a good chance that, there you see it does. So you can play for 2 reds here. You can play in the middle. Just haven't come around to have a look to see will it go into the bottom left-hand corner, left black pocket as we look. Doesn't want to overrun. Needs the cue balls to slow up. Needs it to slow up. Just about. His heart may have skipped a beat as that cue ball travelled towards the pink, but he's still in good position. And wow, what a body blow this would be for John Higgins.
9.
For all the world, looked like he was going to go on and open up a 2-frame gap again. Now this is the key shot. Try and get nice and straight on this red. You'd have to say, Willie, this is frame ball.
15.
Normally very, very proficient at this shot, but this is not normal. Very well done, right into the heart of the pocket. This is a massive frame. All massive this evening. But just to get back to level again, having been 2 frames behind.
21.
This is fantastic
23.
stuff. Well, a lot of questions were asked about Judd Trump. Would he handle the pressure? He's certainly answering those questions. He's
26.
really reveling in this crucible atmosphere.
30.
Very impressive. 17 ahead, 18 remaining, just the blue. Well played, Judd Trump.
35.
Well, the break was only 35, but trust me, that would have felt like 100. Ooh,
35 in the frame.
Well, he has
Judd
conceded,
Trump.
so a topsy-turvy frame. Both players missed easy blacks off the spot. Eventually, Judd clears with 35 to level once again at 14-14.
Allied to plenty of
John
talent
Higgins
as
to
well,
break.
I might say, but an unbelievable will to win.
Indeed. Well, it's 14 all. One of them has to win 4 more.
Yes, welcome back.
Well, we have a pulse question for you. Who will be world champion, Higgins or Trump? Vote on bbc.co.uk/snooker. Click on pulse. And yesterday we asked you the same question. And amazingly enough, Higgins 29%, Judd 71%. I wonder what the result will be this time.
1.
Now decision time. Roll up behind the green. Yeah, it's the possibility of the brown, but obviously roll up behind the green. And
Judd Trump
a few
1.
of the members of the audience thought it was a little short. Played it well. Just have a look at this. Perfect. Never any doubt.
Yes, I saw a little body swerve there. He was trying to push it, wasn't he, Judd, there? Playing around probably 4 cushions here. He's trying to come the one next to the black, or he might even play off the bottom cushion as well and come into the pack, but he's playing the one next to the black. Yeah, I don't honestly think that shot's on now, and having seen it played the first time, I think that will slide too much for that shot to be on. If this red pot's in the corner, he might take it on. He's just coming to have a little look. He feels it doesn't, so he's going to have the balls put back.
Yeah, this is the line that John's trying to achieve. Just catch the cue ball after the middle pocket, slide by that red in the middle of the table and try and hit this red just right of the black. But there you see it's sliding quite a lot. And now he may have a chance here. This red goes, well, Judd hasn't got out of his seat, and I think he's, well, that's hard to believe. That red was just a straightforward red into the green pocket. I don't think he even had a look at it.
Well, if it does pot, Ken, it was better the last time because he could have just stunned it in for the black. Well, he's still playing the same shot. And this time I think he's hit the front red. So he's completely misjudged it. Needs a bit of help here. There's a red in the green pocket. He may be able to get through the gap for the one in the corner. Now this would be a result. Just a tad of side he needs. He can't put it plain ball. Just a little bit of left-hand side. See where he's cueing on the cue ball here? Just to turn the red over. Of course, you can only turn a shot over like that with hitting it slow. The side doesn't have time to take if you hit it firm.
8.
So say, for instance, he was trying to screw back, he wouldn't have been able to pot that. Oh, this would be
9.
remarkable. Came into the final session 13-12 behind, lost the first frame to go 14-12 behind. Can he win the next 5? And we asked you who would be world champion this year. Well, it's got a little bit closer. 31% still Judd the favourite. Oh, that's a bounce off the cushion. Maybe if we'd have asked him at the start of the night, Ken, it may have been different.
16.
Yes, it may have been, but look, have a look at the bounce off the top cushion. Is he on this red into the corner? It's very close. If not, he has a red to left middle, so it's not too bad, but it looks like this red is on, so he's okay.
17.
We have to say what a performance this has been. He's been behind, lost 5 frames in a
24.
row. Showed so much guts and courage to come back, not change his game, not tighten.
25.
Just needed a little stun run through there rather than a plain ball roll through. If he'd have just stunned it a little bit, he'd have brought 2 or 3 more reds out. He may have a plant in the middle, which would help him really because he doesn't have an angle on the black to get onto anything nicely. I think this is pretty straight. Oh, that nearly jumped off the table, that. Oh, another result.
32. 33.
Doesn't have a great angle on the red, so he may decide to go up for the blue here.
36.
The number of times he's done that, got wrong side of the blue in today's session is incredible.
Yes, and have a look at his cue power here. This is where he's blessed with tremendous cue power. Here's the angle from Hawkeye, but watch this cue ball. Well, he's looking to see if he can just drop the blue in and maybe take a mid-range pot. But he's blessed with tremendous cue power. And if we get a chance to see it here, watch the top spin around 4 cushions for this red at the bottom of the pack, and that's pretty good. Would have loved to come off that
41.
cushion a little bit more, but this is a little bit more awkward now.
He's a little bit betwixt and between, Ken, isn't he? He's not nicely on the one in the middle. He's not nicely on the one in the corner. Oh, please, that is not fair. That is
42.
not fair. He couldn't have played that better. I mean, the right smile there tells a story, because he thought, I'll take a chance here. I'm going to push through the pack. I'm sure to be on pink or black. And that is amazing. He's not on either. And the worst thing for him is now 51 points in front, and all the reds are in open play. He's going to have to play a good safety shot here. Needs to put a baulk colour safe if he can.
Yes, ideally he would have loved to have been on the green. He could have pushed the green off the top cushion and put it onto the right hand side cushion, which is not ideal for a right-hander, John Higgins, should he get an opportunity to clear up. But he's not on the green. He'll have to swerve around the blue to hit the yellow.
I think he can just get through to the brown, can he? But he can't put the brown on the cushion on the side he can hit it. Maybe put the blue out of commission, Ken?
Yes, he could chip the blue onto the left-hand side of the table and bring the white down the right-hand side. But he's just a little bit concerned that he's a couple of reds into this bottom right-hand corner pocket. They're the ones he wants to block and pass through to, so.
Yeah, Ken's shot clipping the blue on the left-hand side cushion and white down in the jaws of the green pocket. I think it's as good as anything here. One thing you've got to do here, you've got to get a colour safe somehow. Whereas the other alternative is play the blue into the green, and maybe you get both colours safe, blue and green, and you still get the white on the baulk cushion. That may be a choice. I mean, if he gets the cue, if he can get the cue where he is now, he could play that shot, play the blue into the green. Obviously, hoping that blue and green will go safe, and he can get a good white.
Brown ball.
Decided on the brown, but I'm not sure whether he can get this on the cushion. Oh, he swerved it to get it there.
Good
Well
trump.
played. He had to
42.
swing it around that. Swing it around the red, and he couldn't have played that a lot better.
Yes, but I think this red does go. The one just below the pink goes into this left-hand corner pocket. Again, a little bit of luck could play its part in this match. Quite a long way out from the pot, John Higgins, but got the second half of the equation.
Well, this game has been cool, hasn't it? He played a wonderful shot, Judd Trump, when he potted the red and tried to force through the pack. Didn't get on the black. Yes, it's just one of those frames where it can be very, very cruel. But whatever happens here, at least he's shared the session again. Obviously, very unlucky, should have gone to lose this frame. That brown could become very, very important indeed. He'll be about 2 points in front if he took all blacks with these reds, and well, maybe 10 in front depending on what happens, and that brown is going to be so pivotal. The only good thing that happened with the last shot, Judd's put the pink out of commission.
8. Nine.
This moment
16.
in time, even though the reds are nicely, Judd Trump is still favourite to take this frame. Obviously got plenty of work to do with the reds. Brown and pink safe. He's sitting in his chair looking a little bit dejected at the minute, but he may get another chance. He certainly has been unlucky this frame.
Thank you. 17. Okay.
Yes, and just have a look at this red. This is the first bit of bad luck that he got. Just didn't travel enough to get on that black into the corner pocket. But he may get another chance. Brown, as you quite rightly said, Willie, could be the pivotal ball in this frame.
24.
Still got a lot of work to do though between now and then.
25.
That red on the, it's close to the right hand side cushion. It's
30.
not really a problem should he get behind it, because he's a right hander himself. Just gets behind it, he can
31.
drop it in down the cushion. Would have liked a better angle on the blue that he could have got behind that red, but looks a little bit straight.
Yes, and because he didn't have that angle, as Ken said, he would have liked to have played that red now, but this is now the key
36.
shot, because not only does he have to leave an angle on the colour to get onto that red, he has to get close enough to it to be able to just roll it in down the cushion. My colleague Ken's put a little dot up there for you where he wants the cue ball in 2 shots time. Now, any further away than that from the cue ball, it would be a difficult red. It's got a high percentage on the rest, so you'd expect him to pot this. But this next shot is key.
Okay. 37.
Yeah, he's got a nice angle on the black. And again, anywhere near that little white dot, somewhere around with that angle, that he can just drop the red in and bring the cue ball back closer to the black. Well, that's not good, because he has the wrong angle now. And
44.
may have to try and screw up probably around to the middle pocket. And the pink is a little bit in the way. You could stretch for this red, but the pink is just making it a little bit more awkward. There you see John's little boy and his wife Denise up on the balcony watching on. Quite nerve-wracking even for family to watch, really. I think it's harder to watch than sometimes play.
Just shows you how difficult it is, this red, and if you'd have been able to pot it without using the rest, you'd have fancied him, but this is now very, very difficult. You can only just sit there and hope he gets another chance. John knew he would leave the cue ball relatively close to the cushion, but this red is very tough. But the fact that the brown's safe, he can take it with a bit of confidence. You see John just caught the near jaw, as it has done all week. If they catch the near jaw, they don't go in. Now, if the brown was on its spot, he'd be reluctant to take this on, but he can play this with a little bit of confidence. Well done, well done. The only problem now for Judd, of course, he does need the brown himself. So just pop the black, he will naturally get onto the yellow. And if he gets an angle on the yellow, may decide to bring the brown. Oh, you're kidding, he's missed this. He's missed this.
John Higgins 1. Sorry, Judd Trump 1. Two.
Now, question. Has he got the right angle? Looks a little bit straight. He has to force this green in and try and get behind the brown. Won't try and take it out, I don't think. Just try and get behind it, because the fact that he's right-handed just makes this a little bit easier.
5.
Well, both players now need blue, brown, blue and pink. If this brown goes in, he is favourite to do just that.
These are tough. Oh, super shot. Super shot.
9.
Perfect angle on the blue.
Oh, that was crucial, wasn't it? For all money, it looked like he was going to lose this frame as well. But
14.
he only needs the pink. Well, Judd Trump can consider himself a little unfortunate in that frame, but John Higgins dug as deep as we know he does. Judd Trump has shared the session, though. Doesn't need to be too worried. He still trails, though, by 15 frames to 14.
Yep, a few nerve-shredding moments are before us, and John Virgo and Dennis Taylor are all ready to describe them.
Yes, Hazel. This is it, the final session of this year's World Championship. A World Championship that has been as good as I've seen for many a year. We had 2 marvellous semi-finals, and now we've got an absolutely wonderful final here. And those introductions, I sneaked in the side JV when they're in the arena, and it was something I've never heard anything like it.
Yeah, so I was watching it on the television, and well, it makes the hairs on the back of your head stand up. It was that good, and how these two managed to hold the queue after that, I don't know, but he caught that a little bit too thick. Not left anything. Can he get past the green to play the safety?
The last 3 frames have just had 40+ breaks, a couple of 30 breaks, but high tension and terrific entertainment. And this young man came up to the sponsors room just about 20 minutes before play started, and there was an interview. Mark Pearson from Betfred.com chatted to him, and he was marvellous. Now, not many players would do that just before going out into this arena, and that's the sort of lad this is. He's a very modest lad, and he got a terrific reception up there, and if he can pull this plant off here, he'll get a terrific reception as well. Not quite, but had a bit of safety in mind. Well, not a bad flick off the green. He's still smiling, and apparently, John, he was tweeting. I know you're not a tweeter, I'm not a tweeter, maybe you are, but he was saying, what an atmosphere. Win or lose, he said, the atmosphere is unbelievable. That's nice.
Not the best of safety shots. Leaving your opponent with his hand on the table, you'd expect him to play a better one than that.
Played some good tactical and safety play. Well, just look at that safety success rate. I'll tell you what. There's nothing safe with that red now as it slammed into the pocket, but unbelievable pot again. He's got a better safety success rate than John Higgins, believe it or not, and there's the long pot success rate. This is a thin snick on the yellow.
Well, he went dangerously close to the corner pocket, but he's not very good on this red, in all honesty. The red along the top cushion. It's very straight. I think you should just make certain of the pot, really. Oh, well. I think he's been fortunate.
Shot trump 3.
Can't just throw your cue at a ball like that. It was too difficult.
Yeah, he was somehow going to try and get on the black, powering it into the pocket, but the pockets won't accept the ball at that speed. You can see they're jumping around. But that's the way he likes to play, this young 21-year-old from Bristol, and everyone's taken him to their hearts. He has played some unbelievable snooker over the last few weeks. And great to hear the great Ray Reardon talk about this young man. Said the game needed someone like this, and he's come along at the right time.
Well, he can't play safe into the baulk end because of that red that's near the baulk line. He's got a couple of reds that, as you see, will go in the left middle, but there's no value in those because you can't see what colour he could get on. So I can only see a safety.
Yeah, he's just got to try and get the cue ball back as close to the cushion as possible here. Played with left-hand side. Now that's the perfect shot. Might have to just roll up to the reds here because there's no way you can get the cue ball to spin back from that close to the cushion. With the 3 reds up beside the yellow and green, going a little bit awkward this frame.
John Higgins with the advantage at the moment, as long as he keeps getting that cue ball close to the top cushion. But you've always got to be careful that you don't knock one towards a middle pocket. And with a potter like Judd Trump, you just got to keep your concentration. The reds are now nicely spread. Whoever pots the next ball could win the frame.
Well, you would think that Judd would be the first player to be tempted. He's looking at the possibility of a cut into the middle pocket. There is one red little pot, but it's a very risky one. That's the red that Judd had a look at. It will cut into the middle pocket, but where would the cue ball finish up? I think he can get the white back this time. He's not tight on the cushion, so he can manage to get the white back if he raises the butt of the cue, as you can see him doing there. And that's a pretty good shot he's played there. And he's left a possible tempter for John Higgins to the left middle pocket. And if this goes in, what a great chance. But he's got to get it. Not easy. Not easy, and now he's cannon the yellow. The chance is there for Judd.
Yes, it was John Higgins who had the first chance, but it was a difficult one.
1.
Reds are spread nice. Blue obviously available into both middles.
Six. 7. 12. 13.
He's got himself straight on the blue. It didn't matter which side of the blue he finished on there. Should be okay, but you can see there's the slightest of angles, so he should be all right because of the red up near the brown spot. Oh, that's come off the cushion quite fast.
18. 19.
Played that well. There's one red near the ball line, but I'd be favouring trying to get down this end here and get it. You'll have a choice of a red to the right middle, and if he run a little bit too far, this red near the right corner wouldn't be a bad red to get on. Not exactly the best positional shot on the red. A little bit of work to do with the cue ball.
.22.
So this next shot could be key. Because the brown's not on its spot, then there's plenty of room to come up and down the middle of the table, in and out of the balk end. Now, is he going to be on a red? I think he's on the one to the right corner.
27.
And I think he's got a slight angle on this to get back up towards the blue. The pink may be available into the left corner, but there's the angle that he's faced with.
Thanks.
That's not quite as you wanted.
28.
Yeah, it's amazing. He lost pinpoint control a few shots ago, and he's never been able to get it back. So these pots are getting harder and harder. Green's the choice.
How's the cue ball this time?
31.
He hasn't dropped on one. And I don't think he can get past the blue to the potting angle of the one up towards the yellow. So that good pot on the green hasn't quite worked out for him. A bit unlucky not to drop on a red. If he comes up a little bit short, he's okay. And if he runs on a little bit further, he's okay. Very unlucky there, JV.
Yeah, he played to an area, as you say, it was just 6 inches of pace, that's all it needed. The red that's closest to the cue ball is a possibility he could pot it into the right corner. You always look at the way Judd approaches the table and you think of a pot. This red will go. It's thin. He decided it was too risky. Now, as long as he covers that red near the baulk line with the yellow, that's a pretty good safety. Good thinking.
Not the best safety from John. He wanted to get the white near to the cushion and cover this red that Judd can play. He can get an advantage here. Well, if he plays down off this red, there's a chance he could send it across into the left corner pocket, but he's got to be careful he doesn't double kiss this when he plays off the side of it. Got to be very precise. Oh, I think he may have got away with that. He mishit that completely, and he's been rather fortunate.
Yeah, I saw Judd Trump jump out of his seat, and then he stopped in his tracks. Poor safety. But as you say, Dennis, once again, John Higgins blessed with a good run of the ball there. This is a big shot to play the plant from that distance. This red closest to the cue ball will go into the far left corner. It's what we call into a blind pocket. You can see the cue ball, you can see the object ball, but you can't see the pocket, so it doesn't make it an easy pot, but I'd rather be playing this than the plant.
That's the one that John mentioned. He's back looking at the plant again, and if he's going to play it with the rest, it makes it even more difficult. Well, it's a brave shot if he gets it. He's fluked it. Can you believe it? What a time to get a fluke. Well, the wrong choice of shot, you'd have to say, but what a fluke.
Settle down, thank you.
That plant, without using the rest, was tough, but look at that little baby just going straight up into the corner. No smiles this time. It's getting pretty tense out there. We're getting nearer to the winning post, and the pressure will mount not only for the players but for the spectators. They're totally enthralled in this.
I think he's building himself up for the pot on the black. So close, but not there.
Judd Trump 1.
Come on, John.
Well, he couldn't get any closer than that. Let's have another look at this.
One.
35 points behind when he started here, but I think the pink may be available in a couple of shots' time. Oh, he's underhit this. That needs to keep going. Unless the one behind the pink pots, then that definitely will clear the pink.
6.
And it does.
Seven.
First to 18. Well, they're all huge frames now.
13.
Yeah, it was funny when he fluked that red, you thought, okay, maybe the run of the balls will just change slightly, but when you get the run of the ball, you've got to take full advantage of it.
14.
So, John Higgins, this is no easy task, of course, to win the frame at this visit. I'm just looking at the scoreboard now. 15 points of difference.
20.
So he's going to need that awkward brown for one.
$21. Okay. 26.
There's Denise, John's wife, and Pierce, who's engrossed in this as well. He's a lovely lad, is Pierce. I seen Pierce earlier, John.
27.
He said, "I've got all the codes for the doors backstage." think it was Mum that gave him the codes,
32.
was it, Denise? Big, big frame, this.
$33.
Well, if he's too straight on this pink, he may have a problem, and he is too straight. He's going to have a problem getting good on this awkward last red.
It's amazing with these superfine cloths, the angle you can create there, John. It was absolutely dead straight, as you said, and he managed to
39.
get the white to move offline almost about 12 inches. Now the awkward brown that you mentioned, John, he might only need
40.
that brown, so that will be a help to John Higgins. Judd can only wait and see what happens, because if he gets that far, he could play the brown dead weight across the cushion. He wouldn't have to get to the blue.
Not hit that
45
at all. 2 feet short of where he wanted to be. He won't be winning the frame now at this visit.
John Higgins, 45.
Might have to swerve this a touch. Pretty good. Oh, the kiss on the pink, though, has given John a chance. That last shot, Judd had to swerve it slightly.
Good pot.
2.
Just needs green and brown to leave Judd Trump needing a snooker. Now he may have the angle in potting this green to automatically run into the brown. It could be a natural cannon.
It was that natural cannon that you
5.
mentioned, John, but you're never sure where you're going to knock them. And he's knocked it safe. It was a good effort. Thinner on the brown would have left it on for the corner. So 15 points the difference. Just the brown needed for John. Oh, that sounded like a kick.
John Higgins, 5.
I think it was a heavy contact. It took all the pace out of the brown. This brown's on.
Well, if he was to cut this brown in and get on the blue, there would be an almighty roar here in the Crucible.
He's missed it, and worse, he's left it.
24.
A very tense fought frame, this. Could have gone either way. And that's a very good pink. So it was that earlier break of 45 that helped John Higgins on his way to this frame. And he now leads 16-14. He needs 2.
Well, very. And as I say, you know, course and distance winner 3 times already. I'll keep harking back to the frame before, was absolutely huge. Judd 50-odd points in front. Had that frame snatched away, might be crucial.
What can Judd do to turn this around?
I think the most important thing is Judd Trump is going to turn this around. I think he's got to win this frame. Once your opponent gets to within 1 of victory, then it's very difficult. And he's gone for the pot, and it is unlucky with the double kiss. He could never have expected that, and it's left John Higgins with an easy starter.
Yes, the old dreaded double kiss. That was rather unfortunate.
1.
Now, what's available? Judd can't see from his seat. There's a few reds that are on.
Eight.
If the one is straight into the left corner, he could have taken it, but it's obviously not. That's the reason he's going to drop this in, and he can get round the back of the black with a delicate little shot here. I think he can just come off the cushion and finish nicely on the black.
Thanks. 9.
Going to need another little cannon here. Well, he's just played for the red to the middle pocket. There is one behind the bunch that will
16.
also go.
$70.
And he might just play for that one. If he stuns back past the 2 reds, he'll be nicely on that one. Delicate little stun shot would take him onto a red.
And of course, once he clears this red, it makes the 2 red just to the right of it available into the opposite corner.
25.
And may even have a chance here. Depends on the angle. Could just stun into the edge of the reds, just bring a couple of reds in. You still have a choice of these 2. Well, decided not to risk that, but he may next time.
32. $33.
5th black coming up. He was hoping to be on the one at the back of the bunch there, but he settled for that.
40.
The one to the middle is okay, and if he can just leave the white with the red, as the pink might go, but it looks as if he's following through for the blue here. And that's a good shot at that
41.
pace. If anything, he's hit it slightly too hard.
Well, he's thinner on the blue than he would like, but under normal circumstances, you'd expect him to play the blue and play a little cannon here. It's perfect for that. We normally say run into the pink, but I think just missed the pink.
Blue ball.
Just missed the pink on the right-hand side and nudge into those reds. He'd be unlucky not to be on one. Well, in the end, he decided to play it hard. He's hit the pink. Is he on anything? Possibly one to the middle.
46.
Took the bull by the horns, tried to hit the pink full ball. He didn't, but he still managed to get in amongst the reds. There's that angle. But the two reds he's faced with, not easy. The one to the corner would avail better position. So this could be a frame winner if it goes in. It's not there though.
John Higgins, 46.
Judd still in his seat, just composing himself.
Well, you can't blame the people getting excited. And this is a chance you feel Judd Trump has got to take.
One.
Not the best positional shot, it has to be said, to start with.
Yeah, that's just a bit of tension in the backhand there under the circumstances. That's pretty good. The black a little bit awkward, but it goes into one corner pocket. The pink's okay. So it's a good chance, and I just noticed that Judd has been taking a little bit longer on some of the shots. It's probably to try and allow for the tension, but I'd like to see him just get on with it the way he has done throughout this year's World Championship.
7.
And immediately gets a heavy contact. You could clearly see that red jump off the bed of the table there. You've got to go way back to 2002 to the last time we had a final frame shootout here at the Crucible. That was Stephen Hendry and Peter Ebden. Peter Ebden coming out on top that year.
19.
This now clears the black. It's a great chance now, John.
20.
Yes, of course, remember he came to the table 46 points behind.
28.
There's no real difficult red. If you could get one of these two reds that are close together, they could be the only reds that cause a problem, because they're only available, it appears, into the right corner.
35.
So needs a good angle on the colour off this red.
36.
This could be the key shot to the frame.
$43. 44.
And being a left-hander, that red that's near the cushion, not too badly
50.
placed for Judd.
51.
He's got an angle to get in behind it though.
Yeah, you didn't want to risk getting too straight on the black. Got a nice angle on this pink. It's all about judging the pace, and this looks pretty good. A little bit straighter would have been better.
57.
But he could play it, and he could hold for a ball.
58.
This is a remarkable performance from this young man.
Well, people were saying, could he hold himself together, John? This is quite
61.
amazing for a 21-year-old to be playing like this.
63.
Yeah, and particularly some of the things that have happened in the last couple of frames, you know, maybe his head could have dropped slightly, but just the green and brown needed. Oh, he's overdone it a little bit of adrenaline, but 66. He only needs the brown. A quick glance at the scoreboard. In it goes!
70. Judd Trump, 70.
24 points in front at the moment. John Higgins requires 2 5-point snookers. So it ain't over just yet. There's the first one.
Well, if he needs a little bit of side here, it's not easy when you're near the cushion. He's played it well, though. He did get the required amount of side on. He might have fluked the snooker back here.
No snooker this time, and a chance for Judd to cut this blue in, and of course if it goes in, he decided not to play the cut. And now he's got the snooker. I don't blame him. Good pot, and that now rubber stamps the frame to Judd Trump. He had a chance, he needed to take it, and he did. But John Higgins has already nodded to Jan Verhaast that he was conceding.
6 frame, Judd Trump.
And he did concede. Maybe he's thinking better of it now, but that doesn't matter. Judd Trump needed that frame, and he did it. And he's just 1 frame behind now, 16-15, John Higgins.
Thanks, Judd. Thank you. Frame 32. Judd Trump to break.
Good break-off shot from Judd. And regardless of who wins this final, it's been absolutely superb. I think this has been one of the best World Championships we've had for many, many years.
Well, is the green gonna come to his rescue? Because once again, I can't remember John Higgins hitting as many safety shots thick. He's usually very good at finding the baulk cushion. But there he was only just found the baulk line. But can he get through to this red? Or will the one further down the table pass this one to the right corner? It obviously did. Now is he on a baulk colour? He's had a nice kiss on the yellow.
Well, this young player was born to entertain. I mean, this is another Judd Trump special. Incredible long pot. And even that shot, he creates so much power, and he didn't hit it that hard. Lots of topspin.
3.
John, we've had some fantastic putters in our game down the years. Jimmy White, Neil Robertson, Mark Williams. I think this is the best putter I've ever seen in my life.
4.
Well, he certainly has knocked in some balls over the last couple of weeks. I mean, it's just been sensational as that red was on the black. But when you get to the stage of the World Championship, you've got
11.
to play error-free snooker from now on to lift that trophy.
I watched him in that final against Mark Selby in the China Open, watched it on television.
19.
I was so impressed the way he held himself together at the end of it. He's okay. There's a red gun over the pocket. He's on the yellow.
20.
That'll do nicely.
Just coming in on the action. As you can see, it's pretty straight. He could play cushion first, but he's got so much cue power. He played the screw back maybe. Well, he just managed to be able to
23.
create an angle. A little bit further away from the cushion may have been ideal, but he's okay on the brown.
$27. 28.
Now that got a big bounce off the cushion. Judd just shaking his head there. He's probably just having a look to see the replay there.
28.
It's a thin cut now. That wasn't Judd's fault there. Well, how unlucky is this?
33.
Another very attacking shot there, and to finish like this is very unfortunate. Didn't catch the pink full ball as he intended, but you don't deserve that.
Yeah, the roar. But he's not snookered on all the reds, with it, which is a bit of a help. But the red that's tight against the side cushion, it's not the easiest ball to play safe off. Always a chance of a double kiss.
33.
Played it pretty well.
That's the safety red he can come down off. He's got to avoid the pink and reds. He's played it pretty well. Just wondering if Judd can take a pot on the one near the pink spot. He's coming around to have a look at it. Take it into the left corner. He'd avoid the cannon on the black and red, and he would go back up to the safety end of the table. It's a possibility.
Yeah, you just got to be careful here because of that black and red together. He's got to swing this wide, and he could hit the blue here in the middle of the table. But he's got the pot, so it doesn't matter now.
1.
Well, it just keeps on getting better with this young player. This is the final of the World Championship. Has anyone told Judd Trump yet? He's playing like he's done in his club.
6. An intentional kiss on the brown, nearly ruined position, but he's just about on this red.
And that was a careless one.
Trump 6.
You mustn't take your eye off the pot.
Settle down, please.
39-0 in front.
One. Yeah. Four. Five.
Now, at the moment, with this black and the 2 reds tied up, I'm just wondering, I mean, he could play for red to the left middle. I'm wondering whether he could play a cannon onto the black. Well, he decided not to. And it's not
10.
An easy chance, this, the way the balls are situated.
He's got a choice now. He can play into 2 positions. I've put 2 whites on the table. The one on the left is on 2 reds, or if he drops on the other, he's got the one to the middle pocket, somewhere near either ball.
$16.
Wanted it a little further, as you can see from that angle.
17.
Now, what sort of angle has he got on the pink? I don't know if he can get in behind that, where I had the white ball up previously. Yeah, he can do. It's a delicate little screw shot anywhere near that white, and if he overscrews it, he's got it to the corners, and hasn't got a lot to do with the cue ball here to leave that red on.
Slowly but surely.
23.
Chipping away at that lead that Judd Trump had.
$24.
Now thinking about this cannon. And whenever you run into other balls, it can always go wrong.
Got to be careful he doesn't pot the red with the blue here when he gets the cannon. He's played it beautifully, though.
29.
Decided just to remove the black rather than risk going into the 2 reds.
$30.
And that red has gone past the brown, so it's on. Okay. Better angle on the pink. And it would have been much easier.
Black.
In fact, he's taking the black now that he hasn't gone far enough up for the pink. Played beautifully. It really was played beautifully, that.
37.
He's a pretty cool customer, is John Higgins. His third final in 5 years, as we show you that black disappear and the white missing red and yellow.
$38.
Not absolutely perfect.
Stop whistling, please.
Luckily the brown stopped short. It nearly went on the side cushion, which was the last thing that John would have wanted. There's somebody whistling in the crowd now. We never get that at the Crucible. The crowd have been superb, so let's hope it stays that way.
A little bit twixt and
41.
between, and mainly because you didn't put the green into the middle of the pocket. And just went in off the left-hand side jaw.
$42.
Not quite out of the woods yet.
Okay.
I think he planned to leave this yellow for the middle pocket. He's now going to have to take it up into the corner.
45.
And Judd knows that it's not straightforward, this, because he'll have to get from brown to blue. He's 6 points in front.
$47.
So he needs a good angle on the brown to get himself up onto the blue. That will give him the frame.
50.
Well, there you see it, 11 ahead, as Dennis said. Brown and blue needed, and what a good break this has been. The balls were awkward, and it looks now just one good shot on the brown, and he's one frame away from ruining that young man's dreams. But every credit to John Higgins.
John Higgins, 50.
Well, there we go. Tension, but I think John has got away with it. I don't think the brown cuts, as we show you. John put that brown onto the near jaw. Does this brown cut? I don't think so.
Well, I'd just be glad, and I'm sure Judd Trump is, to come back to the table still with a chance of winning the frame. He's having a look at the cut, but boy, this looks thin to me. Played the safety. He could have done with that cue ball running behind the blue. Snooker would have been a great advantage. But as I say, just pleased to be still in the frame. Unexpected miss by John Higgins on the brown.
Now, has he got the snooker? Is the brown going to pull up? It is. It's a full ball snooker. And the black is slightly in the way off the top cushion, so he's bending this around the blue. And he hasn't got enough on it.
Foul. A miss. John Higgins,
Miss
4.
called.
Yeah. Yeah.
Might need a little bit of help to get it back exactly where it was.
Okay, John. Thank you.
Changed his mind, but he's having to play this with a lot of side to make the angle.
Trusted to luck. And, well, possibility of this brown. It's framed ball if John Higgins knocks it in, but he's missed an easier brown than this already in this frame.
That's a great pot from John Higgins. Denise, isn't she happy there? What a pot that was. That was a real pressure brown. But we heard Stephen Hendry say earlier in the week if he was going to bet his house on anyone potting a pressure ball, it would be John Higgins. Not too concerned about missing the blue. He put everything into the brown.
John Higgins, 4.
But only one snooker needed. Bit short. Now this is a bit of a chance for the snooker. He can get up behind the black here if he judges this. He'll have to rely on the pink now.
Well, he judged the pace well, but just didn't have the line. That would have been tight up behind the black if he could have just wind the angle a little bit more. Where's this blue going? It's going very close to the corner. Has he fluked it? Has he fluked it?
So Judd's only going to have one ball to try and get the snooker behind. All depends where this falls.
5.
Bit of a chance here to get in behind the black.
The problem is, can you somehow get in behind the black and keep the pink up at the other half of the table? I'm not certain you can. Whatever you do, if you can't get the snooker, make certain you get the pink safe, because then you might have another chance. Leave the pink on, and that will be the end of it. So don't sacrifice trying to play a snooker for the safety. Well, it's a pretty good effort.
5.
He's just not found the line.
Not a good shot there. He's left Judd a better chance this time. A little thin one twice across the table. He'll get the pink safe and every chance of getting in behind the black. Bit too hard.
Yeah, as you say, that was a good chance and overhit it by a long way. You don't get too many chances when there's only pink and black on the table, because if your opponent gets a chance like John Higgins has done here, he's trying to roll it over the pocket, and that makes it very difficult to lay a snooker.
That's the old billiard hall shot, in or over when your opponent needs a snooker. That's a beautiful putt from John Higgins. That earlier break of 50 paved the way to let John take this frame, and now he only needs one more to lift the World Championship. It's 17-15.
Can he complete the job?
Thank you. Frame 33. John Higgins to break.
There's the trophy.
That'll do now, thank you.
John Higgins to break off. One frame away from getting his hands on it for the 4th time.
He's not finished yet. Black tied up, but the pink looks available. It's a pretty good starter. That spoiled things. That little cannon on the blue.
Ten. 11.
Just overscrewed that, and the pink's away from the reds, so he'll have to catch the pink full on. And how's your luck, Judd? It's pretty good, I can tell you.
Judd 11.
He's been very lucky. That could have possibly been his last shot in this year's World Championship. But the white running in behind those reds couldn't have worked out better for him. He's got to win 3 frames in a row against one of the greatest players that's ever held a cue. In fact, Steve Davis in the studio, JB, saying that John Higgins is the greatest player he's ever seen. Big statement, but Steve should know.
Well, I think as a complete all-rounder, absolutely. He has proved that over the years. Well, that's a poor safety. And he's proved it in this match, in all fairness. I mean, there were times when I thought he was really wobbling, and Judd Trump looked as though he was on top, but you know what you're going to get with John Higgins. He never gives up. And although he played a poor safety shot, I don't think he's left anything easy.
Well, there might be a shot to nothing here as Judd sits down. John looks at the red just above the pink. It will go into the corner. He'll automatically come back up for safety, so he may get close to this pot. Not a lot of room though, is there? That's a bit pacey. Needs the brown to come to his rescue, and it hasn't. Let's see if this red goes up into the left corner pocket. Well, that's a bit tight. The other one must be also very tight, so it's a tricky cutback.
Well, it's safe enough, but it's easy for Judd Trump to play a better one. Needs that cue ball tight on the baulk cushion. Well, he's not got it tight, but he has covered the right-hand side of the table, so this is a little bit trickier. There is a gap between the pink and black for the cue ball if he catches these top red of these two correctly. And played it well.
Do you know, I think there might be a gap through to the one that's over the pocket. I think he can get to it there. You can clearly see he can. The white will held over towards the pink and blue. So you'd expect him to knock the red in, but where's the cue ball going to finish? You'd think it would cannon one of those colors. Well, he's found the gap, and he may not be on anything here.
Judd Trump, 1.
For someone who likes to hit the ball pretty hard, he's adept at that shot, isn't he?
Well, most players don't like playing that, but he's played lots of those, and he's absolutely spot on every time with them. They're tricky little shots.
The reds are all spread at this end of the table, so it's hard to find a red where he could leave it safe, and he'll do well not to leave a pot on here.
He's trying to land on the one near the left corner pocket on the cushion. Watch this shot if he pulls it off. That's going nearer to the pocket than the red. But it's not a bad shot to have a go at.
Yeah.
It's a difficult shot to judge, but I think if he could pull it off, he might leave it safe.
Okay, John. Judd.
Thank you. That's the line he's looking for to try and land on that red. That's in the pocket again, I think.
Foul. Gonna miss. Judd Trump, 4.
Yes, at that pace, if he hadn't gone in off there,
okay,
he may well have come out and left a red on. That time he was a little bit too hard for me.
This is better. This is better. He doesn't want to go the other side of it, though. And he has...
Foul. Gonna miss.
Missed call, but it all depends, really. I mean, he's left-handed. If he's got a nice angle on this red. He was downplaying it before I could even think of the consequences of having it replaced, because he was perfect. No easy shots now. He can't afford to make any more mistakes. 8. He's produced all
9.
through this tournament. He's got to do it for this frame and another 2 if he's going to win the World Championship crown.
$16. 17.
Got enough nice, easy reds to leave John Higgins needing a snooker.
24.
All about keeping your concentration.
30.
Puts him 55
31.
points in front. He'll probably play the brown here. You're 59 ahead. There'll still be 75 remaining. So he's looking for a couple of reds, a couple of colours. Positional play is... Well, he's
35.
not perfect on this red. But no problem. Needs that cue ball to bounce. The pink, one more red and a colour. All the hard work
36.
done. Missed the pink.
I'll tell you what, John, I mean, that is such an easy miss, and that is what the Crucible can do to you. It's amazing.
One.
You'd still have to make him favourite for the frame, purely because of the situation of the balls, and Judd knows that. So he's just got to keep himself focused there. But boy, oh boy. All the reds are tricky.
Blue. Six.
He still looks so cool, calm and collected, John Higgins, but even he will be feeling it inside. Maybe not as much as the family. It's worse for the family watching. There's Oliver there with his lovely glasses, now watching his dad. He can leave the second of the reds, the one nearest the left corner pocket, if he drops the black in, and that will help to clear the path for the other one. But
well, he must be sat there thinking, how did I miss the pink? And you can only put it down to the fact that he thought he'd done all the hard work. Played the cannon and played it well.
14.
Couldn't have worked out better.
And the pink's in a perfect spot, you know. If he can get on the pink
15.
off this red, it would be perfect to develop the difficult red. So he will play for the pink this time, and then he's got a nice angle to bring that red that's near the left side cushion into play.
22. $23.
And there's the beautiful World Championship trophy that John Higgins is so close to. If this shot works out. Not quite. I don't think it'll go up past the green, so he's not going to win the frame
29.
at this visit. Oh, that cannon. And he would have had a great chance.
Well, we've seen the trophy that's there, and is he playing the cut? Surely not. He did. He did. He thought one good shot.
John Higgins, 29.
Win the world title. Very, very risky. Judd Trump gets out of his seat, wipes his hands. This red. to win the frame. I can't believe that John Higgins went for that cut red there. Most unlike John.
What a roar if this goes in. He's got some bottle, this young Bristolian. But John Higgins, I'm with you, John. I can't believe he had a rush of blood to try and cut that red in.
In a situation where John Higgins now needs 2 4-point snookers. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that someone like John Higgins could get them, so just got to be careful here.
I'd move the brown out of the way, John. It's in too good a spot for snookers.
Judd trump, 1.
Well, he's moved it from one end of the table to the other. It's still in a pretty good spot. Not be easy to get in behind the brown from this situation. The brown's the best ball on the table to get a snooker behind. Oh, the flick on the pink has left him full ball snookered. Surely we couldn't have another twist in this frame.
And he's got to be careful here. If he misses it, he doesn't want to leave a free ball. Good hit. Just run it too far. Now you either play the pot, which is a bit risky, or you try and get the snooker behind the brown yourself. He's played the pot. He won't be disappointed with the outcome. Okay, he may not just have the snooker, but he's left a lot of distance between cue ball and object ball. Where's the cue ball? Very close to the corner. And that yellow has come back to this half of the table, so there's no snooker there. Well, he flicked a few balls he didn't intend to, but it's not bad. I suppose John Higgins could play the pot here. And that's what he elected to do, and if he pots the green and brown, it will then make it 1 snooker on the blue to tie.
5.
And that is his plan. Got an angle on the brown, just pick a spot to leave the cue ball to give himself a chance of the snooker that he needs.
9.
Be a bit risky to pot the blue, but if he did pot the blue, he could win with 1 snooker.
Yeah, I don't think that's advisable though, is it? Because then you've only got 1 ball to snooker behind. At the moment he's got 2 to snooker behind. I'd be amazed if he pots the blue. Well, he's put all his eggs in one basket here. 14. If he doesn't get the snooker this time for me, I don't think he'll get another chance. But 1 6-point snooker to be able to win.
John Higgins, 14.
He's got the snooker.
Yeah, a little grimace there from John Higgins. He wanted to keep the pink away from the cushion so that there was a gap around the back of it, but this still needs a bit of hitting because the middle pocket's slightly in the way of the natural escape.
It's a one cushion escape. Oh, but he has missed it. Well, would you believe it?
And he's going to be put back in again. John will make him play from here, and all of a sudden John Higgins has become favourite to take this frame, a frame that will give him the title. Amazing.
And you just saw the look on young Judd Trump's face there. He just can't believe that somehow, after John Higgins needing 2 snookers, he's in this position. Just about okay, I think.
Is he taking the double? He is. He's taking the double. I just sensed he was going to go for that, John.
Well, Judd Trump sits in his chair, and I think he's absolutely dumbstruck at what's happened here. This black to win the Betfred.com World Snooker Championship for the 4th time.
And for his dear dad.
It's 4. If any frame sums up John Higgins, it's that one. Needing 2 snookers, didn't give in. You can't give this man an inch. That was absolutely fantastic. He takes his 4th world title to the pleasure of his family and to the disappointment of Judd Trump, who, let's be fair, has given everything he's got, and just at the end, just caught out by the Wizard of Wishaw.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a magical night we have had here at the Crucible. One of the best in living memory. Let's get a word with both the players. Judd, come forward and chat to us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, he may not have won the title, but he has been the star of this championship. Judd, how much pride do you take in the achievement of getting to this final today?
Obviously, I come here not expecting to do that well. So obviously to get to the finals, a good achievement, but obviously I'd have liked to win today, but John was the better player on the day. I think he played the better snooker over both days, and I think he's a deserving winner.
Tell us about the atmosphere. Gracious words from a young man. Judd, tell us about the atmosphere in here. You tweeted at the interval that win or lose, you were thoroughly enjoying this. How much support have you received, and how much has it meant to you?
Too much support. It's been unbelievable, really. From like the start of 17 days ago, I was no one really, and then every game it just kept building and building, and like the fan base I've created is just unbelievable. The support from everyone, the support from everyone back home and everything. My family, friends, just everyone really. Everyone's wished me luck, but obviously it wasn't enough this time. But I'll come back next year.
Well, you know, £125,000. It's a large cheque this young man's going to receive. It's going to be enough to keep you in hair gel for a bit, Judd. But more especially, it was more than enough to perhaps send your mum and dad and brother Jack on a holiday. You've talked about this. And I just wonder, over the years, how much you owe them in terms of their support for you in this game.
No, I lost, so they're not getting anything now.
Well, there you are, mum and dad. That's you told. Judd, what a pleasure to watch you. You are a star in the making. Thank you very much indeed. Our runner-up, ladies and gentlemen. But our champion for the 4th time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, 12 months is a long time in snooker, John. And after everything that's happened, I just wonder if you could sum up what world title number 4 means to you.
Oh, I've got to disagree with Judd totally there now. He said I was a better player over 2 days. He was a better player. He really was. He was playing a brand of snooker that I've never seen before in my life, and it was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. Just the amount of long shots he was potting, and it was incredible. And it was great to watch, and we've got the new sensation of the game, which is great.
Here, here. I think we'd all agree with that. But you were the man who kept your nerve in that final frame, in the final frame there. Tell us what got you through, not just that frame, but the last 2 weeks, John, because there's been 1 or 2 moments when you look down and out of this championship. How have you got through it?
I don't know, really. It's just really been just tough match play. But it's been great. It's been great. I knew I had to come in the 3rd session today and play great, and I think I done that to get back into the match, and I made Judd think about it a little bit. But no, it's an unbelievable moment to win it again.
You've gone through an awful lot in the last year. There's 1 or 2 people in the corner here, your family just waiting to give you a big cuddle here. Can you just tell us what their support has meant and what you have done with them by your side?
It's been amazing. It really has been amazing, and God, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them. And it's been an unbelievable 12 months, but it's been great.
Well, there's one fella who's not here, John, and he passed away in February, and he's looking down just now, and he's raising a glass of whiskey, I'm sure. He's been the inspiration behind this, and this is your champion for the 4th time, John Higgins.
Presentation party, Fred Doan, the boss of Betfred, and Barry Hearn, the chairman of World Snooker. Ladies and gentlemen, your runner-up, receiving the silver medal and a cheque for £125,000. He is, without doubt, snooker's new sensation, the ace in the pack, Judd Trump. And now the winner, receiving £250,000, the trophy and the title, 2011 Betfred.com World Snooker Champion, the Wizard of Wishaw, John Higgins. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, John Higgins.
Claudia joins the celebrations, Pierce, Oliver and Denise, and his mum, Josephine, watching from upstairs. I'm not sure Claudia totally appreciates the ticker tape parade here inside, but she's got a few tears in the eyes. I think everybody's got a few tears in the eyes as we watch this. There we go, a smile at last from Claudia. And it's happy families here at the end of what has been a very difficult year for the Higgins family.
Well played, son.
But he's proved, once again, what a fantastic player, what a fantastic match player, what a wonderful competitor this man is. John and Steve, We've had an unbelievable 17 days and the most emotional conclusion to a wonderful championship.
Well, I think Judd Trump has lit the tournament up, but John Higgins goes on with the spoils. The greatest player, as I said, I think I've ever seen, thoroughly deserved to win, and only John Higgins, I think, could have beaten Judd Trump today.
How do you sum up his achievement, John? He's become one of a very few band of players to have won this title 4 times.
The way he plays the game, I'm not surprised, and he can win again. He is just an unbelievable match player. He is so hard, so determined. 2 or 3 times in this tournament he was down and out, looked like he was going home. He just refused to get beat.
He's had to develop a thick skin at times over the past 12 months, but he's come back and he's proved his point here. When we reflect on this championship, how is it going to change snooker overall, and what's it going to do for the strategy, the shot selection of the men who will follow in not just John's footsteps, but those of Judd Trump?
Well, there'll be millions of people watching in the UK, but there'll be more millions watching worldwide. And somewhere there'll be some very, very young 7-year-olds watching and thinking, I'd love to be there. So that 14-year gap we were talking about earlier, perhaps somewhere in China, perhaps somewhere in mainland Europe, you never know where they're going to come from, but they're going to be watching Judd Trump, watching what John Higgins is doing, and perhaps thinking, how can we get to the next level?
Judd's time is surely going to come.
Absolute certainty it's going to come. He's been a breath of fresh air right from the start. I didn't think he was this good. I've got to be honest with you. He absolutely astounded me how well he played through this tournament. And what a nice lad as well. He's a credit to the sport.
Well, there we are. John Higgins, once again, at the end of this marathon event, has gone home with the spoils. An absolutely sensational championship. Judd, the ace in the pack, but Higgins is the master. From us all here at the Crucible, a very good night.